The Rise of America 1620. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 526, Master Wang's Question. Zhao Hongyu smiled and replied, "Look at our Zhao Song army. We have a strong army and strong cavalry. Need I say more? We've fought so hard, how could we not stand here?" His expression grew somewhat arrogant, a sentiment consistent with his age and appearance. Most of the tribes have already surrendered, joined our Zhao Song Empire, and become its subjects. Master Wang let out a long sigh. As expected of my Yanhuang ancestry, you are a reputable figure wherever you go, Master Wang praised. Zhao Hongyu accepted Master Wang's small compliment. I heard you two were planning to join our Zhao Song. Wang Shan had already informed Zhao Hongyu of Master Wang and Liu Daba's intentions. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu wasn't about to reject their plans. One more person is one more person. Someone willing to join the empire is a good thing. We can just arrange for them to be stationed on the west coast. It's not a difficult matter. In fact, Master Wang and Liu Daba weren't the only ones who had such thoughts. The rescued pirates aboard other warships, upon hearing about the Zhao Song Empire's registration as Song territory, all shared the same sentiment. Furthermore, seeing the Zhao Song Empire's vast military might, they felt it was far superior to the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, the Zhao Song Empire's tax rates were incredibly low. While these were just rumors from the Zhao Song soldiers, they were undoubtedly true. If the Zhao Song Empire weren't so swayed, the soldiers wouldn't have told them so. Furthermore, there was no need to deceive them. They were just pirates, rescued by the Zhao Song Empire. There was no benefit in deceiving them. Therefore, what the Zhao Song soldiers said was true. Low taxes, a prosperous life, and no ping-pong. It was impossible for these pirates not to be tempted. No one is born a pirate, or even willing to become one. Basically, aside from a few ambitious leaders, most people took the risk of becoming pirates out of desperation. Now, on this side of the sea, there's a nation with the same culture and language, and life there is said to be quite good. So, why wouldn't they be tempted? 100 acres of land. Even in the Ming dynasty, that would be a small landowner. So, basically all 157 pirates were tempted. Zhao Hongyu immediately grasped all of this. In response to Zhao Hongyu's inquiry, Master Wang and Liu Daba exchanged a glance and nodded. All right. We're all descendants of Yan and Wang, so of course I welcome you to join our Zhao Song. I'm heading to the west coast, and we've just brought that area under our imperial control. A recent war killed many hostile aborigines, so there's plenty of land there. If you join our Zhao Song, I'll grant you an extra 100 acres. For Zhao Hongyu, land wasn't a scarce commodity, population was paramount. Giving them an extra 100 acres wasn't a big deal. After all, these lands couldn't be bought or sold freely, they had to be passed down from generation to generation. Add in inheritance taxes and other factors, and there were no concerns about potential problems. Let's get the population settled first, and we can talk about it later. These pirates would surely be overjoyed for 200 acres of land. Many of them still have relatives in the Ming dynasty, and they'd have to go back to bring them over. When they get back, they'll spread the word. It'll definitely attract more people to the west coast. Zhao Hongyu's plan was coming to fruition. Sure enough, when he heard Zhao Hongyu mention an extra 100 acres, Master Wang's beard twitched with excitement. He stood up tremblingly and bowed to Zhao Hongyu with both hands. Your Highness, are you serious? Are you really going to give us an extra 100 acres? It was clear that Master Wang was genuinely excited. An extra 100 acres would mean 200 acres. A small landlord wouldn't be much better, although it's all barren land, they have to cultivate it themselves. But with 3 years of tax exemption and a 30% tax increase thereafter, the benefits are enormous. Master Wang couldn't have failed to understand this. It could be said that by becoming a citizen of the Zhao Song Empire, he would instantly transform from a pirate into a landowner. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Of course, a promise like that wouldn't count. Master Wang gave a long bow, practically bending to the ground. In that case, Thank you, Your Highness. I'm willing to be registered as an imperial citizen, Zhao Hongyu laughed heartily. You're welcome. Standing up again, Master Wang looked at the laughing Zhao Hongyu with a piercing gaze. Your Highness, could you tell me if the wasteland is fertile? Yes, even though it's wasteland, 200 mu has been promised. But the soil must be fertile. Otherwise, what good would it be if the rocky land also had 200 mu? Before I leave for the east, I'm going to visit the newly incorporated empire. You can follow me there and see for yourself. I can guarantee that even though the land is wasteland, it's fertile enough. Zhao Hongyu was very confident about this. Coming from the future, he knew that, with the exception of the western deserts, all regions of the American continent were ideal for growing crops. Furthermore, the land was incredibly fertile. Therefore, he wasn't worried Master Wang would look down on him. Thank you very much, Master Wang said, bowing again. I wonder when we can become naturalized citizens. Master Wang sat back down and asked. Don't worry. Let's see how good the land is before we decide. That way, you won't regret it later. Zhao Hongyu's words made Master Wang nod silently. His confidence in the Zhaosong Empire grew stronger. However, Master Wang wasn't done yet. After all, after registering as a Zhaosong resident, he would still have to bring his family over. He just didn't know if the Zhaosong would welcome them. Master Wang had even made up his mind. When he returned to the Ming dynasty to fetch his family, he would also buy some maids, servants, and other servants. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a proper landlord. He couldn't possibly be asked to reclaim the wasteland himself. He didn't have much silver on hand, just over 300 taels, hidden somewhere in the Ming dynasty. Therefore, upon returning to the Ming dynasty, he would definitely withdraw this money. It was normal to spend some money there. Meanwhile, Master Wang and Wang Shan had come into contact many times recently. Through their interactions and casual conversations, Master Wang had learned the price of Kunlun slaves. A Kunlun slave cost between 12 and 25 taels, a considerable sum. Of course, for the citizens of the Song Empire, this price wasn't high, especially for those with Huaxia genetic heritage. They were generally farmers with large tracts of fertile land and abundant funds, so buying a few slaves wasn't a big deal. But for Master Wang, it was a different story. You have to remember, buying a slave in the Ming dynasty cost only 2 or 3 taels of silver. A skinny little maid could be bought for just 1 tael. Often, they didn't even need money, just enough to keep them fed. So, he said, it was not worthwhile to spend that much money on slaves in the Song Empire. Although the Kunlun slaves were strong and capable of working, their prices were far too high. They were far less affordable than the Ming dynasty's slaves. Furthermore, while the Ming dynasty's slaves were a bit thinner than the Kunlun slaves, they were just as hardworking and capable. In fact, they were just as good as the Kunlun slaves. In later times, they were considered to have a very high cost-performance ratio. Therefore, Master Wang made up his mind, when he brought his family here, he would definitely bring a large number of slaves with him. That way, when he returned, he would be a true landlord. He could let the slaves handle the land reclamation and other tasks. He could just stay at home as a master and teach his children well, right? Well, of course, that would require confirming that the land there was truly fertile. Well, Your Highness, I have some doubts. I'm not sure if I should ask. After a moment's hesitation, Master Wang feigned embarrassment and spoke. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand dismissively. Old man, if you have any questions, just ask. There's no need to be polite. Liu Daba watched the exchange between Wang Fuzzy and Zhao Hongyu, and inwardly, he held Zhao Hongyu in a higher regard. He didn't have that condescending attitude, nor did he have a slick demeanor. However, Zhao Hongyu exuded the unspoken authority of a superior, a comforting presence. Although the scar on his face gave him a sinister look, his tone and manner suggested he was also a prince with the air of a military commander. Liu Daba always had a favorable impression of such people. Then I will ask. Master Wang bowed and apologized, then continued, since I have been registered, can my family also be registered? If so, will they also receive land? I would also like to return to the Ming dynasty to pick up my family and bring some servants with me. Is that possible? Seeing Zhao Hongyu's agreement, Master Wang unleashed all the questions on his mind. Zhao Hongyu laughed heartily at Master Wang's questions. If you are registered as a Zhaosong resident, your family will naturally become subjects of the Zhaosong dynasty. However, Your family will no longer enjoy the right to a share of land. Please understand this, old man. Zhao Hongai was no fool. He wouldn't divide the land based on the number of people. For him, allocating land to a few people now was only temporary. In the future, the land would have to be securely controlled by the umbrella company and the imperial royal family. As for the servants you mentioned, they can certainly come with their masters to the Zhaosong dynasty, but their status is still slaves, and they must be registered with a government office. They cannot be considered citizens, huh? Master Wang nodded. From now on, he had nothing to worry about. What he feared most was that the servants would arrive in the Song Empire and be forced to become citizens. That would be a loss. Chapter 527 Arrival in San Francisco. After Master Wang finished asking his own questions, it was Liu Dabaer's turn to ask. Liu Dabaer's question was different from Master Wang's. He was concerned about whether becoming a citizen, a former pirate, would affect his military service. Although Wang Shan had offered an explanation, Liu Dabaer still felt unsure. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If His Royal Highness agreed, then he would have nothing to worry about. Liu Dabaer also wanted to own land, but he also wanted to achieve success. After all, he was young, unlike Master Wang's age. Young people always have goals in life. As a former pirate, this goal was a bit unrealistic. However, when he heard that if he became a registered resident of the Zhaosong dynasty, his past deeds would be forgiven and he would be treated as a good citizen again, he was tempted. With registered resident status and land, he would have security. With a security in place, he could join the army without any worries and earn a good reputation. Furthermore, during his interactions with Wang Shan, he'd heard from him that the Zhaosong Empire valued military merit. Liu Dabi, still somewhat confident in his abilities, suddenly saw hope. Furthermore, he could even afford to pursue the Chen girl. Well, Your Highness, I'm a rough man and not very good with words. I have a lot of questions to ask. I wonder if it's okay, Liu Dabi asked after Zhao Hongaiu and Master Wang had finished their conversation. Because of Zhao Hongaiu's status and position, Liu Dabi seemed a little uneasy, wiggling his hips in a rather comical way. His face was actually quite hot, but it was simply a tan from years at sea, so any blush wouldn't be noticeable. Otherwise, he would have been even more embarrassed and uneasy. As soon as Liu Dabi spoke, Zhao Hongaiu shifted his attention away from Master Wang. He smiled at Liu Dabi and said, "Brother, if you have anything to say, just ask. Don't be so fussy. It's better for men to be straightforward." Zhao Hongaiu's behavior immediately delighted Liu Dabi. He raised his large, fan-like hand and began to stroke the back of his head, chuckling as he did so. He muttered, "Your Highness is truly straightforward. I'm a rough man, I like to be straightforward. Your Highness is very much my style." Master Wang rolled his eyes. However, Master Wang didn't speak to stop Liu Dabi's roughness. After interacting with Zhao Hongaiu for a while, Master Wang realized that this prince of the Zhaosong Empire didn't seem to be very particular about etiquette. Moreover, the crown prince didn't seem angry at Liu Dabi's behavior. If he reminded Liu Dabi of the rules and made him behave properly, he might even anger the crown prince. So, Master Wang kept silent. "We are just human beings. We need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate just like ordinary people. If you have anything to say, just say it. We don't follow the ways of the Ming dynasty." Zhao Hongaiu waved his hand carelessly, with the aura of a mountain king. Seeing Zhao Hongaiu's behavior, Liu Dabi's nervousness disappeared immediately. Instead, he was replaced by a sense of closeness. Even Liu Dabi was surprised by such a change in his heart. But he was a rough man after all, so he didn't care too much about this change. Anyway, this prince was just as he said. It was very much to his liking, wasn't it? During the Ming dynasty, Liu Dabi had also come into contact with many superiors or scholars. These guys were quoting classics and nodding their heads. From time to time, they claimed to be gentlemen and moral role models, as if they were concerned about the people of the world. But behind the scenes, they were all thieves and prostitutes, completely obsessed with money, which was very despicable. At the same time, these guys said one thing and did another, looking down on people like them. Therefore, Liu Dabi was deeply dissatisfied with those Ming dynasty people. Even a small-time official would be barked at and yelled at without meaning to. Conversely, the crown prince of Zhaosong didn't behave in that way. Speaking of status, wasn't Zhao Hongyu's status much higher than those of the Ming dynasty? When he ascended the throne, he would be the same as the emperor, but he was surprisingly affable, without the slightest bit of pretense. Well, Zhao Hongyu's deliberately crude demeanor was considered affable by Liu Dabi. Liu Dabi clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, "I used to be a pirate and wanted to be registered as a Zhaosong citizen. Your Highness said that after registration, I would be a good citizen, and my past disappointments would be forgiven. So, could I join the army as a good citizen and earn my stripes?" Zhao Hongyu, Song Hu, Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Professor Liu had all discussed this. Therefore, he already had a plan in mind. Since he was going to start immigration from the Ming dynasty, he had to let those Ming dynasty immigrants taste the sweetness. Land alone was far from enough, they also had to be given the opportunity to become officials and make a name for themselves. After all, the Chinese people, deep down, love being officials. This fact remained unchanged even in later generations. However, if these Ming dynasty immigrants wanted to become officials, they would only be minor officials. They would not be given high-ranking positions. Therefore, the empire did not stop them from taking the imperial examinations or joining the army. On the contrary, it was very supportive. However, it was impossible for these people to achieve great success. Only after they had lived in America for 3 or 4 generations would high-level positions in the empire gradually open up. This was also an inevitable choice. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu smiled and nodded, saying to Liu Dabi, "Of course, it's possible. Good citizens can join the army, and promotions and rewards should be based on military merit. We, the Zhaosong, are different from the Ming dynasty. We never exploit our soldiers." Liu Dabi smiled and nodded. "General Wang has discussed these matters with me, but I'm unsure. That's why I asked. Now that even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, I have nothing to worry about." It must be said that while Liu Dabi was uneducated, he was nonetheless quite clever. Zhao Hongyu didn't mind Liu Dabi's pettiness. After all, having come so far to register, it wasn't wrong for them to be cautious. It was understandable. Afterwards, Zhao Hongyu, Master Wang, and Liu Dabi chatted for a while longer. He explained all aspects of the empire to them, giving them a deeper understanding. After listening to the Crown Prince's narration and assurances, Zhao Hongyu, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi no longer had any concerns. In short, it sounded much better than the Ming dynasty. However, they still had to see the land before making a final decision. Zhao Hongyu wasn't angry about this. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu didn't object, but rather showed strong support, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi were truly convinced. The fleet continued sailing north along the coastline. After about 3 days, the fleet finally arrived at their first destination, San Francisco. This city, also known as San Francisco in history, was famous for its abundant gold deposits. It was this abundance of gold that attracted a large number of gold prospectors, eventually establishing a city. However, this gold also attracted large numbers of Chinese people, who were trafficked here and became miserable gold miners. This happened over 100 years later. At this time, the historical San Francisco was still a lush, vibrant jungle, but uninhabited. It was teeming with animals and numerous small Indian tribes. In short, it was so peaceful and tranquil here. The fleet anchored not far from shore, and Zhao Hongyu and his companions slowly sailed towards the shore in a small boat. Old Master Wang, Liu Dabi, and the rescued Ming pirates also boarded the boat to accompany them. Since these people were determined to become registered as imperial citizens, they needed to see this place and the barren land they were allotted before they could feel at ease. If the land were truly fertile, they would immediately join the empire. San Francisco's topography is somewhat unusual. Not far east of the shore lies a large inland lake. In later times, this lake became known as Lake Francisco, and its large opening connects to the Pacific Ocean. It was undoubtedly a perfect place to establish a city. Dense forests to the north and south of San Francisco provide abundant timber and wildlife, and historically, numerous gold mines are located at the north and south ends. West of San Francisco's shore lies a fertile plain, perfect for cultivating crops. At the same time, numerous freshwater streams flowed around the inland lake, providing abundant irrigation for the fertile fields. With a little development, this place would be a truly prime location. The climate was also excellent. Upon reaching the shore, Master Wang, Liu Dabi, and the others were stunned. This was truly a treasure trove. It was definitely not the barren land they had imagined. 200 acres of land was a real bargain. Can we take any land? Master Wang asked, turning his gaze to Zhao Hongyu. The forests to the north and south aren't a good option. We've surveyed those areas and found numerous gold veins. We've fought those barbarians for years, suffering countless casualties, all for that gold. We can't let you take it for free. Zhao Hongyu smiled, looking rather savage. But Master Wang shuddered after hearing what he had said. He secretly regretted it, mentally cursing himself for getting carried away. While the Crown Prince may be easygoing and seemingly good-tempered, he's still the Crown Prince. Sometimes, one shouldn't get too complacent. You can follow General Wang to check out the designated wasteland. He intends to station troops here. So when the land is allocated, just find it. Indeed, having arrived here, Wang Shan would be temporarily detained. As the last genetarian with Zhao Hongyu's permission, he had to use his authority to begin building infrastructure to prepare for the influx of Ming Dynasty immigrants. Food, housing, and urban sanitation, all needed to be built. He also had to purchase as much construction material as possible from the trading platform. Only in this way could the framework of a city be erected in a short period of time. Furthermore, the gold here was extremely valuable, and Zhao Hongyu wouldn't give it up. To protect his own interests, a garrison was essential. With a garrison, the immigrants would remain docile. Without it, nothing could be certain. Upon hearing that Wang Shan would be kept, Master Wang was stunned for a moment, then a look of relief crossed his face. Yes, there's gold here, so why wouldn't the Empire station troops there? Besides, gold is something only the state can exploit. It was the same even in the Ming Dynasty. Master Wang's heart had initially raced when he heard there was gold, but he slowly calmed down after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words. That wasn't something he could fathom. He didn't have the luxury of living long enough to enjoy it. Since the Crown Prince had clearly told him, it meant they weren't afraid. Besides, this was their territory. Even if he wanted the gold, he couldn't compete with them. Looking at the Empire's vast military might, if he truly intended to, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. Having understood this, Master Wang calmed down. Zhao Hongyu had told Master Wang that the gold was here, and this information had been leaked to others by other geneticists through various means. When Liu Daba heard about the gold, he simply grinned and dismissed it. In this respect, he was more effective than Master Wang. Liu Daba understood clearly that gold was not something he could even contemplate. The Zhao Song had fought the barbarians for years, and countless casualties had undoubtedly occurred. They had paid such a high price, all for gold. For people like them, with no roots here, to even think about it was simply courting death. Moreover, their lives had been saved by others. People should be content. The other pirates reacted differently, some smiled indifferently, some were unconcerned, and of course, some had some ideas. But regardless, upon hearing that the Empire would station troops here, they had to suppress any thoughts they had. This wasn't their territory, and even if they had any, they were unrealistic. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Hongyu spoke openly and without reservation. Wang Shan, after Zhao Hongyu and Master Wang finished their conversation, they shouted loudly. Coming, Wang Shan, who was directing the genetic soldiers to set up temporary tents, came trotting over. What are your instructions, Your Highness? Immediately mobilize 4,000 men and divide them into 2 groups stationed north and south. At the same time, identify the gold veins and build fortresses. With a force of 4,000 men, plus a few more left behind before leaving, no one could cause any trouble. Zhao Hongyu, feeling reassured, turned to Master Wang and smiled. Master, I'm going to stay here for a few days too. Let's go and see the wasteland on that plain. Chapter 528, Fertile Land. The geneticists brought shiploads of materials to shore and stacked them neatly. In fact, these materials had all been purchased by Zhao Hongyu in advance through his hack. Master Wang and his companions hadn't noticed any flaws, so they didn't need to worry too much. The geneticists' construction was already in full swing, and Master Wang and his companions were of no use for the time being. Since they were already determined to obtain imperial household registration, Zhao Hongyu didn't mind taking them on a tour and showing them the quality of the land. Once Master Wang and his companions settled down, obtaining household registration would be a piece of cake. On Earth, there are not many places with fertile land. The Russian Far East, China's Northeast, and the east and west coasts of the Americas are all exceptionally fertile. There's also a contrast between these three regions. The Far East's summer is short year-round, with only a few months suitable for planting, followed by long, cold winters. Therefore, crops can only be grown once. The same is true of China's northeastern black soil. In contrast, the situation was different along the east and west coasts of America. While winters did occur, the relatively benign climate made greenhouse cultivation possible during these times. Of course, this was during the 17th century. With the advancement of technology, such problems could be solved. But generally speaking, the land along the west coast near San Francisco was still very fertile. If they could utilize it wisely and cultivate some of it, Master Wang and his companions would have made a real profit. Led by Zhao Hongyu, Master Wang and his companions were each given a sturdy war horse. Accompanied by a squad of 800 imperial guards, they drove along the coast toward the eastern plains. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a vast expanse of plains. Master Wang and his companions gazed upon the lush green expanse, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Even a fool could see the fertility of the land here. Although it hadn't been cultivated yet, it looked like barren land. But after seeing the quality of the land, Master Wang and his companions were confident that once cultivated, the fields would be considered top-notch farmland. Even in the Ming Dynasty, such fertile farmland was rare. An acre of land like this would have cost at least 20 or 30 taels of silver in the Ming Dynasty, and even that wasn't guaranteed to be available. Only a fool would sell it in 2 days. 2 acres of land. That's 5 or 6,000 taels of silver. As long as they registered as a household, the land would be theirs. Although they couldn't buy and sell it freely, with such fertile land, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Supporting their families would be a piece of cake. Everyone pulled the reins and dismounted. Master Wang even knelt on the ground, rubbed a handful of soil in front of his eyes, and examined it carefully. Although he was a scholar, he wasn't the kind of scholar who could barely tie a chicken. Before he passed the imperial examination, he was also an expert in farming. Although due to some accident, he became a pirate and hadn't farmed for decades, his understanding of the land was far greater than Zhao Hongyu and the others. At the same time, 157 pirates. Most of them were farmers before they became pirates. How could they not know how valuable the land here was? They'd made a killing, by God. They'd really made a killing. With 2 acres of land like this, why would they still want to be pirates? They could easily start a family here, find a woman to carry on the family line. Piracy, after all, was a life of hardship, and the lion's share didn't belong to small-time pirates like them. But these 2 acres were real. While they couldn't be bought or sold, they could pass it down to future generations. Isn't that what life is all about? After inspecting the land on the plain and confirming its quality, Master Wang and the others' last remaining worries were gone. Standing up again, rubbing his hands to remove the dirt, Master Wang approached Zhao Hongyu, who was surveying the surrounding terrain. He cupped his hands and bowed to Zhao Hongyu. Your Highness, the land here is very fertile. Once it is cultivated, it will become excellent farmland. We are willing to register as Zhao Song's resident. Your Highness, please help us get a written identity as soon as possible. Why not take action sooner rather than later? Only an idiot would do that. After hearing Master Wang speak first, the pirates around also came over and expressed their ideas honestly and politely. Their idea was the same as Master Wang's, that is, to ask Zhao Hongyu to help them get a written identity as soon as possible and register them as Zhao Song's resident. Only after registering as Zhao Song's resident could they start to choose land. Holding the land in their own hands would be a real peace of mind. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Okay. When we get back, I'll have General Wang register you. From now on, you'll be a village in the city, and the town's development will be centered around this plain. After completing your household registration, you can choose your own plots of land. I think it would be best if your plots were connected so everyone can look after each other, and it would also be convenient for building houses nearby. Zhao Hongyu's words warmed Master Wang's heart. That's right, they were considered outsiders. Therefore, gathering together would provide support. If any trouble arose, they could help each other. Zhao Hongyu's suggestion was based on the possibility of local people nearby. The garrison couldn't always protect them. After all, they had to search for and monitor the gold mines. Therefore, public security and self-protection would have to rely on Master Wang and his men. Of course, this was only temporary. With the arrival of Ming Dynasty immigrants, the population here would undoubtedly increase. With this increase in population, there would be less need to worry about the nearby Indians. Building a city here was also inevitable. It's a shame to use the land here to build a house, although Master Wang was delighted. The thought of building on such fertile land still made him feel a little sad. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, dense forests stretched to the north and south, leaving no defensible place. As if seeing what he was worried about, Zhao Hongyu said, "I was just saying this casually. General Wang is in charge of building the city. Will he choose a suitable site?" Master Wang bowed and then said nothing. He knew it was not his place to intervene in this matter. After all, he was not a member of the Zhaosong government. After all, after being registered as a Zhaosong resident, he was a commoner. Why would he get involved in such a major military and national affair? "Master Wang, I heard that you were a scholar during the Ming dynasty," Zhao Hongyu asked, his head slightly lowered as he sat on his horse, smiling at Master Wang. Unsure why Zhao Hongyu asked, Master Wang remained respectful. He replied, "The books of the sages of Zhengdu were written, but unfortunately, their actions have brought shame upon them." Zhao Hongyu nodded. "After you return with your family, you can try to speak to General Wang. You are considered the first group of people here. We will continue to immigrate here, and by that time, various government offices will have been established. You could also take a position in one of them." Upon hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Master Wang's eyes lit up. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. As a former scholar of the Ming dynasty, wasn't his dream to become an official? While he couldn't achieve that in the Ming, if he could in the Zhaosong dynasty, then that was fine. "I'm afraid it's not possible," he said modestly, though he was truly willing. Zhao Hongyu didn't care. He smiled and said, "General Wang will make the final decision on this matter. You can consider it after you've brought your family back. You can take a look around here first. I'm going to go for a walk around." Then, Zhao Hongyu ignored Master Wang and the others and vanished with his guards. Watching Zhao Hongyu and the others slowly disappear into the distance, Master Wang's heart still churned with excitement. He thought, perhaps this scholar might have caught the eye of the Crown Prince. A city needed to be built here, and a government office was needed. Would that mean he could join the government as a minor official? The size of the authority wasn't important, it was status that mattered. Master Wang had no such thoughts about becoming a chief official. But if he could truly join the government and take charge of some matters, the benefits for his family, himself, and his band of brothers would be immense. His Highness had also said that immigration would continue here. As the population grew, the power of the officials would also increase. At this moment, the surrounding pirates gathered around him. The pirates had heard Master Wang and Zhao Hongyu's conversation clearly. Zhao Hongyu had told Master Wang to talk with General Wang, and that he was hoping Master Wang would contribute to the construction of a government office. They had heard every word. What did this mean? Could it be that the Crown Prince was planning to assign Master Wang a position here? If so, it would be a great advantage for the brothers. Liu Daba came to Master Wang's side and stood still. He turned to look at his brothers, who all looked inquiring, and then turned back to Master Wang and said seriously, "Master, does His Royal Highness mean that Master Wang might have a position in the government office in the future?" Master Wang then slowly withdrew his gaze and took 2 deep breaths. "That sounds like what you said, but I'm not sure. But I can guarantee that even if I can enter the government office, I will never be the chief official. At best, I will be a lowly official of the 9th rank." Although he said so, there was a hint of pride on Master Wang's face. To be continued. Chapter 529 The Pirates' Plans. Although a petty official might be considered low-ranking, he was still considered part of the system. Ordinary wealthy households and landlords generally wouldn't offend such a person. It could be said that such a petty official was also a worthy enemy with status and position in society. So, despite his disapproval, Master Wang was actually quite proud of himself. Before becoming a pirate, he had been a scholar, his dream being to become an official and bring honor to his family. This was generally the view held by Chinese scholars of the era. However, after Master Wang became a pirate, this idea died. Now, suddenly he had such an opportunity again. How could he not be excited? Forget petty officialdom, he would even sweep the floor in the government office. Being a government official and being a pirate were 2 different identities. One could hold his head high in the air, while the other had to cower in fear and remain silent. Comparing the 2, it was clear which was superior and which was inferior. Nothing is certain yet, everything depends on the wishes of General Wang. What we need to do now is to quickly complete the naturalization paperwork, select the land, and then wait for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to depart. Once we return and fetch our families, we can begin reclaiming the wasteland. Master Wang grew serious, explaining the crucial tasks before everyone. True, some things seemed a bit far off, there was still much to do. They needed to quickly obtain naturalization and select the land. I'm a bachelor, so I won't go back. Once the land is selected, I'll start building my own shack and reclaiming the wasteland right away. The thought of owning 200 acres of land fills me with energy, someone exclaimed to Master Wang. Yes, Dao He is right, 200 acres. The quality of the soil here is unmatched. I guarantee the yield will be no less than 1.5 tan of grain per acre. This land is incredibly fertile. Someone immediately shouted the man's name, echoing the man's sentiment. Most of these pirates were bachelors. After all, people like Master Wang, with families, were rare. Therefore, many hadn't considered returning to the Ming. Of course, no one had considered as much or as detailed as Master Wang. They simply envisioned owning 200 mu of land and becoming wealthy landlords. Therefore, they simply wanted to quickly reclaim the wasteland. However, these people hadn't considered how they could cultivate 200 mu of wasteland on their own. Besides, wouldn't they have to eat or drink here? And there was even the problem of shelter. Simply building a shack wouldn't be enough. These people were completely overwhelmed by the 200 mu of land, their minds preoccupied with the land, forgetting many more important things. Master Wang understood them well. The people of the Ming dynasty had a strong attachment to land. Even the Chinese people of later generations were no different. And let alone the people of the 17th century. This was prime land. If reclaimed, it would be top-notch farmland worth 20 or 30 taels of silver. 200 mu, that's 5 or 6,000 taels of silver. This thing can be passed down from father to son, from son to grandson, and so on and so forth. As long as the Zhao Song dynasty survives, future generations will have no worries about food and drink. Is that what you mean? Wang Fuzi asked Liu Dabi, seeing the excited brothers around him. Liu Dabi was also a bachelor. So he probably wouldn't return to the Ming dynasty. What's more, there was a Miss Chen here who haunted him. Liu Dabi had asked, and Miss Chen would stay here with the army. She wouldn't go east. Therefore, Liu Dabi, who had set his sights on Miss Chen, would most likely not follow. Seeing Wang Fuzi asking him this question, Liu Dabi grunted and actually became embarrassed. This was completely different from his usual straightforward personality. Wang Fuzi saw Liu Dabi's reaction and didn't understand what was going on. While chuckling, Master Wang sighed inwardly. His sigh wasn't because his brothers and Liu Dabi weren't returning to the east, but because they hadn't considered things carefully enough. As the saying goes, those who worry about the future are bound to have immediate worries. They only saw the land, but they'd forgotten the things that went before it was reclaimed. If certain issues weren't addressed before reclaiming the land, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Master Wang felt that as a pirate, he still had to remind his family. After all, they'd been together through thick and thin for so many years, so he couldn't be too selfish. The reason he'd considered more than they had was simply because he was a scholar. But these brothers were different. They were rough men, acting straightforwardly and without much forethought. This reassured Master Wang that he would enter the government as a minor official, so that he could look after his brothers, ensure a good life on this land, and ensure a peaceful future for their descendants. Ahem. Master Wang didn't press Liu Dabi's plans. Instead, he coughed, cleared his throat, and then shouted, "Is that what you all think?" "Yes, Master." "Isn't that a wrong idea?" The man named Dat He, who had spoken first, asked loudly from the periphery. Master Wang slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his brothers. "Alice." He sighed deeply before saying, "I understand what you're thinking. 200 acres of land, anyone would laugh in their dreams. Moreover, the soil here is so good, it would be top-notch fertile land if reclaimed. If it were me, I'd want to pick up a hoe and start clearing the land right away." The brothers burst into laughter. But Master Wang continued, "But have you considered, brothers? It's 200 acres. How long will it take you all to finish clearing it? And you're not eating or drinking, you're just going hungry to do it." As Master Wang raised his questions, the laughter gradually died down. His expression also turned serious. "Yes, why didn't I think of these things just now?" Master Wang was absolutely right. Could it be that we were going to open up wasteland on an empty stomach? That's 200 acres of wasteland. There's no way one person could finish it all. Seeing that everyone was stunned by his words, Master Wang was very satisfied. Besides, does everyone have the tools for opening up the wasteland? Do you have a place to stay? The brothers who had laughed before fell silent at this time. Master, what do you say we should do? Liu Daba asked at this time. Yes, Master, what do you think we should do? Master, from what you said, it seems you definitely have a solution. Why don't you tell us? Master, you've really thought this through. You're truly a scholar, unlike us roughnecks. Master, please speak quickly. We'll all listen to you. Master, you're a scholar. When we build a village here, you'll be the village chief. Everyone, stop talking nonsense and let me speak. Master Wang's words struck a chord with everyone. He pointed out things they'd overlooked, awakening everyone. Hearing Master Wang's words, everyone was stunned to realize there were so many things they hadn't considered. The problem was, they were all roughnecks. They could fight with knives, but considering things wasn't their forte. So, everyone looked eagerly at Master Wang, waiting for his advice. In their view, Master was a scholar, which meant he was intelligent. Smart people always find a way. If Master Wang hadn't enlightened everyone, they wouldn't have known there were so many things they hadn't considered. We may have over 100 people, but that's far from enough, Master Wang said after a moment's hesitation. Since you're all going to be naturalized owners of 200 acres of land, you'll be considered landlords, right? Landlords don't have to have servants or anything, and they don't have to do the work themselves. Master Wang began to explain his plans to his brothers one by one. We were all pirates in the past, living on the edge of the knife, and only then have we accumulated a small fortune. Are you willing to give up all that money like this? Yes, everyone had been captured by the Dutch and brought here. However, back in the Ming Dynasty, they all had considerable wealth. As Master Wang had said, their wealth was hard-earned, and it would be a real shame to throw it away. It would be heartbreaking. However, everyone had originally thought that since they already had 200 mu of land, they could just give up a small amount of money. But, since they were about to become landlords, did they really want to be a landowner without any money? I have over 1,000 taels of silver in the Ming Dynasty. My plan is to bring my family back and use the money to buy some servants, maids, and other servants, and bring them here with me, Master Wang said seriously. With servants, cultivating the land will be much easier, and we can also buy some food to last us until the land is cultivated and harvested. Master, the people of Zhao say they have Kunlun slaves for sale here. Someone thought of this and mentioned it. Master Wang nodded and said, yes, Zhao has Kunlun slaves, but I've calculated that they're not worth buying. They're too expensive. He then converted the prices of Kunlun slaves to those of Ming Dynasty servants, giving everyone a clearer understanding. To be continued. Chapter 530, The Pirates Registered in Zhao. Next, Master Wang began calculating the price for his brothers. The price of a Kunlun slave here is around 20 or 30 taels of silver. That's quite a lot. I think everyone agrees. The people around him nodded in agreement. What a joke. 20 or 30 taels of silver for a Kunlun slave. Of course that's a high price. Absolutely ridiculously high. In the Ming Dynasty, how much did a willing servant earn? Only 5 or 6 taels of silver. Everyone pondered this inwardly. Master Wang continued, I still remember last year, when a drought struck northwest Ming, displacing countless families. 6 months ago, the Wai River flooded, forcing countless families to flee their homes. Zhejiang, Guangdong, and Fujian were flooded with victims. Everywhere you looked, you'd see people selling themselves into slavery. These people only paid a few taels of silver a man, and the same price for a maid. Some even offered nothing, just enough to keep them fed. So, it's much more cost-effective than being a Kunlun slave. As Master Wang spoke, a sudden realization dawned on everyone. Indeed, Master Wang was right. Why should he buy Kunlun slaves? He should return to that man, withdraw the money he had left behind in Ming, recruit some refugees as his servants, and then convert the money into food. With those servants, he could return here and let them work on the land reclamation. And he would be the master. Well, compared to buying Kunlun slaves that cost 20 or 30 taels of silver, the refugees from the Ming Dynasty are more useful. We can wait until the fields are cultivated and we have money to buy Kunlun slaves. There's no need to rush. As expected of a scholar, Master Wang has a sharp mind. Why couldn't I think of this? After understanding what Master Wang said, the brothers around him whispered to each other and started talking. The meaning of their conversation was nothing more than that Master Wang was smart and they were a bit stupid. Master Wang continued, "What we've done is actually a way out for those people. After becoming our servants, those refugees who followed us here will at least have enough to eat, never going hungry again. Furthermore, we're not like the barbaric Ming dynasty. After joining the Zhao dynasty, we're all good citizens and lords. They'll certainly treat our servants well. With 200 acres of fertile land, we can raise our children well and strive to pass on the legacy of poetry and literature." Master Wang's last words resonated deeply with the brothers. He also reminded them that now that they were good citizens, possessing servants and land and becoming lords, they couldn't resort to pirate tactics all the time. They should all be honest citizens, marry, have children, and raise them, striving to educate them and take the imperial examinations. All the brothers resonated deeply with Master Wang's advice. Their lives had been marred by their lack of education, their crudeness, and their inability to think things through. Look at Master Wang. He is different because he passed the imperial examination. Not only is he very thoughtful about everything, but he also speaks very logically. If Master Wang had not encountered a natural disaster when he was young, perhaps he would have become a Jiren or a Tanhua or something. Why did he end up hanging out with these rough guys and becoming pirates? And Master Wang is right, it doesn't matter if they are like this. But they will have children in the future. As a parent, who doesn't want their children to succeed? This is how they will live their lives, but their children will definitely not. The Zhao Empire has the same culture and ethnicity, and it is estimated that there will be an imperial examination system like the Ming dynasty. As long as the child is well trained, he may become a scholar or a Jiren in the future. At that time, it will bring honor to the family. Master, you're right. Once we become registered as Zhao and Song citizens, we'll be good citizens. Once we become good citizens, we won't have to resort to the pirate trappings we once did. Furthermore, Master, as we've heard, turning those Ming dynasty refugees into our servants is also a life-saving act, and it benefits us, isn't it? With that, echoed by the brothers, Master Wang and the others mounted their horses and set off. They were heading to find Wang Shan and quickly complete the procedures for registering as Zhao and Song citizens. They feared any delays. Originally, they'd worried about the poor quality of the land, so they'd held off on this, leaving themselves a way out. But now, they could see with their own eyes that the land here was truly excellent. Once cultivated, it would be top-notch farmland. I wouldn't say much, but a yield of 1.5 or 2 dan of grain would definitely be possible. This was undoubtedly much higher than the yield of an acre of land in the Ming dynasty. At that time, an acre of land in the Ming dynasty only produced about 100 kilograms of grain, and that only required the best farmland. If it were barren land, the yield per mu wouldn't even reach 100 caddies. Less than 100 caddies, that's less than 1 dan. Such a yield is indeed quite low. So, seeing such prime land, how could Master Wang and his companions not be excited? Land is security. It's a guarantee for future generations. Moreover, this is prime land. Therefore, Master Wang and his companions were not so unruly and excited. Master Wang and his companions quickly rode their horses to Wang Shan's makeshift headquarters. Master Wang and his companions dismounted from their horses and began walking, as the soldiers had already begun their journey. General Wang, the Crown Prince said you can handle household registration procedures here. Master Wang entered first, and upon seeing Wang Shan seated at a small wooden table, he asked. The rest of the group waited outside the tent. Wang Shan nodded. Yes, Master, you wish to become a citizen. The arrival of Master Wang and his companions was something Wang Shan had anticipated. Ever since they and His Highness had gone to look at the land, Wang Shan knew Master Wang and the others would come back to him to complete the naturalization procedures. Sure enough, Master Wang and the others had arrived. Yes, General Wang, we all plan to become naturalized. The sooner we become naturalized, the sooner we can get our land, Master Wang said, blushing and bowing to Wang Shan. Wang Shan sat up straight and smiled at Master Wang, saying, that's right. The sooner we become naturalized, the sooner we can get our land. We can also choose a good plot of land. Later, when immigrants arrive, they won't be able to choose a good plot of land. As he spoke, Wang Shan took out a form and placed it on the table. Master, fill it out here, he said, handing over the brush and inkstone. Master Wang stepped forward, dipped the brush in black ink, and then looked down at the form. The form was written entirely in traditional Chinese characters, specifically for these people and future immigrants. Master Wang, a scholar, could understand it well. It was merely a matter of personal information, such as where one came from, how old they were, whether they were single, and so on. This was merely a temporary household registration procedure, a temporary citizenship document. Once they had their land allocated and built their own homes, they could formally apply for citizenship documents confirming their address and other information. Master Wang quickly completed the form. Wang Shan, smiling, produced a transparent, hard plastic tag and handed it to him. Master Wang took the hard plastic tag and examined it over and over. The hard plastic tag had embossed patterns and text on the front and back to verify the holder's identity. In that era, only the Zhao Song Empire had such a thing. Other countries simply couldn't produce it, so there was no need to worry about impersonation. Hard plastic, while commonplace today, was a high-tech product in the 17th century, impossible to forge. Wang Shan obtained these temporary ID tags through the space-time trader, which was very convenient. Later, with Master Wang's help, the other pirate brothers also filled out information forms and received temporary ID badges. After all, except for Master Wang, the others were all unsophisticated and illiterate. After receiving their temporary ID badges, Wang Shan told them, "These are just temporary ID badges. You can't get your proper citizenship badges just yet." Without waiting for Master Wang's questions, he explained, "Because you haven't chosen your own homesteads, you don't own your own houses or land, so I can't make citizenship badges. I have to clearly state on the citizenship badges that they belong to you. This is also a way to prove to others that your property is sacred and inviolable." Hearing Wang Shan's words, Master Wang stroked his goatee and nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing with Wang Shan's reasoning. With property and land written on the household registration badge, it's undeniable no matter where you go. Even if others were greedy, they couldn't do it. This was far superior to the Ming dynasty. What did good citizens fear most? It was the corrupt officials in the government who would embezzle their wealth. Master Wang then explained to the puzzled crowd around him, making sure everyone understood the purpose of the official badges. After hearing Master Wang's explanation, everyone understood. This was great news. Wang Shan then said, "Now that everyone has received their temporary citizenship documents, the next step is to select land." He glanced up at the sky, then turned back to the group and said, "It's still early, so let's go select land." Everyone cheered. Of course, dividing up land. How could this not make people happy? Wang Shan stood up and walked out of the tent. "I'll lead them in selecting land. You guys stay here to direct them. By the way, have Adjutant Sun and his men follow us to keep a record of the land," Wang Shan said as he walked. The busy genets inside the tent responded one after another. A genet adjutant named Sun, accompanied by several of his men, followed, carrying a blue leather-wrapped notebook, trailing behind Wang Shan. "Brothers, let's go. Let's go divide the land," Wang Shan shouted outside, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of his brothers. "The ancestors have appeared. We have our own land. Ha ha ha, we have our own land too." It was clear that the Chinese were deeply obsessed with land. Wang Shan secretly stuck out his tongue, then turned serious again. The crowd surrounded Wang Shan like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding him as he walked towards where the horses were tied. At this moment, Master Wang squeezed in beside Wang Shan and said with an apologetic smile, "Young General Wang, I have a small request. I wonder if you could accommodate me." Wang Shan smiled faintly. "Tell me about it," Master Wang then said. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has said that the site for the city hasn't been chosen yet. So, could the land we choose be closer to the city? Also, could our houses be connected, not separated, and the same applies to the land?" Wang Shan immediately understood Master Wang's calculations. Chinese people, when traveling abroad, generally build relationships and seek out fellow townspeople, providing mutual support. Master Wang's plan, presumably, was similar. However, Wang Shan wasn't about to refuse. After all, he understood the sentiments of Master Wang and his group. Considering their current circumstances, it wasn't surprising they had such a thought. It was simply a desire to help each other. It wasn't a big deal. Thinking of this, Wang Shan nodded, looked at Master Wang with a smile, and said, "Master, this small request of yours is completely within our grasp. It's no problem. You and your brothers are all familiar with each other. so you can look after each other if you run into trouble. Just remember, don't bully those who come later." He agreed, but there were also some things he had to say clearly. Master Wang and his fellow mortals were arguably the first immigrants to arrive in San Francisco. Furthermore, they were also a group of pirates. Their land and residences would inevitably be connected, forming a fairly large group. When the Ming Dynasty immigrants arrived, there was no guarantee there wouldn't be any friction. If there were any friction or conflict, these pirates wouldn't treat the immigrants well. Therefore, precautions were essential. Master Wang was no fool. Wang Shan's words immediately made clear the implications. Therefore, Master Wang quickly assured Wang Shan, "General, don't worry. My brothers and I are good citizens after we get registered. We will never be like before. We will let the government make the decision on everything." Chapter 531, Dividing the Land. It was barely noon when Wang Shan, Liu Dabur, and Master Wang returned to the plains to select land. They had plenty of time. After returning to the plains, the adjutant immediately led his men to survey the land. "General, if we're going to build a city, I don't think this is a suitable place, is it?" Master Wang observed the surroundings and whispered to Wang Shan. Wang Shan smiled and said, "It's okay. There are just a few native savages here. They're not a big threat." Seeing Wang Shan wave his hand, Master Wang fell silent. After all, given his current status, it was difficult for him to make such a suggestion. Wang Shan pointed at the vast plain and said to Master Wang, "The tribes here number no more than a few thousand, and their weapons are very backward. Ever since we united and defeated the larger tribes, there's been no organized resistance here, so you don't have to worry." He smiled at Master Wang and said, "I plan to build a structure here that combines both living and defense. This will definitely allow you to protect yourself." Thinking of Professor Liu's advice, Wang Shan spoke to Master Wang without a trace of worry. Indeed, Professor Liu had already given Wang Shan a suggestion regarding the type of architecture here. Furthermore, it had been proven to be highly feasible. If utilized, these Ming immigrants could definitely live safely here. The surrounding small Indian tribes wouldn't pose any threat. Besides the Ming immigrants' self-defense, he and the thousands of genetic man warriors were more than enough to be a mere decoration. If a major crisis arose, those 4,000-plus genetic man warriors would be more than enough to put the Indian tribes within a radius of hundreds of miles to the sword. However, things couldn't be so bad. By cultivating good relations with the surrounding Indians, perhaps the Indians in this region, like those on the East Coast, could be brought into the Empire's fold. Then, wouldn't these Indians become subjects of the Empire? The East Coast is already occupied by imperial cities and towns, ready for development and construction. Within 20 years, Europeans hoping to reach the Americas from the East Coast would be sheer wishful thinking. And now, the Empire's tentacles have reached the West Coast, practically controlling the entire continent from coast to coast. With gradual progress, it's entirely possible to advance from coast to coast, ultimately achieving complete domination of the Americas. The colonies in Central America would also be brought under imperial control. European influence had been completely driven out of the Americas. Using Central America as a base, they would then develop South America. The entire American continent is more than enough for the empire to expand. The resources on the American continent are incredibly abundant. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and oil. The empire can be self-sufficient, requiring no outside help. And as time passed, the population could also grow slowly. If it weren't for the desire to expedite the conquest of America, Zhao Hongyu and his team could have simply worked diligently and reached the required population size in just 20 or 30 years. The problem was, Zhao Hongyu and his team didn't want to waste 20 or 30 years. While the space-time trader could strangely cultivate genetic humans, due to restrictions on species and price, the population increase wouldn't be significant year-round. This was extremely detrimental to the empire's development. The 8 township heads, besides purchasing supplies for city construction, spent almost half their annual expenses on genetic human cultivation. After all, a population meant urban development, and urban development also required an increase in the number of Chinese genetic humans. The system had a threshold. If the number of Chinese people was too small, it could cause instability in the empire. Otherwise, Zhao Hongyu could easily cultivate cheaper genetic humans to supplement the empire's population. But precisely because of this threat, Zhao Hongyu didn't dare to do so. Besides, they had toiled for over 2 years here, building such a large foundation. Everything was going well. He didn't want any unexpected event to cause the empire to collapse. If he were eliminated, the empire would become a land ruled by Gurkhas or Somali blacks, which would be disastrous. Therefore, increasing the population of people of Chinese descent was a top priority. During the Lunar New Year holiday, Zhao Hongyu had accumulated a year's worth of 50 to 60 billion yuan, but in the end, he had only managed to cultivate 77,000 people of Chinese descent. This number was a drop in the bucket for the vast land of America. The 8 village heads with authority only managed to cultivate 110,000 to 20,000 people of Chinese descent in a single year. In other words, in the entire year of 1621, the number of Chinese descent increased by only 200,000. Anywhere else, 200,000 people would be more than enough. But the problem was, this was the American continent. North America, Central America, South America, a vast territory that Zhao Hongyu could occupy and develop as long as he had the population. But the empire lacked the population. How could Zhao Hongyu not be anxious? Moreover, although Zhao Hongyu possessed a powerful cheat, it didn't seem possible that he would suddenly become powerful. Clearly, this was unrealistic. Thus, emigrating from the Ming dynasty became a consensus among the imperial high command. Wang Fuzi, Liu Dabi, and the others were the first lucky recipients of this consensus. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan mixed truth and falsehood in what Wang Fuzi and the others said, making it difficult for them to distinguish the truth from the falsehood. But regardless, San Francisco really had no enemies. As for the small Indian tribes in the surrounding area, how could they possibly be a match for the empire? Wang Shan simply didn't take those Indians seriously. Of course, the resettlement of the immigrants still needed careful consideration. Originally, Zhao Hongyu had proposed building a Chinese-style city with high walls to protect against possible dangers. However, this idea was ultimately rejected by Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai. In the end, it was Professor Liu who offered a suggestion that everyone could accept, convincing Zhao Hongyu to adopt his approach. Wang Shan also felt that this approach was very feasible. The American continent was extremely rich, with various products, minerals, and wildlife resources. It was countless times higher than that of China. It was foreseeable that the immigrants from the Ming dynasty could live a very prosperous life here as long as they worked hard. Moreover, they had the empire as their backing, as well as those incredible goods. Soon, the land was divided. Then Wang Shan's adjutant led the team to mark the boundaries and put up makeshift wooden signs as markers. At the same time, the land documents were distributed one by one to Master Wang and the others. After Master Wang and the others received the land documents, their hands trembled with excitement. This was their own land. Although it was still a wasteland covered with weeds, once it was reclaimed, it would definitely be excellent farmland. There was absolutely no doubt about that. I'll allocate 15 mu of land for you as a homestead. As for construction, don't worry. We'll build it for you free of charge. It'll just take a little time, so I hope you don't mind. This was a great thing. They were actually building a house for them. This was a huge favor. Master Wang and the others were gushing with thanks. Wang Shan waved his hand, interrupting their flattery. Let me be clear, building a house for free might not look good. After all, we have to consider your safety. So it can't be built in the style of the Ming dynasty. You should be prepared for this. Wang Shan looked at Master Wang and the others seriously. Also, the 200 mu of wasteland can only be developed into fertile farmland and cannot be used for any other purpose. Anyone who violates this rule will have the land reclaimed. Wang Shan's words were crystal clear. The 200 mu of land could not be used for anything else, such as building a house. At least 15 mu of land had been designated as homestead. And it was free. Master Wang and the others had nothing to say. After all, it didn't cost the family any money, so if they were picky about such a good thing, it would be really boring. General, there are over 100 of us, and 15 acres of land is more than enough. But we don't know what kind of housing you plan to build for us. I don't mean any harm, but I want to return to the Ming dynasty and borrow family to bring back with me. I also need to buy some servants and maids from the Ming dynasty, and I'm worried that we won't have enough space. Yes, 15 acres of land divided among over 100 people is enough. But the problem is, after Master Wang and his family return and borrow family, they will also need to buy a large number of servants and maids to serve as their master. In this case, 15 acres of land may obviously not be enough. It was precisely because of this concern that Master Wang asked cautiously. Wang Shan smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's definitely enough room. The house we're building for free is big enough for you and your servants. You'll know once we're done, right? If there's not enough, I'll just give you some land." Wang Shan finally made this promise, which made Master Wang breathe a sigh of relief. Although Master Wang was puzzled by Wang Shan's certainty, he knew he couldn't ask any more questions. If this disturbed others, it would be bad. At this time, Wang Shan suddenly asked, "Why did you think of buying servants from the Ming dynasty instead of our black slaves? You know, the black slaves here can eat and work." Wang Shan was a little confused. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 532 Chat. Black slaves were extremely popular in the Song Empire. Anyone with a bit of money would buy a few to take home as servants or to cultivate the land. The largest purchases came from the Chinese farmers who had received land. The demand for black slaves even exceeded supply. This was primarily due to labor shortage caused by a small population. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu and his men hadn't yet developed mechanized farming equipment, so farming required a large workforce. Wang Shan thought buying black slaves was more convenient. Purchasing servants from the Ming dynasty would cost the same, but be more troublesome. So, why did Master Wang come up with the idea of obtaining servants from the Ming dynasty? Facing Wang Shan's confusion, Master Wang smiled and explained. He compared the price of black slaves with the price of servants and maids in the Ming dynasty. Wang Shan still had something to understand. "Oh my god, I can't believe a living person could be so cheap in the Ming dynasty. Is this even human? They're worse than animals," Wang Shanmeng exclaimed in astonishment after hearing Master Wang's account. Master Wang nodded, "Isn't it? They're worse than animals. A fat pig can fetch a few taels of silver, but a living, breathing human being is worth less than a pig. Human life truly is worth less than an animal." Master Wang echoed Wang Shan and offered a few words of criticism. "How could this be?" Wang Shan asked knowingly. Professor Liu had already analyzed the situation in the Ming dynasty. Though old, he possessed a greater knowledge of history than the younger generation. The Ming dynasty was currently experiencing a mini ice age. Natural disasters were relentless, bringing untold suffering to the people. Droughts, floods, and even locust plagues were all natural disasters. Additionally, with the presence of the nobles and landlords, land annexation was intensifying. This exacerbated the already difficult life of the people. In the eyes of the nobles, the peasants weren't even human, they were nothing more than upright animals. Who cared about their lives? To survive, peasants sold their children and even fled their homes. All they wanted was a way to stay alive. To that end, they sold themselves into slavery. This was commonplace, not uncommon in the Ming dynasty. In any major city, you could see people kneeling in the street, sticking straw in their mouths to sell themselves. At least, for those struggling to make ends meet, selling themselves into slavery offered a way to eat. While not necessarily full, they wouldn't starve to death. With so many people like them, it was difficult to sell for a high price. The competition was fierce. Consequently, everyone was desperate to lower the prices to sell themselves. Selling themselves meant a way to survive. Furthermore, the number of people selling themselves into slavery was enormous. In short, the price was very low. Some even refused to pay, simply asking for 2 meals a day. Such situations were both amusing and tragic. This shows the depths of the Ming dynasty. Yet, even these scholars and jurists still indulged in debauchery, discussing matters of the state, yet they turned a blind eye to what was happening around them. This truly exemplified the saying, "The rich feast, the rich freeze to death on the streets." Although the emperor wanted to provide relief to the victims, the funds allocated were often embezzled by those compassionate officials who constantly talked about the state. Often, a tael of silver meant for the victims amounted to only a few copper coins. Such a small amount of money was of little use. If it weren't for the need to get things done, it's unlikely that even a few copper coins would reach the victims. This was the state of Ming dynasty officials. The Ming dynasty officials whose names were recorded in history books are often described as incorruptible, but a closer look reveals that none of them didn't have opulent homes. Hai Rui was a special case, he was after fame. Ming dynasty officials were all like this, either seeking wealth or fame, though some were even more shameless, seeking both. It's true that the Ming dynasty was full of such eccentricities. How could Professor Liu, the venerable professor, be unaware of these things? So, when he proposed relocating Ming Dynasty civilians, Professor Liu mentioned this to Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu. Based on this premise, Professor Liu felt that dealing with Ming Dynasty officials was a sure thing. They were greedy for money, weren't they? Just use money to win them over. Moreover, the emperor was also short of money at the time, so he could also use money to win them over. From the emperor down to the officials, as long as they were bribed, immigration would be unstoppable. Therefore, relocating the Ming Dynasty's refugees was a sure thing. Besides, rather than starving to death in the Ming Dynasty, it would be better to give them a chance to survive in America. This would also be a virtuous act. Professor Liu used this argument to convince Zhao Hongyu and the others. Now, Wang Shan was playing dumb. Seeing Wang Shan's puzzled expression, Master Wang realized that these people from the Zhao Song dynasty had certainly never been to the Ming dynasty. Therefore, it was normal for them to be unaware of the happenings there, including the corruption. He then explained the situation to Wang Shan. While Master Wang was conversing with Wang Shan, Liu Dabi and the others began to go wild on their designated plots of land. They kept shouting and yelling, or mumbling to themselves with tears streaming down their faces. Clearly, owning one's own land was an incredibly exciting experience. For the Ming people of that era, their mentality was difficult for the genetically modified to understand. They watched the shouting and frantic crowd, mentally deriding them as country bumpkins. Last year, there were floods in Hubei and Huainan, drought in the northwest, and locusts at the beginning of the year. The Ming dynasty's treasury was empty, and the emperor could not provide money for disaster relief. As a result, many victims left their homes and sought work. Because there were so many victims, many people sold their bodies. Everyone hoped to sell their bodies smoothly, so the prices kept getting lower and lower, just to get a good deal. Master Wang spoke of this with a deep sigh. He had done the same thing 30 years ago. If he hadn't joined the pirates, he might be someone else's slave now. As for the fate of a slave, it wasn't always good. If you did well, you could survive. If you didn't, you could be beaten to death. Perhaps thinking of himself 30 years ago, Master Wang's eyes were a little blurry, and his tone became full of sighs. Wang Shan didn't prompt Master Wang to continue, but patiently waited for him to continue. Because of the competition, some even don't care about money. They just want 2 meals a day to survive. Having enough to eat is a luxury, so they're willing to be slaves just to have something to eat. After collecting his thoughts, Master Wang continued. Since that's the case, I plan to go back and withdraw all the money I have in Daming, buy some food, and then hire some laborers. I can't do the reclamation and farming alone. Master Wang smiled sheepishly. 200 acres? I definitely can't handle it all by myself. Wang Shan nodded. Master Wang's words were truthful, and it was clear he had thought it through carefully. Indeed, now each of them had 200 acres, but the next step, reclamation, was a major problem. Wang Shan couldn't help them with these tasks, so they had to rely on themselves. And they certainly couldn't handle 200 acres on their own. It was definitely not possible to cultivate such a large area in such a short time. Therefore, returning to Daming to recruit some laborers was particularly necessary. I'm doing this as a good deed. I plan to use all my money to buy some maids and servants, and then buy food. After all, I still need food here. At this time, Wang Shan spoke up. Not bad. You're very thoughtful. Master Wang bowed and said, there are too many people selling their bodies in the Ming dynasty, and the masters don't care about them. So why not become my servants? Coming here with me will give you a way to survive. Otherwise, staying here will mean death. Wang Shan thought about it and felt that what Master Wang was planning was actually beneficial to the empire. As Master Wang said, for those who were struggling to survive in the Ming dynasty, becoming his servants would at least provide a way to survive and avoid starving to death. Although it meant leaving their homes, it still allowed people to survive. Moreover, it was also a disguised way to encourage population migration. Of course, this approach had its drawbacks. Master Wang and his men had brought back a large number of servants, and those servants only recognized their masters. And with over 100 people, that meant there must be a lot of servants. Therefore, these people are a security risk that must be guarded against. Thinking of this, Wang Shan said, those servants signed indentures during the Ming dynasty. Once here, those Ming dynasty contracts will be invalid and will be revoked. So you'll have to go through the trouble of reprocessing the paperwork with me. Okay, Master Wang clasped his fists and said, I know. I will definitely abide by the rules and regulations of the empire and will never violate them. Wang Shan nodded. You will become a master in the future, so you must keep an eye on these servants. As long as they behave themselves in the empire, you won't have to worry about anything else and can enjoy a happy, comfortable life, a prosperous life. But if they violate the empire's rules, no one can save you. Master Wang nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. Wang Shan looked at Master Wang, wondering if he should explain things more clearly. After all, if this issue wasn't made clear, it would be troublesome if they developed ambitions in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Understanding. After some thought, Wang Shan decided it would be best to speak directly with Master Wang. This would save everyone the trouble if such a problem arose. While the empire's military was formidable, and there was no need to worry about their ability to truly do anything, suppressing it would still be a hassle. Therefore, it was best to give Master Wang a heads up. With this in mind, Wang Shan unburdened Master Wang of all his thoughts. Master Wang shuddered with fear at Wang Shan's stern words. He immediately assured Wang Shan that he and his brothers would never do such a thing. I've heard that the landlords and private armies of the Ming dynasty sometimes colluded with the officials of the day, even defying the emperor's orders. General, we would never dare to entertain such thoughts. We simply wish to be good citizens. I hope you can keep your word. Master Wang's heart sank. He felt he should speak to his brothers about something, to avoid suffering together if a problem arose. The Zhao Song Empire seemed easy to deal with, but it also had strict rules. I'm very surprised. I heard from the Dutch and Spanish that the Ming dynasty had many maritime trade vessels. Logically, the Ming dynasty should be wealthy, but from what you just said, it seems as if the emperor is very poor. Wang Shan asked knowingly, feigning complete ignorance of the Ming dynasty. But that was bullshit. How could Wang Shan not know about Ming affairs? After all, he had received a modern history education. Of course, he only knew the generalities and wasn't familiar with the details. Seeing Wang Shan change the subject, Master Wang breathed a sigh of relief. General, we shouldn't be superficial. Those Dutch and Spanish bastards only know the surface. They can't even cross the waters of the Great Territory. So they have no access to the real problems of the Ming dynasty. Master Wang carefully engaged Wang Shan in the conversation. Oh, then, tell me, what's going on? Wang Shan looked very interested. We'll stay here for a few days before setting off for the east. After all, we haven't been back for hundreds of years, so we're completely clueless about what's going on there. Fortunately, we have you guys. I can still inquire about the situation there from you, so we don't make a fool of ourselves when we go to the Ming dynasty. Wang Shan's excuse was a good one. At least Master Wang couldn't detect any flaws. Since the general wishes to know about the Ming dynasty, I will certainly tell you everything I know, Master Wang said respectfully, bowing slightly. Then, Master Wang began to tell Wang Shan his story. Eunuch Sanbao's voyages to the west did indeed usher in a flourishing maritime trade and prosperity for the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, after Emperor Yonggle's death, the Ming dynasty banned maritime trade. The main reason was that officials saw the huge profits and wanted to control them for themselves. How can you say that? Wang Shan looked at Master Wang in confusion. Aren't these ministers afraid the emperor will take their heads? Master Wang gave a wry laugh. What does the emperor know? They sit in the palace all day, taking whatever the ministers say. Although Master Wang had never held an official position, he was well aware of the intricacies of the situation. After all, he had been a pirate for 30 years. Familiar with the seafarers backed by the current officials. From time to time, he'd heard some words from them. Based on these words, he could make a judgment. What was there to be unclear about? The ministers say that maritime trade is expensive, unprofitable, and a waste of the national treasury. The emperor is a man who doesn't understand the affairs of the people, so he lets the ministers do what they want, Master Wang said, observing Wang Shan's expression. He saw that Wang Shan was listening attentively. He continued, there's a C-band here, But ministers are telling their families to start engaging in maritime trade and smuggling, making a killing. You could say the Ming dynasty was poor, but those officials were incredibly wealthy. Hearing this, Wang Shan spoke up. Since these officials are so wealthy, wouldn't they donate a little money to help the court through its difficulties? Master Wang curled his lips, as if disdainful of those officials. It's okay to have them spend lavishly on prostitutes, but it's absolutely impossible to have them pay the court, Master Wang said with conviction. Why is that? Wang Shan was puzzled. Reputation, they all want it, Master Wang said bitterly. Based on their salaries, how could these people possibly afford to acquire so much fertile land and property in their hometowns? They even claim to be good, honest, and loyal officials. If they were to pay more than their salaries, wouldn't that give them away? Wang Shan immediately understood. Exactly. These people are the epitome of whores who still want to be virtuous. As Wang Shan mentioned these Ming dynasty officials, his eyes gleamed with disdain. They've earned enough fame and fortune, yet they still curse the emperor for no reason, constantly talking about their ancestors and the country, and claiming to be a loyal and righteous gentleman of the modern era. In fact, in my opinion, it's just that. Wang Shan nodded. Yes, it really is that way. Master Wang continued. The Ming dynasty's trade with Japan and Korea is basically controlled by the current cabinet ministers and the heads of the 6 ministries. They hold official positions in the court, but their families are involved in this maritime smuggling business. I've seen too much in my 30 years as a pirate, and it's very complicated. Besides the cabinet ministers, there are also officials from the 6 ministries, and even a group of nobles and other high-ranking officials are involved. In short, no one in the court is clean, and the emperor is the most unlucky. Yes, the money is all made by these people. It's not that the emperor is short of money, Wang Shan agreed. Master Wang walked slowly with Wang Shan, checking his face from time to time. Seeing Wang Shan's keen interest, he continued, I've heard the emperor once considered lifting the maritime ban. But the ministers rejected the proposals and even scolded the emperor. Really, they just didn't want to give up their lucrative businesses, but they kept citing righteousness, ancestors, and the late emperor's reputation to pressure the emperor. Wang Shan truly felt for the Ming emperor. This wasn't an emperor, this was a bully. It was like a real-life example of a slave bullying his master. The servants had emptied the emperor's fortune, then used the emperor's name to make money, making a killing. Meanwhile, the emperor, the master, was practically starving. Wang Shan, hands behind his back, paced slowly, his head raised as he gazed up at the azure sky. Yes, now I understand. Officials throughout the Ming dynasty have formed a network of forces, encompassing countless individuals and forces. Even the emperor can't do anything about it. No wonder those officials are so resistant to the emperor lifting the maritime ban, because lifting it would increase the emperor's power, and then they wouldn't be able to profit from organizing royal caravans. Also, the emperor is poor now, so he needs to rely on these cabinet ministers and officials from the 6 ministries to clean up his mess. But lifting the maritime ban would significantly increase the emperor's income, and once he has money, he'd be harder to manipulate. As the saying goes, money makes you stand tall, but lack of it makes you crooked. Wang Shan had a clear understanding of this issue. Yes, that was the situation in the Ming dynasty. The emperor was broke, the treasury was empty, and military expenses, disaster relief funds, and various refugees and natural disasters all needed to be addressed. But the emperor had no money and no other options, so he could only rely on the cabinet ministers and officials from the 6 ministries to resolve the issue, thus alleviating his worries. A penniless emperor, however, had little say and no confidence. The cabinet ministers and the heads of the 6 ministries could easily manipulate the emperor. Yes, manipulate the Son of Heaven. No one would believe this, but it was the truth. And what could the Son of Heaven do? Ming dynasty officials were peculiar. They had no fear of the emperor. If you pissed them off, the worst that could happen was they just quit. Of course, quitting was just a pretense, as many were reluctant to give up their positions. But such a commotion would frighten the emperor. After all, if these officials left, who would manage the empire and solve its problems? Although many people craved official positions, no matter how many came up, they would be unable to solve the emperor's problems. These officials were self-absorbed and deeply selfish. In that case, the emperor's problems would remain unresolved, and the same old problems would persist. Although the person has changed, the one who comes up may be more greedy and ambitious than the original one. In such a big environment, The emperor was controlled like this. It can be said that only in the peculiar environment of the Ming dynasty can such bizarre things happen. Of course, this has nothing to do with the stupid moves of some emperors in the later period. In the era of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di in the Ming dynasty, the officials of the Ming dynasty would never dare to do such a thing. Whoever dares to do so will definitely be beheaded and his entire family will be exterminated. But unfortunately, the descendants of the Zhu family are really worse than the previous generation. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the descendants of Zhu Yuanzhang, they were also fooled by the officials. A large group of people can fool one person, how can they not be fooled? The general is right, the emperor has no money and his back is weak, Master Wang Baodin echoed. Actually, if those officials had a bit of heart, the Ming dynasty wouldn't be in such dire straits right now. If everyone just donated a little, the refugees would be easily accommodated. As a pirate himself, Master Wang saw this all too clearly. But these guys are just stingy, unwilling to give a cent. They'd rather let their money melt than give it to the court to help out. It seems their loyalty is just lip service, but behind all this lies their own selfish interests. As he spoke, Wang Shan could clearly sense the deep resentment emanating from Master Wang. Master Wang's family had also suffered a disaster, and the local officials had ignored them, forcing him to leave his home with his wife and children in search of a better life. Who could have known that he would end up a pirate, cutting off his chances of success in the imperial examinations? To say Master Wang didn't resent this would be a lie. Whenever he saw the high-ranking officials' servants, soaring and arrogant, on the sea, he felt a surge of resentment. Because, in Master Wang's opinion, if he hadn't been so unlucky and continued to pursue fame and fortune, he might have even become an official. Alright, let's not talk about that. You're no longer a Ming dynasty citizen. Just work hard for our Zhao Song. After all, it's better than being a pirate, isn't it? Wang Shan raised his hand and gently patted Master Wang's shoulder. And when we have more immigrants here and we establish a government office, I hear you're a scholar. I'll arrange a position for you then. Wang Shan said it lightly, but Master Wang was incredibly excited. However, no matter how excited he was, his face had to appear calm. Thank you, General. Zhao Hongyu had said this to him earlier, but Master Wang hadn't dared to believe it. Now that Wang Shan said it again, he couldn't help but disbelieve it. Well, cheer up. The yamen isn't finished yet. Aren't you going to the Ming dynasty to pick up your family? By the time you do, I expect the yamen will be finished. Come see me then, and I'll make arrangements. Wang Shan repeated this, and the matter was essentially settled. Let's not talk about the situation in the Ming dynasty. Can you tell me if there are any precautions we should take when we get there? You used to be a pirate. Are there many pirates in the Ming dynasty? Wang Shan asked Master Wang, feigning ignorance. Many. A lot, but the largest are only two, Li Xiang, who inherited Liu Laoxiang's power, and Zhang Zilin, who rose to prominence in recent years by relying on the Dutch and Spanish. Master Wang gritted his teeth and mentioned Zhang Zilin's name. I know the Dutch and Spanish are in the east. They have many warships, Wang Shan continued. Not too many, not too few either, at least 50 or 60. But they're spread out too thin, so don't worry about them. It's just that these Western warships are powerful, so it's better to be cautious. Powerful warships. Hearing Master Wang's words, Wang Shan burst into laughter. Master, you said the Dutch and Spanish warships are powerful, but I wonder how they compare to our Zhaosong warships. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 534. Are you all satisfied? Tell me, are our Zhaosong ships formidable? Hearing Wang Shan's question, Master Wang quickly replied, sharp. Of course they are. I've seen our Zhaosong ships, and they're truly far superior to those of the Dutch. I've spoken with the soldiers lately, and they've told me that our Zhaosong artillery has a range far superior to that of the Dutch. It would be strange if these ships weren't formidable. Master Wang's words were sincere. Of course, this was all hearsay. After all, he had never witnessed a Zhaosong warship engage in naval battle, so he could only go along with Wang Shan's words. He couldn't possibly say that the Zhaosong warships were inferior to the Dutch. That would certainly upset them. Having lived so long, Master Wang couldn't possibly be unaware of this truth. However, just looking at the densely packed muzzle shields on the sides of the Zhaosong ships, he estimated their power was considerable. So, he had a good conscience. Wang Shan laughed and said, yes, Our Zhao Song warships are far superior to those of the Dutch and Spanish. That's an indisputable fact. Last year, we fought a fierce battle with the Dutch in the Caribbean, defeating them relentlessly and leaving them with no chance of retaliation. We also seized the colonies controlled by the Dutch and Spanish. So, they're not that strong after all. Thinking of last winter's Caribbean offensive, a hint of pride crossed Wang Shan's face. Master Wang, carefully observing Wang Shan's reaction, took the opportunity to offer a little flattery. What are the Dutch? They're just uncivilized barbarians. How can they compare to our Yanhuan people? Master Wang's words delighted Wang Shan. Haha, that's right. Our Yanhuan people are the greatest in the world. Those ignorant European barbarians are nothing. Wang Shan, a bitter young man at heart, wholeheartedly agreed with Master Wang's flattery. It struck a chord with him. Once we depart for the east, I'll inevitably need to ask you more questions. We haven't been back in hundreds of years, and this time, we'll be relying on you to understand the local customs and practices and smooth the way through various connections as we return to pay homage to our ancestors and trace our roots. Wang Shan's considerations were not without reason. Forget about dealing with the pirates themselves. The problem was, to those pirates, Zhao Hongyu and his men might even be considered foreigners. Even though they claimed to be descendants of the Zhao and Song dynasties, they had been away from the East for hundreds of years, living in the barbaric American continent. They might even have forgotten many of their rules and rituals. Therefore, they might cause trouble for the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, the remnants of the previous dynasty would also have an impact on the Ming dynasty's rule. Their grand return, what would it mean? What would the Ming dynasty think? What would they think? They would certainly be wary of them. Therefore, someone like Master Wang would be extremely useful. He would also go east to retrieve their families and children. In this case, it was only natural to take advantage of the situation. Besides, Master Wang wasn't familiar with the officials. However, he was familiar with Li Xiong, one of the two major pirate factions. Using Li Xiong to contact Ming dynasty officials was a much better option than rashly entering the Ming dynasty blindly. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu and his group, with over 70 warships, were no joke. With such a formidable force, the Ming dynasty couldn't possibly be unprepared. An unexpected incident could have sparked a major conflict. However, by communicating with officials beforehand, such trouble could be avoided. After all, as a powerful maritime force, Li Xiong inevitably had to interact with merchants who had official backing. Zhao Hongyu and his group could also use Li Xiong to contact these merchants and convey their demands to the officials. This way, once everything was in place, Zhao Hongyu and his group would have fewer problems entering the Ming dynasty. Wang Shan had been considering this issue. His original plan was to go directly to Japan. Or they could contact Li Xiong or Zhang Ziling in Taiwan and pay them to make the necessary connections. Now, Master Wang and the others he'd saved were Li Xiong's subordinates. With Master Wang and his men, contacting Li Xiong would be much easier. He wouldn't believe Li Xiong wouldn't surrender after all the money he'd been offered. What a joke. These days, money can make anything go amiss. Master Wang had already been registered as a Zhaosong resident and had been allocated land. Therefore, it was only natural for him to be used. Master Wang had clearly considered this, so when Wang Shan suggested he'd be the one to handle things when he arrived in the east, he readily agreed. I'll follow the general's orders. I'll do my best. What a joke. Master Wang was constantly thinking about how to show off. After all, Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu had promised him that they'd give him a position once the government office was completed. Master Wang, despite his age, hadn't lost his youthful dream of becoming an official. So, after Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan's conversation, his dreams began to rekindle. Master Wang also understood that even if he could obtain a position, it would likely be a minor official. It was impossible for someone like him to gain trust and secure a key position in such a short period of time. Therefore, he had to demonstrate his centrality and show everyone his abilities. Only then could he possibly advance further. Perhaps, once the government office was completed, he would achieve a higher position than he had imagined. All of this depended on his own hard work. If he failed to demonstrate his abilities, he couldn't blame others for giving him an awkward position in the future. So, Master Wang resolved to demonstrate his abilities to Wang Shan and Zhao Hongyu upon his return to the east. Only by demonstrating his worth would the crown prince and the generals take notice. Not far away, the pirates, now registered as citizens under the Zhao household registration, had finished their inspection of their land and returned, each smiling. The first one was Liu Daber. These people were talking and laughing. They seemed very happy. After all, they were pirates who made a living on the sea. If you tell anyone, they were thieves. Not only did they have a bad reputation, but they also lived one day at a time, and no one knew whether they would be able to survive the next day. Now, they have become good citizens registered in the Zhao dynasty. Everything in the past has been wiped out and no one will mention it again. Moreover, they have 200 acres of wasteland, which can be reclaimed into high-quality farmland. With these 200 acres of land, as long as they abide by the law, they can live comfortably. Therefore, they don't have to worry about anything anymore. Moreover, Master Wang has made a plan for them. That is to return to the Ming dynasty. Buy rice, maids and servants. When they come back, they will be landlords. This is a real qualitative leap compared to being a pirate. Therefore, how can they not be happy? Look at these guys, their mouths wide open, their mouths almost reaching their ears. You can tell how happy they are. Yes, being a good citizen is good. The status of a good citizen allows their descendants to study and take the imperial examinations. If they pass the imperial examinations, they'll be able to rest in peace. Everything is for the sake of future generations. Besides, most of these people are single. Now that they have land, they can expect to become masters and enjoy the life of the wicked landlord class. They must be thinking about getting married and having children. Master Wang has explained all of this to them one by one. This is what's called planning. After Master Wang's planning, these rough guys are convinced. After all, now they are no longer pirates and have land. They should consider getting married and having children to leave behind. Otherwise, they would be letting their ancestors down. They didn't think about this before because their own lives were so precarious. So, the idea of getting married was something they absolutely dared not even think about. But they needed offspring, after all, to avoid extinction and the end of their ancestral lineage. The people of the Ming dynasty of that era were deeply concerned with carrying on their family line. Therefore, Master Wang's plan was unanimously approved by everyone. They hadn't dared to think about it before, but now it was different. Land meant security, they no longer had to worry about starvation. 200 acres would definitely allow them to live comfortably. Watching the group of elders return, Wang Shan said, "So, are you all satisfied with the land?" At Wang Shan's call, the men immediately responded with a flurry of satisfied. Satisfied. We've never seen such fertile land before. Heaven would have disapproved if we weren't satisfied. Great kindness, great kindness. From now on, I'll be a good citizen. No longer will I have to endure such a hard life. Finally, I can think about getting married and having children. Alice, our unfilial descendants, as they spoke, their speech became increasingly incoherent. Wang Shan looked at them, feeling neither amused nor embarrassed. In reality, while he knew some of the major trends in history, he wasn't from the same era, and he certainly didn't understand what life was like for those in the Ming dynasty. If he knew, he'd probably understand why these men, who had been granted household registration and land in the Zhao and Song dynasties, reacted this way. Reading in books, seeing in reality, and experiencing it firsthand were completely different. Alright, what are you all thinking? It's really outrageous. Get yourselves together and don't let the general laugh at you. Master Wang spoke up at this point, and with a scolding, he finally calmed the group of people who were bordering on madness. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 535 Things to Consider. After Master Wang's scolding, the gang finally stopped making a scene. Master Wang turned back to look at Wang Shan awkwardly, then smiled apologetically. Wang Shan didn't care at all. The land had been divided, the boundaries had been established, and the household registration documents and deeds had been obtained. Therefore, Wang Shan had nothing to do here. Then he jumped on his horse, pulled the reins, and turned his horse's head. Let's go. I still have to go back and see what's going on over there. If you want to stay, continue to look here. If not, come back with me. With that, he raised his hand and lashed the horse's rump with his whip. The warhorse neighed and then spread its four hooves and sped away in a cloud of dust. With a clatter, Wang Shan's adjutant and several Jin people followed closely behind. Seeing Wang Shan leave, Master Wang also dismounted his horse. Brothers, the land has been divided, and everyone has their household registration documents and land deeds. There's no point in us staying here any longer. Why not go help out over there and do some work? Don't let them think we're useless. As soon as Master Wang spoke, the pirates echoed him, each one walking over to the horses they temporarily loaned them and clambering on board. Yes, Master, you're right. We've received a huge benefit. We can't just sit there and do nothing, and let them think we're useless. That would be shameful. Right, I agree with you. We men don't have much, but we have strength. We won't have to be thieves anymore, and we can marry and have children. We have everything to thank the Zhao Song Empire. That's alright, we're leaving now. Before we leave, I saw a group of men, seemingly logging. We could go help out, it'll keep us busy, and so, at Master Wang's call, these men, already transformed from pirates into good citizens, departed. Following Wang Shan's departing figure, they followed him. After returning to the busy camp on the shore, they communicated with Wang Shan and, with his consent, received axes and saws. They formed a logging team and enthusiastically began construction. Wang Shan certainly wouldn't refuse this request from these registered pirates. He had been hoping they'd find something to do, to prevent them from getting bored and causing trouble. Now that they had something to do, he wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. Right, dividing line. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu, having left the camp, rode his horse around for a while with a few hundred elite guards. It must be said that the undeveloped San Francisco was truly beautiful and tranquil. They had set out from Manhattan at the beginning of spring. 2 months later, it was already mid-May. The climate in San Francisco at this time of year is pleasant, neither too hot nor too cold. Animals are also most active at this time. As Zhao Hongyu rode along, he watched hares being startled from the brush. Badgers, coyotes, wild boars, and other animals were also frightened and fleeing. Newly arrived and unfamiliar with the surroundings, Zhao Hongyu didn't dare take his guards too far from camp. After all, he wasn't sure if there were any Indian tribes near San Francisco. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if these tribes would be easy to deal with. A conflict would be disastrous if they encountered one. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu and his guards only toured the campground, not going too far into San Francisco's interior. He didn't even venture to the forest edges to the north and south. Even so, he had a general understanding of San Francisco's environment. With abundant water resources and numerous natural streams, there was no shortage of drinking water or irrigation water. If these resources were properly utilized, establishing a city here would be a smooth journey. Meanwhile, dense forests exist in the north and south, and the unharvested logs within these forests can be utilized to build new urban areas and create new sources of logs. Although Europeans historically carried out devastating deforestation on this part of America, causing significant damage, in the 17th century, Europeans had not yet reached San Francisco. Zhao Hongyu could be considered the first human to arrive in this time and space. Furthermore, the forest resources to the north and south of San Francisco have not been subjected to indiscriminate logging, preserving their pristine beauty. With careful planning of mining, there should be no problems within 100 years. After all, with the experience and lessons of later generations, Zhao Hongyu certainly knew how to avoid the mistakes made by humans in another time and space. It's undeniable that the American continent in this era and time and space is truly rich in resources. This, however, also depends on the relatively primitive civilization of the Native Americans, which prevented their development. This lack of development also prevented the loss of resources from the continent. Overall, from this point of view, Zhao Hongyu and his men truly owe a debt of gratitude to the Native Americans of the American continent. After a brief tour, Zhao Hongyu returned to camp with his guards. Dismounting, Zhao Hongyu walked straight into the makeshift tent. I've taken a quick look around here, and it's quite nice. What you need to do now is build fortresses on the north and south sides, immediately send men into the forest to explore for gold veins, and simultaneously, quickly lay the foundation for planning the city. Upon entering, Zhao Hongyu shared his thoughts with Wang Shan. When Zhao Hongyu entered, Wang Shan was seated at a simple desk, deeply engrossed in signing a pile of documents. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan looked up at Zhao Hongyu, set his pen aside, and said, "Your Highness, what do you think about the gold mine?" Historically, this place was called San Francisco for a reason. It was the abundance of gold that gave it that name. However, with the increasing number of immigrants, if any desperate individuals were to take risks, We'd be in trouble. Wang Shan's concerns were not unfounded. Gold. This glittering, tempting thing is a crime. Countless people have committed crimes against humanity for its sake, and countless others have lost their families and even their lives to utter destruction. In the future, there's no guarantee that the Ming Dynasty immigrants, upon learning of the gold production here, will take the risk Wang Shan described. Kill. Anyone who covets the gold will be executed according to law. Their families and children will also be implicated. We must use force to deter those who harbor such thoughts and ensure they remain docile and don't cause us any trouble. Zhao Hongyu slammed the table hard and addressed Wang Shan seriously. Wang Shan nodded, feeling reassured. With Zhao Hongyu's verbal approval, he knew what to do next. After all, murder is a serious matter, and in the empire, Zhao Hongyu's consent is required. While Wang Shan could have issued the decree without his approval, Zhao Hongyu's presence was crucial. Professor Liu had already told them about the way to be humble. Although Zhao Hongyu trusted him, he should also clearly understand his position and position it correctly. This was the wise move. Killing alone might intimidate a group of people, but we need to find a way to stop them from coveting the gold. After pondering for a moment, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu, "Well, your consideration is correct. Killing is ultimately just a way to subdue people. While it can intimidate a group of people, it won't fundamentally eliminate their greed. So, do you have any suggestions?" Zhao Hongyu nodded and asked. Wang Shan thought for a moment and suggested to Zhao Hongyu, "Issue a law. No one can enter the north or south jungle without permission. Anyone who enters will be severely punished. That way, for a year or two, the immigrants won't have such thoughts. By then, we'll be on the right track. The fortress and gold mine will be established, and with patrols, even if they learn about the gold and become greedy, there's nothing they can do." Wang Shan's mind raced. He simply wanted to curb the immigrants' greed within a year or two. Given a year or two, San Francisco would surely see a dramatic transformation. By then, even if news of the gold mine leaked, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. After all, in 2 years, with his incredible abilities, San Francisco's armed forces would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. The establishment of the fortress and gold mine, along with the increase in the number of geneticists, would be more than enough to suppress the Ming immigrants. After all, Wang Shan also possessed the permissions Zhao Hongyu had granted him, allowing him to cultivate geneticists and purchase certain goods from the space-time trader. I can't say for sure if it will take more than a month. Wang Shan used half of his authority and wealth to cultivate genetic people, which would increase the population by 1,000. In 2 years, that would be a population increase of over 20,000. Wang Shan planned to use all of these genetic people as soldiers in San Francisco. With over 20,000 elite soldiers, suppressing the Ming Dynasty immigrants would be easy. Moreover, by cultivating a few Gurkhas and Somali blacks and using them as patrols near the gold mines, the Ming Dynasty immigrants would definitely give up on the gold mines. Gurkhas and Somalis were cheap after all. Although the number of ethnic Chinese was a factor, cultivating them was not impossible. Just a smaller number would be enough. Therefore, Wang Shan optimistically predicted that in 2 years, San Francisco's military strength could easily exceed 50,000. These 50,000 soldiers, armed with flintlock rifles and cold weapons like machetes, should have no trouble suppressing 1 million Ming Dynasty immigrants. Besides, most Ming Dynasty immigrants weren't necessarily dishonest. Therefore, suppressing a minority was sufficient. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 536 Eyes Hidden in the Grass. Well, your plan is excellent. I think it's highly feasible. Then I'll leave everything to you. I won't have to worry about it anymore. After listening to Wang Shan's plan, Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said to Wang Shan, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll take care of everything here. There won't be any trouble." Wang Shan patted his chest and assured Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu was very satisfied. Wang Shan was the person he trusted most, so he had no doubt that his promise would go wrong. "I plan to leave 6,000 soldiers from the 6th Squadron with you, so you don't have to worry about manpower for construction in the short term." Zhao Hongyu then broached another topic. Yes, he would leave Wang Shan here and depart for the east in a few days to begin the immigration plan. However, as a base for receiving Ming Dynasty immigrants, San Francisco would have to have some soldiers left behind. He couldn't leave Wang Shan alone. Furthermore, The fortress and city construction here would require a large number of manpower. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu's fleet for this voyage already consisted of 72 warships. Not counting the sailors on the warships, each warship had 300 soldiers of the 6th Army. So, 72 warships carried over 20,000 soldiers of the 6th Army. Therefore, leaving 6,000 men for Wang Shan wasn't a difficult task. If possible, Zhao Hongyu would even want to leave half. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the danger of passing through Japan on the way to the east, Zhao Hongyu would have really left half of the 6th Army. Isn't that too much, Your Highness? Wang Shan said, looking at Zhao Hongyu with wide eyes. Isn't leaving 6,000 men a bit too many? Your safety is the most important thing when you go to the east. After considering it, Wang Shan decided to refuse Zhao Hongyu's offer. However, before he could say no, Zhao Hongyu interrupted him. Don't worry about me. Leaving you 6,000 people isn't enough. I should have left you with more. You don't need to worry about me at all. If I'm in danger, I can easily cultivate a genetic person from the space-time trader. You know, there are no restrictions on my authority here. I can spend whatever I want. But it's different here. Yes, although Wang Shan had obtained authority, he was limited to the amount of money he could use and spend per month. Like everyone else, he could only use 1 billion yuan per month. While this may seem like a lot, it's actually not enough to cover his expenses. A single Chinese-born genetic person would cost a staggering 420,000 yuan. This is because these people come from remote, mountainous areas, which are not very well off. Choosing a major city would require more than this. For this reason, Wang Shan could only cultivate one Chinese-born genetic person per month to help him. After all, he had to keep half of the money for building materials and rushing the construction of San Francisco. Therefore, 1 billion yuan was not much. It might be fine for the early stages, but it's clearly unsustainable in the later stages. Songhu in Lake Ontario City has the most say on this, as he's currently facing a similar situation. 10 billion yuan isn't enough. After all, Songhu envisions transforming Lake Ontario into a heavy industrial city. This necessitates the purchase of a large amount of heavy machinery. However, since the copycat factory he invested in hasn't yet successfully developed these machines, Songhu has been forced to entrust Chen Zhenbang with the task of acquiring some for his own use. Not only is Chen Zhenbang exploiting the situation, he often sells Songhu old, worn-out machinery at prices significantly higher than new machines. Therefore, Songhu can no longer afford even the old, used machinery. Clearly, this authority is limiting the development of both Songhu and Lake Ontario City. Currently, Songhu and Zhangtai are waiting for Zhao Hongyu's administrative rank to be upgraded. Only after Zhao Hongyu's promotion will their authority be further increased. From 1 billion yuan to 100 billion yuan, no matter how much, as long as it was more than the current level, it would be fine. However, due to funding constraints, Zhao Hongyu couldn't produce large numbers of genetically modified humans. There was nothing he could do about it. Although these people had made a lot of money last year by leveraging the resources of the Americas, as much as 50 to 60 billion yuan, that amount was simply not enough. First, Zhao Hongyu fiddled with investments in fake scientific research institutions, but after a few attempts, nothing came of it. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hongyu made a decisive decision to stop investing and instead used all his remaining funds to cultivate genetically modified humans. Otherwise, the hundreds of billions of yuan invested in fake scientific research institutions would likely be completely lost. In fact, real-world scientific research investments also encounter similar situations. In fact, there have been even more failed attempts than Zhao Hongyu's investment in fake scientific research institutions, but no one knows the truth. People only see the new scientific achievements being announced and then utilized. But the numerous failures and the huge amounts of research funds behind them are all chosen to be sexually forgotten. Such failures for copycat organizations are perfectly normal. With tens of billions in funding, they've only managed to produce 77,000 Chinese-born geneticists. With these Chinese-born individuals, Zhao Hongyu's promotion to higher administrative rank is still a long way off. This was Zhao Hongyu's entire year's worth of funds. And that's only 77,000 individuals. Including those produced by those with authority, the total annual output is less than 200,000. Otherwise, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have taken Professor Liu's advice and headed east to recruit new people. Even so, if Zhao Hongyu encountered danger, he could quickly produce a group of genetic warriors. Therefore, leaving some of them behind to protect Wang Shan and build San Francisco was entirely feasible. Hearing Zhao Hongayu's words, Wang Shan pondered and thought it made sense. He had authority, but it was limited. His Highness, however, had no restrictions and could produce genetic humans for combat at any time. Therefore, there was no need to worry about his safety. As long as the 8 authorized geneticists, the village heads, could continue to trade, Zhao Hongyu would have money in his account. With money, he could continue to cultivate geneticists. Thinking of this, Wang Shan raised his hand and patted his forehead, saying to Zhao Hongyu, yes, you see, I forgot about this. In that case, Your Highness, please leave me a few more warriors, okay? After figuring out the problem, Wang Shan shamelessly made a request. Originally, Zhao Hongyu wanted to leave more geneticist warriors for Wang Shan. And now that he had made such a request, how could Zhao Hongyu refuse? Okay. How many do you want? Zhao Hongyu readily agreed and asked Wang Shan how many people he needed. Wang Shan thought for a moment, then said to Zhao Hongyu, if possible, I'd like to keep them all. Wang Shan's words showed that he had a big appetite. However, Zhao Hongyu smiled and agreed. It wasn't impossible for over 20,000 men to remain behind. Zhao Hongyu could simply train a few genetically modified warriors along the way, which wouldn't be a difficult task for him. However, by the time they reached the Ming dynasty, the army might not be very large. At most, it would be a few thousand men. Of course, this was without using the sailors from the warships. If the sailors were deployed to fight on land, Zhao Hongyu's warriors would still exceed 20,000. These 20,000 men would be a formidable force in the Ming dynasty. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke the Ming court, and 20,000 men would be more than enough to handle Japan and Korea. You want so many men to stay, but what's the reason? Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Wang Shan replied, Your Highness, I'm preparing for a rainy day. He gave a wry smile, then stood up from his seat and walked over to Zhao Hongyu's side. Right now, immigration to San Francisco hasn't begun, but as soon as the Ming dynasty agrees to begin immigration, the population will surely begin to grow steadily. There are at least hundreds of thousands of refugees there. If they all arrive in San Francisco, there will undoubtedly be a lot of trouble. Furthermore, there are gold mines here. Therefore, I have to prepare in advance for any eventuality. I must maintain sufficient military strength to handle any emergencies. Wang Shan's frankness made sense, and Zhao Hongyu agreed. Yes, it was just as Wang Shan said. Right now, San Francisco hasn't had any problems because the Ming dynasty's immigration plan hasn't begun. However, with the upcoming migration, once he travels east and establishes contact with the Ming dynasty, the immigration plan will surely be implemented smoothly. By then, the Ming dynasty's immigrants will arrive in an endless stream. And it won't just be refugees, there will also be bankrupts and beggars. These people aren't necessarily all honest farmers, there may also be some ruffians and scoundrels. San Francisco also possesses rich gold deposits, and this news cannot be concealed forever. Zhao Hongyu had mentioned this to Master Wang earlier, and Wang Shan had also warned him. Therefore, this matter could not be concealed. With the arrival of the immigrants, how would they react when they learned of the gold mines? Men die for money, birds for food, and desperate individuals are bound to emerge. They might even encourage greed. Therefore, it was imperative for Wang Shan to possess a strong armed force. This way, he could dispatch a large army to suppress any unforeseen circumstances. And the Ming dynasty immigrants, seeing the strength of San Francisco's military, would become more obedient. You're quite right. It seems I should leave all 6 of my squadrons in your hands. The northern part of the San Francisco region was covered in endless forests and lush vegetation. Ancient trees, so thick it would take several men to hug, towered above. Half-man-high weeds swayed in the wind, creating waves like the ocean. According to Wang Shan's plan, their current task was to harvest as much timber as possible, transport it to shore, and then organize it for use in building the fortress. Meanwhile, to quickly establish a defensible base, the landed genetic warriors formed small teams and began logging in the forest. Because this wasn't a tropical region, the forest lacked much vegetation to obstruct vision, but some of the vegetation still limited visibility. Fortunately, it was already noon, so the morning mist had dissipated. Otherwise, visibility would have been even lower. A small team of around 100 genetic logging personnel entered the vast forest, selected an area, and began to work. Soon, the sound of axes striking logs rang out, followed by the rustling of saws. As the work became more intense, the warriors stripped off their outer garments, revealing their muscular, bronzed torsos, and began to shout slogans. However, none of them knew that, not far from where they were working, several pairs of eyes were observing them with curiosity, fear, and confusion. The forest grass was about half a man's height, making concealment easy. 5 Indians, naked, with only a piece of leather covering their lower body parts, hid there with a nervous expression, facing the genetic warriors who were cutting wood. They didn't know where these strangers came from, and they were dressed differently, with dark hair and black eyes. Most importantly, these 5 Indians living in the San Francisco area didn't know if they were treacherous or enemies. Recently, the tribes in the San Francisco area have been fighting each other for control of the area and hunting rights. This kind of fighting has been going on for some time, and every tribe living in this area has inevitably been drawn into it. Who knows if these strangers were invited to fight by other tribes? If so, it would be very troublesome. Eagle, do you think these people are enemies? Among the 5 Indians who were carefully hiding behind the bushes and observing, a thinner guy came to the side of the most sturdy man and asked quietly. The sturdy man called Eagle shook his head slightly. The 5 Indians were very nervous at this time. They all held their sharpened wooden hares in their hands. Some of them even quietly placed a wooden blowpipe into a hollow wooden pole. Everyone, don't move. We can't be sure if they are enemies. After seeing his companions do this, Eagle quickly stopped them in a low voice. His eyes were very stern, and his companions had no choice but to give up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian, monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to N9 Novel Network. Chapter 537, Kuk Tribe, Eagle. The Indians hiding in the brush, so nervous and anxious, actually tried to preemptively attack the genetics logging. This was simply courting death. While they could surprise the genetics, they only numbered 5. The genetics logging, though unaware of the threat lurking in the brush, numbered 100. It was foreseeable that even if the 5 Indians launched a surprise attack, they would ultimately be unsuccessful. Failure was their inevitable fate. Fortunately, the man known as Eagle, who seemed to hold the highest prestige among the 5, stopped his companions from taking any rash action. We don't know if they're enemies yet. Perhaps they mean no harm, Eagle said, his voice lowered. But what if they are? We're already very close to our tribe. We can't take any risks, one of his companions retorted. Eagle's gaze fell on his companions and he said seriously, there are many of them. Do you think the 5 of us can kill them all? As soon as he said this, his companion fell silent. True, they were only 5, but the enemy far outnumbered them. Therefore, even if they launched an attack, it would probably be useless. What if they have no ill intentions, but if we attack, we might turn them into our enemies? Is that the outcome you want to see? Eagle was a top warrior in the Kuk tribe, commanding high prestige within the tribe. Recently, Eagle had performed exceptionally well in the tribe's external wars. It was under his leadership that the tribe had won several victories, solidifying his status as a hero within the tribe. His companions who had followed him out hunting today were all captivated by his bravery, so after Eagle's words, they fell silent. After all, being a hero requires more than just courage, it also requires a brilliant mind. Only courage and intelligence combined can make a hero. Courage alone without wisdom is merely a fool. Zhao, a warrior of the Kuk tribe, possesses both courage and wisdom. Therefore, he considers more and thinks further than his companions. It is precisely because of this that many young people in the tribe admire him, and the elders trust him to lead the warriors in battle against other tribes. Zhao current considerations are simple: rashly attacking without confirming the enemy is truly an enemy is irrational. If the enemy harbors no ill intentions, then attacking them would be an offense. This could potentially turn them into an enemy, adding a new rival to the tribe. The Kuk tribe is a small one, with a population of around 2,000. In the recent battle for hunting grounds, they have been at a disadvantage. Although he has led several attacks against rival tribes, those tribes are small and have few warriors. So victory was natural, but as time went on, the larger tribes would gradually determine who was stronger, and then they would confront the other tribes. This would be extremely disadvantageous for the Kuk tribe. Furthermore, The smaller tribes defeated by the Cook tribe would likely defect to the larger tribes. Once these smaller tribes defected, and attracted reinforcements from the larger tribes, the Cook tribe would be unable to cope. Zhao was deeply concerned about this, and he also saw it clearly. However, although he had suggested to the elders that they relocate their tribe and seek refuge with a larger tribe, perhaps to secure a future, the elders disagreed. They believed that this land had long been settled by their ancestors, and they would protect it and their ancestral glory, even at death. Zhao, however, had a different perspective. He focused on how to ensure the survival of the tribe and minimize casualties in this large-scale conflict. Only by surviving could there be hope. If the tribe was defeated and the men were slain, what hope would there be? Wars between Indian tribes were brutal and bloody. After one tribe defeated another, all adult men in the defeated tribe were executed, leaving only women and children. Some boys were even massacred. This was done to prevent revenge from the enemy when they grew up. While this practice was primitive and brutal, it was effective. The Cook tribe also practiced this frequently. However, if faced with a larger tribe, the Cook's small number of men would be nothing. A tribe of 2,000 might seem large, but excluding the elderly, children, women, and girls, there would only be 200 to 300 warriors capable of fighting. A large tribe could easily field 1,000 men. Facing such an enemy, the Cooks had no chance of victory. In fact, the Indians living in the Americas had very primitive technology. Their warfare was primarily hand-to-hand combat with sticks and wooden spears. Therefore, in such primitive warfare, the number of people became the measure of victory and defeat. San Francisco is located on the west side of the Americas, a place untouched by white people. Therefore, the weapons used by the Indians living here were still extremely primitive. They couldn't compare to those of the East Coast Indians. After all, those Indians had been in contact with Europeans for over 100 years, having traded furs and various supplies for inferior iron weapons. Their West Coast counterparts couldn't match these weapons. The loggers carried long machetes slung around their waists. These machetes were a combination of the historical horizontal sword and the Miao waist knife, infused with modern technological concepts and honed with sophisticated machinery, resulting in an exceptionally sharp edge. This weapon was unlike anything Zhao and his companions had ever seen. Sunlight filtered through the dense forest foliage, piercing the machetes with rays of light, sometimes catching the blades, illuminating them brilliantly. Zhao, should we return to the tribe now? Another of his companions whispered, seeing Zhao stop them. True, they couldn't attack them now, but they couldn't be sure they were enemies, and their numbers were so small. This would be extremely dangerous if they were to be attacked. Therefore, their best option was to leave and return to the tribe to inform the elders. Alternatively, they could rally the tribe's warriors and use their numbers to fight back. Eagle's expression was serious, clearly deliberating over his next move. He was having a headache, and he was reluctant to return to the tribe. After all, rashly informing the tribe without knowing for sure would cause panic. If the elders got carried away and issued an order, everything would be irreversible. Therefore, Eagle felt that his only responsibility was to determine whether these strangers were enemies and whether they had any ill intentions. Only after this was established could they make the most effective decision. With a region plagued by war and chaos, a small tribe couldn't afford to make a wrong choice. A wrong choice could mean the tribe's future demise. Therefore, the hero had to proceed with caution. You all quietly disperse to distant locations. I plan to contact these strangers and see if they have any ill intentions. If anything happens to me, you all disperse quickly and return to the tribe so that everyone can be prepared. Finally, Eagle decided to leave the brushwood and contact the loggers. As a precaution, he instructed his 4 companions to disperse and move to further locations. Of course, these companions must monitor their interactions with the other party. If any problems arose, they could quickly withdraw and return to the tribe to inform them. In the current situation, this was the best solution. Eagle knew that this move was extremely dangerous, even potentially costing his life. However, as a hero of the tribe, he had to step forward at this moment and do something for his fellow tribe members. Unlike the elderly elders, Eagle genuinely cared about the tribe. Furthermore, he had no selfish motives. If he had harbored even a hint of selfishness, he would never have considered this approach. Or, just let the companions around him go out. But he didn't make such a choice, and he was still ready to go out and contact the genetic people himself. It must be said that the hero is a noble person. Eagle, It will be very dangerous for you to do this. If the other party has malicious intentions, you will die." After listening to Eagle's arrangement, the 4 companions shook their heads in unison. They did not agree with Eagle's arrangement. At the same time, their belief in Eagle increased a lot. "Listen to me, in this situation, we have no choice," Eagle insisted unmoved. "Don't say anything more now, disperse and hide farther away immediately. Don't let the other party find you. I will be out in a while. If you don't want me to get into trouble, you will do what I say immediately." Although he said so, Eagle's heart was also warm. He knew that these 4 companions were really thinking about him. But he couldn't help but do this. Novel Network. Chapter 538 Tentative Contact. "How about I go?" a frail companion suggested. "If anything happens to me, it won't have much of an impact on the tribe. But it's different with you, Eagle. We can't let anything happen to you. So I'm going to try to make contact with him. We can't put you at risk." Despite Eagle's resolute stance, his 4 companions also had their own convictions. As soon as this companion spoke, the other 3 nodded in agreement, some even starting to quiet down. They all said they should go out and make contact with the strangers in Eagle's place, and Eagle would be better off staying behind. Eagle was a hero within the tribe. If anything happened to him, the loss would be severe. But these people were different. They were just armed, and there were plenty of them in the tribe. So, even if something happened to them, it wouldn't matter much. Watching the 4 companions whispering back and forth, Eagle would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. "Stop talking. I think this is the decision. If you don't do as I say, we won't be friends anymore." While Eagle was touched, he spoke harshly. As soon as Shuang Ying spoke these words, the 4 men fell silent. They could tell Shuang Ying seemed a little angry. An angry Shuang Ying was the most terrifying. Seeing the 4 men frightened by him, Shuang Ying sighed inwardly. "Friends, I don't want to do this either, but if I don't step forward now, who will? You say you're unimportant, but am I? For a tribe, there's no such thing as who's important and who's not. We're all part of the same tribe. We can't do without anyone. It's just that you have families, and I'm single. Therefore, I have to step forward at this time." Shuang Ying thought these words to himself, but he didn't say them out loud. Eventually, his companions were persuaded by him and crouched down, slowly walking away. The Gene warriors were oblivious to the commotion. They were still busy with their work. About 15 minutes later, the call of pheasants could be heard, and Shuang Ying knew his companions were in hiding. Only then did Shuang Ying breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he had nothing to worry about. He had already made all the arrangements. He would be leaving soon, and then things would be out of his control. His life would be in the hands of those strangers, no longer under his control. If they had good intentions, everything would be fine. But if they had ill intentions, Alice. May the gods, who are nowhere, protect me. The eagle hid behind the bushes, prayed to the gods, and then slowly rose from the grass. As soon as the eagle rose from the bushes, it was immediately spotted by the loggers. After all, a living person standing there was impossible not to spot. Unless the loggers were blind. Furthermore, the bushes where the eagle was hiding were not far from where the loggers were logging, perhaps even very close. Strangers from afar? What is your purpose in coming to the Cook hunting grounds and forests? Do you bring good intentions or ill intentions? We need friends, not enemies. The eagle slowly emerged from the bushes and walked towards the loggers, speaking loudly in the Cook language. Native American languages vary greatly from region to region, even to the point where each tribe is somewhat surprised by their differences. Therefore, the geneticists, who could barely understand the Mohican language, were at a loss. They simply couldn't understand what Eagle was saying. Eagle emerged, spreading his arms to indicate he was unarmed. This was a gesture of goodwill. The geneticist team leader noticed this and stopped his men from drawing their swords. Of course, while he stopped them from drawing their swords, he didn't object to them silently forming a battle defense formation. Although only one native appeared at this time, it was unclear whether there were others in the surrounding half-man-high grass. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. We are Team 56. We have encountered local natives. We have encountered local natives. Our team is heading northeast. The team was equipped with a walkie-talkie, and the deputy team leader in the defense formation immediately contacted the surrounding teams after the formation was formed. The leader of the geneticist team followed Eagle's example, spreading his hands and facing Eagle, palms facing him to show him he was unarmed. At the same time, The geneticist leader began to examine Eagle. Eagle's features were typical Native American, not unlike the Mohicans, Iroquois, or other Indian tribes of the East Coast. If there was any difference, it was probably in his attire. A leather belt bound Eagle's forehead, and 3 black and white eagle feathers were inserted at his temples. His entire body was exposed, wearing no leather clothing like the East Coast Indians. Only a thong-like leather pouch covered his vitals, providing some semblance of concealment. Behind Eagle were 3 wooden poles. 2 of the poles were thin, but appeared sturdy, with sharp spikes. They looked like spears. The other pole was thicker and had a rounded end. The captain thought about it and felt it was a bit like a blowgun. After all, back on the East Coast, the genetics had interacted with Indians quite often. Furthermore, those Indians had all become citizens of the empire. Therefore, the genetics would sometimes chat with the East Coast Indians or look at their weapons. They had some understanding of Indian weaponry. "We mean no harm. We come from the East," the genetics captain said to Eagle in his unskilled and somewhat strange Indian accent. Unfortunately, their conversation was a complete misunderstanding. "You didn't understand what I was saying, and I couldn't understand what you were saying." Regardless, both the genetics captain and Eagle, a warrior from the Cook tribe, could now determine that the other party had no ill intentions. Well, at least for now, their interaction was relatively good. However, the language barrier was a bit of a problem. Both the genetics captain and Cook were feeling a bit of a headache. "The natives don't harbor any ill intentions. They seem to be making contact with us. There haven't been any conflict so far, but the language barrier is a real problem," the deputy captain, in the defensive formation behind the genetic leader, reported everything over the intercom. The genetic leader smiled, trying his best to appear friendly. Seeing the genetic leader smile, Eagle breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as well. Pretending to be brave, Eagle slowly approached the genetic leader and began circling him, examining him intently and attentively, as if observing a circus monkey. The genetic leader stood there, motionless, afraid of any misunderstanding, which would be counterproductive. As Eagle circled the leader, he would pat his shoulder, touch his head, or draw the machete from his waist to examine him. In reality, Eagle's actions were partly out of curiosity and partly probing. When Eagle drew his machete from his waist, the genetic captain's muscles tensed. The genetic warriors behind him also placed their hands on the hilts, ready to attack if Eagle seemed amiss. Fortunately, Eagle examined the machete before returning it to its sheath at the captain's waist, remaining silent. Eagle now looked like a curious child, fascinated by the genetic warriors' equipment. While the genetic warriors stripped off their shirts while felling trees, they still carried machetes and short-handled muskets slung around their waists. These items were completely new to Eagle, and he was deeply intrigued. Eagle had just seen the machete. It was sturdy and sharp, as he'd called it. He was deeply shocked, but his face didn't show it. After spinning around for an incalculable number of times, Eagle finally stopped. He finally stopped in front of the geneticist captain, pointed at the machete at his waist, and pulled a plump pheasant with a colorful tail from the prey strapped to his back. The captain was stunned, then realized that the native wanted to trade the pheasant for his machete. He really couldn't make the decision on this matter. While the machete was not a good thing, he couldn't exchange it without permission. Therefore, the geneticist captain's face showed an embarrassment, and finally shook his head at the Eagle. Seeing that the other party rejected his offer, the Eagle was very frustrated, but he didn't feel resentful. After all, when he picked up the machete, he had examined it carefully. He even touched the blade secretly. The slightest touch cut his finger, proving the sharpness of the machete. This is definitely a good weapon. Such a weapon could not be exchanged for a mere pheasant, and the Eagle was just trying it out. So, being rejected was also something he expected. If he had such a weapon himself, he would not even exchange it for 50 pheasants. Therefore, he did not blame the genetic leader at all. In the distance, the 4 companions hiding in the bushes were nervously watching the development of the situation here. Seeing that the Eagle was not in danger for the time being, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 539. We may be able to form an alliance. By now, walkie-talkies with a 10-kilometer signal range had been distributed to every warship. Even the Marines had received a large number, and their use had become commonplace. In the American Song Empire, walkie-talkies were considered sacred artifacts, gifts bestowed by the gods. They were equipment bestowed upon the warriors by the gods. Therefore, Wang Shan, who had just made contact with the local natives and was in his makeshift command post on the shore, received this report. The time difference between the two reports was no more than 2 minutes. This shows how useful walkie-talkies are. This was just for ordinary times. If used in combat or naval battles, walkie-talkies would be even more useful. Wang Shan clearly saw this advantage. Unfortunately, the batteries in the walkie-talkies were of very low quality and rarely lasted long. To purchase batteries, one had to ask Chen Zhanbang to buy them for them. The problem was, Chen Zhanbang was a typical extortionate individual, raising the price to an exorbitant level. This caused Wang Shan to constantly complain. So, although the empire now had a large inventory of walkie-talkies, there wasn't enough batteries. Poor quality batteries drained quickly. This time, Zhao Hongai brought a large number of walkie-talkies and batteries with him. To prevent any unexpected situations in San Francisco, Wang Shan specifically distributed walkie-talkies to the logging teams. This allowed them to contact nearby forces for immediate assistance in the event of danger. Wang Fuzi's team didn't receive such an honor. They weren't given walkie-talkies, primarily because Wang Shan didn't yet trust them, and because the walkie-talkies were so powerful, he didn't provide them. Your Highness, the logging team in the north has encountered local indigenous people. Due to the language barrier, communication is currently unavailable, but for now, it seems they have no ill intentions. Wang Shan, upon receiving this news, quickly reported to Zhao Hongai. Zhao Hongai was sitting in Wang Shan's makeshift command post, watching everyone busy at work. Everyone else had something to do, but he was bored out of his mind. Zhao Hongai hadn't allowed Emma, Sarah, and the others to come ashore. After all, no one in the San Francisco area could guarantee safety. Therefore, leaving the women on the boat was the best option. It is precisely because of this that Zhao Hongai seems to be more talkative. Now when he heard Wang Shan say that he met local natives and they couldn't speak the same language, he immediately jumped up. Oh, is it there? I'll go and have a look. You know I have a language cheat. No language can stop me. Zhao Hongai finally has something to do. How could he not be happy? He originally thought that if there is nothing else to do, he would go back to the boat. At least, he can play landlord with Emma and the others on the boat. It's always better than being idle here. It's in the jungle in the north, not far from the command post. Your Highness really needs you to take action at this time. After all, we can't solve the language problem. Wang Shan nodded at Zhao Hongai and said seriously. But Your Highness, you must also pay attention to your own safety. Although they haven't shown any ill intentions yet, we can't be sure they aren't enemies. Therefore, when you go there, you must bring sufficient guards with you. Also, the environment in the forest is complex, so you must be extremely cautious. Wang Shan thought he had many things to arrange at the command post, so he couldn't leave for the time being. Therefore, when Zhao Hongai went to interact with the natives, he had to give him some serious instructions on certain matters to be aware of. Zhao Hongai nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I'll definitely pay attention to this. I won't delay any longer. Any longer and things might change. I'm leaving now." With that, Zhao Hongai bolted from the command tent and shouted outside. "Bring my warhorse here. Guards, assemble. We're heading to the northern forest." At Zhao Hongai's call, the guards quickly assembled, and a guard on horseback brought Zhao Hongai's mount over. Taking the reins, Zhao Hongai mounted his horse, turned it around, and with a whistle, he galloped northward with his imperial guards. Watching His Highness depart, Wang Shan finally felt relieved. Because His Highness possessed a linguistic quirk, communicating with anyone in the world would be a breeze. Now that His Highness was leading his men to contact the natives, as long as those natives harbored no ill will, there would be no problem. Furthermore, with His Highness accompanied by so many imperial guards, Wang Shan had nothing to worry about. Turning around, Wang Shan entered the makeshift command post, barked out a few orders, and then returned to his desk to sign documents. Elsewhere, the geneticist leader of the logging team in the forest was gesturing with his hands and talking non-stop. Unfortunately, his words were completely incomprehensible to the cuck eagle. He had no idea what he was saying. Fortunately, neither side betrayed any ill will, so the current encounter was going relatively smoothly. Eagle had previously attempted to trade his machete with the genetic man captain, but ultimately failed, leaving him slightly disappointed. After all, the cuck tribe didn't even possess such a sharp weapon. If he could wield such a sharp and sturdy weapon, he'd surely stand out even more in future battles. The genetic man captain slowly drew his machete from his belt, signaling his intentions. He walked to a large tree, swung it vigorously, and struck the trunk with a fierce blow. Eagle's eyes widened, his heart aflame at the sight of the machete's power. But this wasn't the end. The genetic man captain unsheathed one of the two short pistols at his waist and fired another shot at the tree trunk. A resounding roar echoed through the forest, and a cloud of cyan smoke rose. Some birds, startled by the sound of the gunfire, flew into a flurry. The genetic man captain stepped aside, revealing the tree trunk blasted by the hand cannon. The bark had been blown away from the trunk, which was thick enough for several men to hug, leaving a small hole. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be if this thing struck a human. A look of fear crossed Eagle's face, and he took a few steps back. Honestly, this was also the first time he had seen a musket. He had personally experienced its power. He had no idea how these strangers possessed such powerful weapons, nor did he know where they came from. If they invaded his tribe would be completely defenseless. Eagle no longer had any desire to exchange weapons with them. All he could think about was that they weren't his enemies, and didn't harbor any ill intentions. Seeing Eagle's fear, the genetic man captain scratched the back of his head sheepishly. The winner takes all. Honestly, frightening Eagle wasn't his intention at all. In fact, he simply wanted to teach Eagle that a musket was more powerful than a machete. However, his way of expressing himself might have been a little off, and Eagle's understanding was a bit off, which led to Eagle being frightened. This was something the genetic leader hadn't anticipated. Eagle saw a hint of embarrassment in the leader's expression, and he knew he was apologizing. Eagle, however, took a deep breath and silently cursed himself for being so useless. At that moment, Eagle suddenly became alert. He saw a large group of horsemen charging towards him. "Don't be afraid, my friend. We mean no harm." Just as Eagle was at a loss, a young-looking boy, leading the group, shouted in fluent Kuk. It was that boy's cry that made Eagle relax. "Stranger, where are you from?" Eagle shouted back, standing still. "This is the territory of the Kuk people. Our ancestors have hunted here for generations, and the spirits of our Kuk ancestors watch over everything that happens here." Zhao words were easy to understand. Though wordy, their central message was to assure the newcomers that this territory belonged to the Kuk people, asserting their sovereignty. The one riding the horse was none other than Zhao, who had left the temporary command post, and several hundred of his Jin guards. Still a good distance from Zhao dismounted and headed towards the area on foot. The guards behind him split off half their forces and spread out to maintain vigilance. They didn't know if there were anyone else here besides Zhao. While they had no ill intentions, they couldn't guarantee that Zhao didn't. Therefore, caution was essential until they were completely certain of the other party's lack of hostility. "We come from the east and plan to live here permanently. We hope to live here with you in the future. Of course, the hunting rights here belong to the Kuk people. We don't need to hunt," Zhao said as he approached Zhao. "We mean no harm. We hope our presence doesn't disturb you, stranger. This place is in chaos. Large tribes are waging war over hunting rights in this area. It seems your dream of living here is extremely difficult. If I were you, I would leave. Of course, the Kuk welcome friends. As long as you are not enemies, we will not refuse a tribe from coming here, but this place belongs to the Kuk. I must make that clear to you," Eagle added. In fact, the Indians are very hospitable. Every tribe experiences hard times, and migration is inevitable. Eagle thought Zhao and his group might be a tribe facing difficulties and seeking to recuperate here. At least, he didn't see any hostility in Zhao. Therefore, he couldn't refuse Zhao request to stay. However, he had to reassert his sovereignty over this place and let Zhao know. After all, the Kuk lived a very primitive life, still in the hunting stage and had no knowledge of farming. Therefore, they valued hunting rights very much. It's not just the Kuks, all the large, medium, and small tribes living in the San Francisco area think this way. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a war over hunting rights. Because of the increase in population, there are fewer and fewer prey nearby. Although they can still easily hunt prey, it's not as good as one tribe monopolizing the entire area. Zhao looked at the eagle and said, "Zhao, Crown Prince of the Zhaosong Empire, King of the Mohicans and Iroquois, ruler of hundreds of united tribes." He listed a series of titles. The eagle was stunned after hearing this. He didn't know if the young man opposite was talking nonsense. "Well, There is no word like boasting in the Eagle's dictionary, so he can only use boasting instead. In short, in his opinion, the young man opposite was just bragging. What kind of concept is the ruler of hundreds of tribes? Obviously, the Eagle didn't believe it. We will build a city here. We won't need to hunt, and we're willing to trade with the Cook tribe. If possible, we'd also like to form an alliance with them and help you fight your enemies, he thought, thinking back to the white people throughout history. Wasn't that what they did? They helped the Indians fight each other, wiping out a large number of their manpower. So, if the white people could use such methods, why couldn't he? It was with this in mind that Zhao Hongyu spoke to the Eagle. We have 40,000 elite warriors. In a while, I'll sail across the sea and head east. 20,000 of them will stay. I think they should be of some use to you, Zhao Hongyu said, observing the Eagle's reaction. Oh my god, 20,000 elite warriors? That's not a lie, that's 20,000 elite warriors. My tribe only has a little over 300 warriors at best, and yet they're claiming 20,000 warriors right off the bat. If what they were saying is true, then an alliance is possible. Unfortunately, Eagle was only a warrior, not a tribal elder, so he couldn't make the final call on such matters. Eagle, Cook warrior, I can't make the final call, Eagle said frankly. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, that's okay. I can go meet your elders. After all, my people will be living here, so it's good for everyone to get to know each other. Most importantly, we can trade food with you. We have plenty of it. Zhao Hongyu was like a big bad wolf, tempting Eagle, the little lamb. And the little lamb was clearly tempted. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Heartbeat, Heartbeat. Food. For the Native Americans living on the American continent, it was an irresistible temptation. Due to productivity and agricultural technology issues, the Native Americans, with their primitive techniques, were unable to achieve self-sufficiency. Of course, this refers to the Native Americans of North America, not the Mayan descendants of Central and South America. Compared to the Native Americans of North America, the indigenous peoples of Central and South America enjoyed a much better life. Corn, potatoes, and other crops provided them with ample food to fill their stomachs. They could even hunt for meat as a protein source. In this respect, the Native Americans of North America were not comparable to their Central and South American counterparts. The vast majority of North American Native American tribes relied on hunting for food. Their food chain was very simple. Due to their migrational nature, they rarely cultivated land for food. For example, the Cook tribe, while they never left the San Francisco area, neither did they stay in one place for long, moving from place to place from time to time. However, the tribe would not leave the San Francisco area. That would make farming impossible. They did this to avoid being in one place. Excessive hunting gave the wild animals a chance to recover. They understood the principle of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Even so, most of the Cook tribe still didn't have enough to eat. The numerous nearby tribes, both large and small, all relied on hunting for food. But San Francisco was so large, and as the population grew, the supply of prey became insufficient. To obtain sufficient prey, war was inevitable. Furthermore, this not only allowed them to defeat other tribes, occupy larger territories, and gain hunting rights, but also effectively eliminated some populations, especially those of rival tribes. With fewer people, the demand for food would decrease. This was a good thing no matter how you looked at it. Thus, war broke out, engulfing all the tribes in the San Francisco area. Unlike the Iroquois Confederacy, the Indian tribes in the San Francisco area largely fought independently. They didn't unite to jointly confront a powerful enemy. The various tribes were rife with complex grievances and entanglements. Just a few decades ago, you killed 3 pheasants in my hunting grounds. This was disrespectful and provocative. Or perhaps, during a tribal conflict over 100 years ago, your father severely injured my brother. Indians take grudges very seriously, and even centuries later, they never forget them. As long as there's an adult warrior or man left in the tribe, the grudge will be passed down. Given such complex grievances, it's not surprising that tribes are fighting each other. At least, no large tribe has emerged yet that can unite the others. However, The disadvantages of fighting independently began to become apparent after some time of war in this region. First, some medium-sized tribes began to attack smaller ones. These smaller tribes, sometimes with only a few dozen adult male warriors, were no match. Even if they fought bravely, they were ultimately defeated and their tribes destroyed. In primitive warfare, population is the ultimate determinant of victory or defeat. There was no way around it. In a short period of time, countless small tribes were wiped out, vanishing from the history of America. The tribe that eagle belongs to is slightly larger than a small tribe, but smaller than a medium-sized one. The tribe gritted its teeth and could produce over 300 adult warriors. However, with the war's progression, the Cook tribe now faces a crisis. A large tribe has set its sights on the Cook tribe's hunting grounds. The Cook tribe's camp is located near the shores of San Francisco Bay, not far from the plains. Because of its proximity to the sea and forests, the Cook tribe has some access to food. Furthermore, their distance from the heart of the plains prevents them from engaging in major conflicts with most tribes. This is why they've only been targeted now, even as the war progresses. Remember, in the early stages of the war, many of the small tribes living in the heart of the plains were immediately wiped out. If the Cook tribe had lived there, they likely wouldn't have survived until now. Now, after the large tribes in the heart of the grasslands have eliminated the small tribes, they have begun waging war against the surrounding tribes. The medium-sized tribes, desperate to avoid conflict with the large tribes, are seeking new territory. As a result, some tribes are forced to migrate eastward, while others westward. As a result, the Cook tribe, previously known for its aggressive nature, inevitably came into conflict with the migrating tribes. Indians are known for their hospitality, and as long as the other party harbored no ill intentions, they would generally offer hospitality and assistance to the migrating tribe. However, the migrants encountered by the Cooks were a medium-sized tribe that had been defeated by a larger tribe. They had just arrived and were planning to destroy the Cooks and rest there. The Cooks sent a group of warriors, carrying dozens of plump, fresh fish, to the Tamo tribe, offering greetings and asking if they needed any assistance. However, to their surprise, the warriors were killed by the Tamo. A Cook warrior who had traveled with them escaped and recounted the incident to the elders and other tribesmen. It turned out that the other party had spoken with the Cook warriors and, upon learning that the Cooks had only 300 warriors, had harbored ill intentions. This medium-sized tribe, however, boasted 1,000 warriors, facing a moderately large tribe like the Cooks. Therefore, the goal of the Tamo tribe was to annihilate the Cooks and occupy this area. They believed that this area should belong to them. They should also enjoy the streams, the animals, and the mushrooms in the forest. The Cooks had no such rights. Furthermore, this area was far from the heart of the prairie, and the warring tribes would have paid no attention to it. They disdained the seaside, only the abundant pastures, the lakes, the wild horses, and the elk. These were found only in the heart of the prairie, not here west by the sea. Having made up their minds, they killed the Cook warriors on the spot and then gathered their warriors to march on the Cook camp. The Cooks sent to relieve the Tamo warriors numbered 8. 7 of them died in the Tamo camp, and only one escaped death by relieving himself in the bushes due to a stomachache. When the Cooks heard the surviving warrior's story, they reacted immediately. Brave Indian warriors were not afraid of battle. The instinct for fighting was ingrained in the Indians. Therefore, the Cook tribe immediately assembled 326 warriors and ambushed the enemy on their route. Dozens of battles, both large and small, had ensued between the Cooks and the Tamis in this region, each one with the Tamis suffering no advantage. Of course, the Cooks also suffered losses. At least 70 or 80 perished in these clashes. Such losses were excruciating for the Cooks. The Tamis suffered even greater losses, with over 400 killed in Cook ambushes. After dozens of clashes, the two sides had become sworn enemies, their conflict irreconcilable. Only the complete annihilation of one tribe could end it. Who had the Tamis been so greedy as to commit such a deed? After all, killing a well-intentioned warrior from another tribe was a blatant insult. For an Indian, the only way to save face was to kill the insulter. Otherwise, they would be forever humiliated. No one would respect them. The same principle held true for the entire tribe. Fortunately, everyone had begun to rest and recuperate during this period, temporarily halting their incessant attacks. Thus, both sides experienced a strange, yet brief, lull. Because of the conflict, The Kuk tribe had stopped hunting for a long time to cope with the Tanmo attacks. As a result, food was running low within the tribe. They didn't know if the Tanmo were experiencing the same problem. So, when Zhao Hongyu offered to provide food, Zhao was genuinely tempted. Food. With food, they wouldn't have to starve. Moreover, with food, they could focus their efforts on fighting the Tanmo. Meanwhile, the other side had proposed an alliance. The Kuk tribe had lost many men after the conflict with the Tanmo. While they were determined to fight to the end, the hostile Tanmo tribe had a larger population and hundreds more warriors. By the time they had recovered and acclimated themselves to the local environment, the Kuk tribe's fate would undoubtedly be far from favorable. After all, the Tanmo had moved from the plains to the seaside, and they weren't very familiar with the local environment. Therefore, how could they possibly compete with the Kuk tribe, who were accustomed to the environment of this region? Therefore, every time a battle took place in the jungle, the Tanmo warriors would feel powerless. Conversely, the Kuk warriors, with their familiarity with the land and environment, had a great advantage. However, as the Tanmo tribe gradually became familiar with the area, their advantage would disappear. Eagle had always been worried about this. If they could truly unite with these strangers, the Tanmo tribe would have nothing to fear. The strangers said they had tens of thousands of warriors. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 541, Weapons Trade. The Indians in San Francisco are different from those in the Northeast. There are not a few Indian tribes here with over 10,000 warriors, and many of them are. Whether it's due to the abundance of prey or some other reason, the Indian population here is far greater than along the eastern coastal areas. Of course, the San Francisco area is just what Zhao Hongyu and his group consider, but if you really look deeper, the San Francisco area is actually quite vast. It reaches what would later become Canada to the north and connects to what would later become the Mohican border to the south. In this era, there was no United States to demarcate state borders. Therefore, viewing the San Francisco area at this time shouldn't be viewed through the lens of later generations. Zhao Hongyu and his group didn't understand this. Zhao had no objection to Zhao Hongyu's desire to meet with the elders of the Kuk tribe. After all, if an alliance were to be formed, he alone would have the final say on such a major matter. Therefore, the elders must make the final decision. The fact that the other side had at least 500 or 600 elite warriors present here was sufficient proof of his claim. Having such a powerful allied tribe would be a huge benefit to the Kuk tribe. At the very least, they could use these strangers in future conflicts with the Tanmo, wouldn't they? However, he still knew very little about the strangers, so rashly bringing them back to the tribe would be a very irrational move. The warriors currently surrounding them already outnumbered the entire tribe's total. If he rashly brought these strangers back to the tribal camp, what if they harbored malicious intentions? Wouldn't he be a sinner? After pondering for a moment, Zhao decided not to take the strangers back. Instead, he would visit the strangers' camp to investigate. At least, they hadn't shown any signs of ill will, so he should take the risk and give it a try. Zhao was certainly cautious, even when Zhao Hongyu offered several offers that he couldn't refuse but were tempted by. He was still able to make rational decisions. Who says Indians are simply fools? At least judging by Zhao reaction, they weren't mindless idiots. Don't worry about my promise. According to your thinking, I'm the chief of my tribe. Therefore, my promise represents the entire tribe's decision. I think you can rest assured about that. Seeing Zhao standing there with a gloomy expression, Zhao Hongyu spoke to him. Finally, Zhao gritted his teeth and responded, "Thank you for your generosity and kindness. May I visit your camp?" Zhao Hongyu's eyes flickered, and he understood Zhao intention. He greatly appreciated his cautiousness and prudence. Therefore, without the slightest displeasure, he gladly extended the invitation. "Yes, as a friend, I'd like to invite you to my tribal camp. However, we've just arrived, and the camp is still under construction, so there may be some things I can't accommodate. Please forgive me for that. If you're dissatisfied, please don't take it to heart," Zhao quickly said. "No, the kind-hearted Kuk people won't be picky about a friend's warm invitation." Then, at Zhao Hongyu's signal, a Jin guard approached, leading a war horse. "Can you ride?" Zhao Hongyu asked curiously. Eagle shook his head, watching the snorting war horse. Honestly, there were many herds of wild horses across the Great Plains, but few tribes knew how to ride these animals. Even for most Indian tribes, these steeds galloping across the grasslands were considered spirits and divine creatures. Zhao Hongai waved his hand, dismissing the guard leading the horse. "Let's go now, then. I'll walk you back." Zhao Hongai smiled, walked over to Eagle, and began to lead the way. Thanks to his language skills, Zhao Hongai and Eagle had no trouble communicating. There were no barriers at all. He even spoke a few words of Kuk slang. This was the power of language skills. You know, many conflicts and misunderstandings between people in the world often stem from language barriers. Kindness can be misinterpreted as hostility, and malice can be perceived as kindness. During a conflict, both sides struggle to communicate effectively, or even if they do, their words often fail to convey their intended meaning, leading to more intense and escalating conflicts. However, Zhao Hongayu's mastery of language greatly prevents this. Effective communication allows everyone to understand what he's saying and conveys his intentions directly. Unless the other party harbors malicious intent, conflict generally won't occur. Following Zhao Hongayu's signal, Zhao followed him. However, he inadvertently raised his hands and made several quick gestures. This gesture informed his hidden companions that he was going to visit the enemy camp and, after his departure, to immediately return to the tribe and inform the elders of what had happened. Of course, these strangers had no ill intentions at the moment, and even though they were so friendly, they still wanted to inform the elders and the tribe members. Zhao Hongyu simply smiled at Zhao gestures, neither questioning nor stopping him. "The weapons your warriors carry are very strong and sharp. I wonder if you would exchange such weapons with us if we truly united and engaged in trade." The Indians didn't have the word buy and sell in their vocabulary. Eastern Indians only learned about the concept after prolonged contact with Europeans. But compared to their eastern coastal compatriots, the Indians of the western coast were much more primitive. Furthermore, they had never come into contact with Europeans. Therefore, they had no idea what buying and selling meant. It was only after Zhao Hongyu explained what he meant by trading that Zhao finally grasped a rough idea. To Zhao, trade was simply exchanging goods for goods. Zhao was no stranger to this. Often, in the autumn, Cook warriors would carry large quantities of furs and travel to the Great Plains to seek out tribes and exchange them for supplies. So, when Zhao Hongyu mentioned this, he assumed that this was trade. Buying and selling. Zhao had no such concept. Therefore, he believed that exchange was the correct approach. Furthermore, the Indian people of the western coast had no concept of currency. In this respect, they were far behind the Indians of the eastern coast. However, this wasn't the fault of the Western Indians. After all, the Eastern Indians had had contact with Europeans for over 100 years. But the Western Indians hadn't. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't be a problem. Our weapons are made of iron, much stronger than your wooden weapons, and also less susceptible to damage." Zhao Hongyu called to a nearby genetic man warrior and asked him to hand him his machete. The genetic man soldier drew his machete from his waist and handed it to him. Zhao Hongyu took it in his own hands and then handed it to Zhao. Zhao had seen the genetic man's squad leader's machete before, but he hadn't examined it closely. Now, Zhao Hongyu gave him a chance to truly feel the iron weapon. Ling. Zhao tilted the blade of his machete, making a distinct iron sound. Later, as Eagle passed a large tree, he swung his machete and slashed at the trunk a few times. Quite a weapon. If it were to strike a human, I'd probably chop off an arm. Eagle was delighted with the machete's power. His eyes were filled with reluctance, and it was clear he was reluctant to return the machete to Zhao Hongyu. It wasn't Eagle's fault. The Indian tribes along the west coast had never seen iron tools. They used wooden weapons, such as spears, blowpipes, and bows. Wooden weapons were always far inferior to iron weapons. It was no wonder Eagle, having seen the iron machete before, was so fond of it and reluctant to part with it. Trade it for furs. A machete like this could be exchanged for at least 3 bear skins or 36 beaver skins. I don't think you'd mind such a large amount. Zhao Hongyu suggested a method for exchanging weapons, including the amount. After a moment's thought, the Eagle nodded and said to Zhao Hongyu, "It's a fair exchange. I think you're a bit shortchanged. These weapons are very durable and will last a very long time. Besides bear and beaver skins, isn't it possible to use other animal skins?" First, the Eagle approved of the exchange for iron weapons, but then he raised a small question. Indeed, The eagle detected a slight problem in Zhao Hongayu's words. Zhao Hongyu only mentioned bear and beaver skins, but he didn't mention other animal skins. Therefore, the eagle wondered if the other party only needed these two skins. San Francisco has dense forests and abundant wildlife. Brown bears, even in San Francisco at that time, were plentiful. Beavers, even in those days before devastating hunting, also had significant populations along the east and west coasts. Therefore, the eagle didn't think it was a big deal. It would just be a bit more troublesome. If other skins were needed, that would be even better, wouldn't it? You can't take groundhog and coyote skins, or squirrel skins, Zhao Hongyu joked to the eagle in a good mood. The eagle laughed too. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 542, everyone thought they were getting the upper hand. After a brief joke, Zhao Hongyu got serious. He told the eagle, bison hides, reindeer hides, live pheasants, and live wild boars are also acceptable. We'll have to negotiate the exact quantity when the time comes. Besides, some forest mushrooms can also be used in exchange. For Zhao Hongyu, everything in this era could bring profit. There was nothing he didn't need. He also pulled out an imperial gold coin from his pocket and waved it before the eagle's eyes. You can also use this in exchange for weapons. Considering the abundance of gold mines nearby, the cuck might even have gold. So, Zhao Hongyu deliberately took out the gold coin and showed it to the eagle, testing him. Sure enough, the eagle's eyes lit up when he saw the coin. Aha, do these strangers like this broken stone? That's fantastic. Seeing Zhao Hongyu tell him that he could actually trade this stone, which was everywhere around the tribal camp, for weapons, the eagle almost jumped for joy. Yes, the cuck originally lived on the edge of the forest, but with the approaching summer, they temporarily migrated into the forest. Around their new tribal camp, there were many stones of this color. The cuck didn't care for these stones at all. They saw them as no different from stones, just different colors. Besides, they couldn't be eaten or used, making them completely useless. They were more like garbage than trash. But Zhao couldn't believe these strangers actually liked this trash. Haha. Zhao laughed heartily. Of course, he didn't say it out loud, because after all, this trash could be traded for weapons. Are you sure you can trade this kind of stone for weapons? Although he was determined not to let anyone know, Zhao, who had no experience in business, let Zhao Hongyu know something. Stone? This guy, claiming to be a cuck warrior, actually said that gold is stone. Oh my god. It seems he must have seen gold, and quite a bit of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked. Besides, the other party definitely doesn't care about gold, otherwise they wouldn't have called it stone. It looks like I'm going to get rich. Zhao Hongyu also felt happy. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao were both secretly grinning. They each thought they had gotten a great deal. Actually, this matter is a matter of personal opinion. It depends on one's perspective. In Zhao Hongyu's eyes, gold is a form of currency, and it can be traded into a trading system to purchase goods that are unavailable or scarce in this world. Therefore, for Zhao Hongyu, gold is a very important and useful metal. But on the other hand, what use is gold to the cuck tribe? The cuck and the Indians in the San Francisco area don't have a monetary system and are still based on barter. They exchange their belongings for what they need. Therefore, gold, which has become the most important currency and status symbol in the East and the West, has become no different from stone in San Francisco. Gold is only valuable when it is needed. If it is not needed, it is nothing more than garbage. This is particularly evident in the San Francisco area. It's precisely for this reason that, in Eagle's eyes, gold is considered a useful stone. After all, gold is useless in San Francisco. It's neither edible nor drinkable, so it's nothing more than garbage. It's no wonder Eagle thinks so. But now things are different. The stone Eagle once considered trash actually has a need for. Where there's demand, there's a market, and where there's a market, there's a use. Even trash can become a treasure if there's demand. Are you sure you need a stone like this? Eagle's words still lingered in Zhao Hongyu's ears. Yes. Of course I do. And the more the better. Zhao Hongyu nodded quickly and said to Eagle, yes, a stone as big as the one you're holding, 10 pieces can be exchanged for an iron machete. We also have a lot of other goods here that will definitely satisfy you. The piece of gold Eagle held out weighed a few dozen grams. Zhao Hongyu suddenly opened his mouth and said that 10 pieces of gold the size of his hand would be enough to buy a single iron machete. This was an absolute astronomical profit. A modern person would have spitted in his face upon hearing Zhao Hongyu's offer. However, this was the 17th century, and the west coast of North America was still very primitive and backward. Although Zhao Hongyu's price might seem outrageous to later generations, Zhao considered it a great bargain. These stones were completely useless, but only 10 pieces the size of his hand could be exchanged for a sturdy, sharp iron machete. He was making a killing. So, he nodded quickly and said to Zhao Hongyu seriously, "Then it's a deal. You must not go back on your word. You must keep your promise." Looking at Zhao extremely serious expression, and then at his solemn face, Zhao Hongyu chuckled to himself. Go back on his word? Damn it, only a moron would go back on his word. Why would I go back on my word? This is a very profitable deal. An iron machete, purchased from the virtual world, would only cost a few dozen yuan, but a gram of gold would fetch 200 or 300 yuan. It's safe to say that an iron machete, commonplace in later times, could fetch a stratospheric price in this era. This deal was a sure win. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't go back on his word. There was money to be made, so why would he regret it? He wasn't an idiot. Don't worry, I'm as good as my word. I won't go back on my word. Zhao Hongyu patted his chest, reassuring Zhao. However, Zhao didn't quite believe it based on words alone. So, Zhao finally used the machete to cut his thumb, then handed it to Zhao Hongyu, his eyes sparkling. Wow, he was asking for a blood oath. Seeing Zhao reaction and everything he did, how could Zhao Hongyu not know what Zhao was up to? Yes, Indians believe in spirits, and they cherish oaths. For Zhao Hongyu could only gain his trust by swearing a blood oath. There was no other way. Zhao Hongyu, having long dealt with the Mohawk and numerous other tribes on the East Coast, was undoubtedly unaware of Zhao intentions. Though he internally complained about the blood spurting out, he nonetheless took the machete and cut his thumb, imitating the eagle's actions. Then, they pressed their thumbs together, allowing their blood to mingle. With Zhao leading the way, they swore an oath in the name of a deity called Mama. Zhao finally let go of the newcomer and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't surprising that Zhao was so nervous and serious, eager to get Zhao Hongyu to swear. After all, exchanging stones for weapons was, in Zhao eyes, a stroke of luck. He had encountered a truly idiotic figure. He might only encounter one once in a lifetime. Since he had encountered him this time, he had no choice but to seize him. With these weapons, the Cook tribe's military might would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. And now that they've confirmed that this idiotic tribal leader truly commands tens of thousands of elite warriors, an alliance with them would be highly beneficial. How could Eagle not be nervous, considering the idea that he could take advantage of a foolish, incompetent person? No one would believe the story of trading stones for weapons. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Eagle. Little did he know that his actions would be considered idiotic by 17th century Indians. He honestly didn't know whether Eagle would laugh or cry after learning of his inner thoughts. But it seemed impossible for Zhao Hongyu to know Eagle's thoughts. Eagle wasn't stupid. How could he possibly voice his thoughts? After all, idiots who could be taken advantage of weren't common, so if he did, he had to be treated with the utmost care. Eagle had just heard Zhao Hongyu say that they had plenty of merchandise. What were the merchandise? Zhao wasn't entirely sure, but he suspected it was something to be exchanged. Perhaps furs, perhaps something else, but the term commodity was strange. Who cares what it's called, as long as it can be exchanged for stones? After swearing his oath, Zhao enthusiasm for Zhao Hongyu escalated. Under the protection of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Hongyu led Zhao toward the temporary camp. Along the way, Zhao observed the stern-faced Imperial Guardsmen and expressed curiosity about their attire and weaponry. Zhao would ask Zhao Hongyu about anything he didn't understand. And for the sake of the gold, Zhao Hongyu patiently explained everything to Zhao. When Zhao saw Imperial Guardsmen wearing a gleaming silver half-plate, his eyes lit up. Iron armor, it could protect against swords and knives. These two qualities alone were enough to captivate Zhao. On the way to the temporary camp, Zhao Hongyu also brought out a host of other items that stunned Zhao. Matches, salt, sugar, clothing for all seasons, styled after 1950s Chinese clothing, mostly for workers and peasants, and even green rubber-soled shoes. Most importantly, Zhao Hongyu brought out the white rice, corn, potatoes, and other vegetables. These were all food, edibles that could fill their stomachs. Weapons and clothing weren't important. For the Indian tribes living in San Francisco, food was paramount. However, Xiang Ying had never seen rice, potatoes, corn, or other green vegetables before. So, he wasn't sure how to eat them or what they tasted like. So, while surprised, he was still a little hesitant. Zhao Hongyu observed Xiang Ying's reactions carefully and memorized them. He wasn't in a rush. He could just cook him a meal when they got to the temporary camp. Once Xiang Ying tasted the food made from these ingredients, he had no doubt the country bumpkin wouldn't be impressed. Swish! Eagle struck a match, his eyes fixed on the burning stick, not even looking at the road ahead. If Zhao Hongyu hadn't pulled him back a few times, he might have bumped into a tree trunk several times. The tiny match completely captured Eagle's attention. While it might not have much value, it was a significant asset to Eagle, a 17th century Indian. After all, the Indian tribes living on the west coast still relied on drilling wood to make fire. Every tribe had a fire that was kept burning once it was lit. This ensured that families and individuals within the tribe had quick access to fire when needed. However, this was still a bit cumbersome. However, with matches, everything would be much simpler. The match in Eagle's hand quickly burned out, and he dropped the nearly smoldering match to the ground. "Is this also one of the items we exchange, or trade?" Eagle asked excitedly. Zhao Hongyu nodded. "Yes, those things I showed you and mentioned earlier are all things we can exchange, or trade. You can exchange them for furs, game, or even those stones." After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Xiang Ying was at a loss for words to describe his encounter today. Could it be that he had been favored by the gods today, thus experiencing great luck? Otherwise, how could he have encountered such a good thing, and even such a fool? Haha, trading stones for things. Every time he heard this stranger say this, he felt the urge to laugh out loud. Xiang Ying struggled to hold back his patience. "That's great. I can't wait to start up trading." Xiang Ying's eagerness was genuine, but the compliment felt a bit false. He said it because he was afraid Zhao Hongyu would no longer be willing to trade for stones. Hence, Xiang Ying's words. It was just a little thought on his part. Time passed quickly. About an hour later, Zhao Hongyu led Xiang Ying to the temporary camp by the sea. As soon as he took in the sight, Eagle was greeted by a bustling construction site and a dense crowd of people. Wow! So many people, especially when Eagle's gaze fell upon the sea, his pupils shrank sharply. "Hiss," he gasped, then uttered, "What is this?" 72 massive warships were parked on the surface of the sea, shocking Eagle to no end. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 543 Temporary Camp. Following Zhao Hongyu, Eagle arrived at San Francisco Beach in the future. In this era, it was just an unnamed region. Azure waters lapped against the ivory sand, creating a continuous whoosh, whoosh sound. Seabirds circled in the sky, and coconut trees lined the shore. Everywhere Eagle looked, he saw warships he had never seen before. Yes, warships this large were completely beyond his comprehension. Oh my god, what is this? How could it float on the sea and look so formidable? Eagle stood there stunned, his expression utterly amused. It wasn't Eagle's fault for overreacting. It was perfectly normal for humans to react like this when faced with something beyond their comprehension. Zhao Hongyu's warships were like UFOs to Eagle. Eagle's tribe also had a few small boats that allowed them to navigate the forest streams. But these boats were, to be honest, just canoes. Not only were they small, but they were no longer used for seafaring. Therefore, they were just catching some freshwater fish in the forest streams. "This is a boat, a seagoing boat," Zhao Hongyu said nonchalantly. "Why is it so big?" the eagle murmured. "Come with me, I'll take you to rest. We've come such a long way, you must be a little tired." Zhao Hongyu greeted the eagle and then led the shock eagle towards the temporary command post. "If there's a chance, I can take you on a merchant ship to experience the feeling of sailing the sea, but right now, we have more important things to do. You need to take a good look at our camp and get a clear idea of what to do. We'll soon be heading to your tribe's camp to discuss trade and alliances with the elders." Zhao Hongyu noticed that the eagle was completely focused on the warships at sea and had to remind him. Oh. Zhao Hongyu's words reminded the eagle of his purpose in coming here. Therefore, he smiled sheepishly and averted his gaze. At this moment, all the geneticists on the shore were busy, each doing their own thing. In the distance, logs were being brought back one by one. Immediately, geneticists began to cut and trim the logs with saws and planes. Meanwhile, the frameworks of round, temporary wooden houses were taking shape. Judging by the geneticists' work, the temporary settlements might be completed soon. Bringing Eagle to the tented command post, Zhao Hongai looked up and saw Wang Shan, who had been waiting there. He quickly introduced Eagle, a warrior from the nearby Kuk tribe. I've brought him here to see what's going on here, so he can understand the situation. Then I plan to send someone back with him to discuss trade and alliances with their elders. Your Highness, do we really need to ally with them? They're just a small local tribe. We can easily destroy them. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan smiled at Eagle, then looked at Zhao Hongaiyu calmly, expressing his doubtful thoughts. Wang Shan and Zhao Hongaiyu spoke in Huaxia. So, they didn't have to worry about Shuang Ying overhearing their teaching conversations. Shuang Ying wouldn't understand a thing. Wang Shan smiled as he walked over to Shuang Ying's side, led him to a chair, and motioned for him to sit. Then, turning to Wang Shan, he said, "We're new here and unfamiliar with the area, so I think we need to find some help. I think the Kuk tribe is a good fit. Their population isn't large, so they won't pose much of a threat. Just think of the tribes on the east coast. We can assimilate them." Hearing His Highness's words, Wang Shan considered them and nodded. He conceded that His Highness was right. He could indeed use abundant merchandise to intimidate the Kuk tribe, making them dependent on him and gradually assimilating them. He had done just that on the east coast, and it had worked quite well. Therefore, applying the same tactic on the west coast wouldn't be a problem. So, Wang Shan nodded and said to Zhao Hongaiyu, "All right, since your Highness has made your decision, I will begin implementing your plan in this area." Wang Shan took Zhao Hongaiyu's words to heart and began to consider how to contact the Kuk people and assimilate them. Shuang Ying, with a curious look on his face, sat in his chair, looking left and right, like a curious baby. Everything here was so new to him, it was overwhelming. I contacted this guy called Shuang Ying and got some information from him, and I have a general understanding of the situation in this area. Zhao Hongai walked over to Wang Shan's desk, picked up the teapot and cups, poured a cup of tea, and then turned to Shuang Ying and handed it to him. "This is one of our drinks. See if you're used to it. I need to communicate something to my subordinates, so please wait a moment before we can continue our conversation." Zhao Hongai had much to say to Wang Shan, but he couldn't ignore Shuang Ying. So, he informed Shuang Ying beforehand. Shuang Ying accepted the teacup offered by Zhao Hongaiyu with both hands, nodded, and thanked him. Shuang Ying had no objection to Zhao Hongaiyu's request to communicate certain matters to his men. "Oh, what's the situation in this area like? Is it chaotic?" Wang Shan, upon hearing Zhao Hongaiyu's words, sensed a hidden meaning. After receiving Shuang Ying's agreement, Zhao Hongaiyu turned and said to Wang Shan, "There's a war going on in this area. The main cause of the war is a large tribe of Plains Indians. Their main goal is to control the entire San Francisco area. I think this will lead to a conflict with us." Wang Shan was stunned, but then a smile spread across his face. Yes, his plan was to occupy the entire San Francisco area. After gaining a foothold and attracting a large number of immigrants, he would expand north, south, and east. Therefore, even if the Indian tribes currently engaged in the war eventually won, the victorious tribe would inevitably come into conflict with the Song Empire. "Your Highness, this isn't a big deal. We can handle it. They're just some primitive Native Americans. With our weapons and military prowess, we can definitely defeat them." Wang Shan appeared nonchalant, his expression relaxed. "But, Your Highness, what are your thoughts? Should we intervene immediately, or wait until the outcome is decided?" Wang Shan asked. "Intervening now won't do us any good. It's better to wait until the outcome is decided. Of course, I hope it takes a while to decide the outcome, so we have enough time to build our camp." Zhao Hongai responded to Wang Shan's question. Wang Shan nodded, pondering that this was indeed a good idea. They had just arrived in San Francisco. If they intervened too soon, would they still need to build their settlements? Also, would they still need to continue with the site selection and various other plans for the city? Moreover, by then, they would have to be on guard against the Indian warriors who could attack them at any time, making it impossible to do anything. Therefore, Prematurely intervening in the Indian war would be of little benefit to them, and even disadvantageous. On the contrary, allowing the Indians to continue fighting would greatly benefit them. First, the war would reduce the Indian population in the region and expel the scattered Indian tribes that needed to be expelled. The remaining victor would undoubtedly be a severely weakened super tribe. Such a tribe would be easier to deal with, as they would have a single target. Furthermore, Wang Shan could exploit the Indian fighting to contact some of the defeated smaller tribes and recruit them as vassals. With the population and warriors of these vassal tribes, Wang Shan could use them as patrols to protect the gold or as vanguards in battles against the future grassland overlords. In short, joining the war at the last minute would be immensely beneficial to the empire. Joining too soon, on the other hand, would not only yield no benefits, but also bring trouble upon himself. After hearing Wang Shan's words and seeing his nonchalant expression, Zhao Hongai warned, "That's true, but it's always better to be cautious. Don't let anything go wrong." He worried that Wang Shan's carelessness might lead to something awful. "We may have iron weapons and flintlock rifles, but Indian wooden spears, blowpipes, and slingshots can be just as deadly. There's a chance they could be fatal. What if we're so unlucky that even drinking cold water gets stuck in our teeth?" At this point, Zhao Hongai glanced at Wang Shan, causing him to shudder and then drop his nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, the things Zhao Hongai worried about weren't impossible. Luck, after all, was unpredictable. "Your Highness is reminding me that I've been too arrogant." Wang Shan quickly adjusted his mindset. "If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about Anais. She's staying here with you. If anything happens to her, wouldn't you feel bad?" Zhao Hongai raised his hand and nudged Wang Shan, mentioning Anais, who was still on the boat and hadn't disembarked. Wang Shan blushed. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 544 Eagle, Shocked. After a quick, brief conversation between Zhao Hongai and Wang Shan gained a general understanding of the situation in San Francisco from Zhao Hongai. This gave him a slight sense of direction, allowing him to avoid being completely blind. After the conversation, Zhao Hongai, smiling, walked over to Zai Ongying's side, pulled up a chair, and sat down. "Well, then, let's get down to business now," Zhao Hongai said straight to the point. Wang Shan also pulled up a chair and sat across from Zai Ongying. "This is Wang Shan. I'll be leaving here in a few days, so you'll definitely be interacting more often," Zhao Hongai introduced Wang Shan. Zhao Hongai had already introduced Zai Ongying on their return, and after their conversation, Wang Shan already knew Zai Ongying's name and identity. Nodding, Wang Shan smiled warmly. "From now on, whether it's trade or a joint fight against your enemies, just tell me. I have the right to make the final decision here." Of course, Wang Shan's words were translated to Zai Ongying through Zhao Hongai, who told Wang Shan he had no linguistic skills. After Zhao Hongai introduced Wang Shan, Zai Ongying nodded. Then, turning to Zhao Hongai, Zai Ongying said, "I've witnessed your tribe's strength along the way. I will truthfully share my experiences with the elders, and I personally believe they won't reject your friendship and goodwill. The alliance will be successful. However, I must warn you of something. Our tribe has recently been attacked by another tribe, one far more powerful than ours. If we unite, you might have an enemy." Zai Ongying had to reveal this to Zhao Hongai without a single word of concealment. Zhao Hongai had shown nothing but goodwill up front. It was clear they were the kind of people you could befriend. Indians believe in connecting with the heart, and with those who show goodwill. Therefore, it would be absolutely immoral for Zai Ongying to conceal this. If word got out, he and his entire tribe would be despised. While an alliance would be beneficial for the Cook tribe, it clearly wouldn't benefit Zhao Hongai and his men. Take the trade, for example. It's simply exchanging stones for supplies. The Cook tribe's gains are so enormous, it would make even Eagle blush. Furthermore, as an allied tribe, Zhao Hongai would undoubtedly send troops to aid the Cook tribe in its fight against the enemy. It's fair to say there's no benefit, but there's a ton of trouble. If it were the Cook tribe, they definitely wouldn't have acted the way Zhao Hongai did. While the Indians are brave, friendly, and welcoming, they're not the kind of fools who seek trouble when there's none. No matter who your enemy is, we will face it together with you. We are outsiders here. We don't ask for much, we just want a place to stay. All we want is a piece of land to build a house. As for the prey here, We have no need for any of this. Therefore, there's no conflict with your tribe." As Eagle finished speaking, Zhao Hongyu spoke. "And we need friends here," Wang Shan added after Zhao Hongyu finished. Indeed, they weren't very familiar with San Francisco. With the help of the Cook tribe, their future settlement would be much easier. It would also avoid many dangers and troubles. Shang Ying was thrilled and touched, yet at the same time, he felt uneasy that the tribe would take advantage of Zhao Hongyu. "Alice. Everything was for the tribe." "Okay, since you say so, then I have something to say." Since Zhao Hongyu and the others were so insistent, Shang Ying had nothing else to say. After all, the benefits to the tribe were enormous. There was no reason for him to leave. Unless he was mentally retarded. But the question was Shang Ying mentally retarded? Clearly, he wasn't. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't make such a decision. The conversation went much more smoothly. Having come to his senses, Shang Ying began to share the most detailed information about the area with Wang Shan and the others, giving Zhao Hongyu and the others a more detailed understanding. Wang Shan even took out his notebook and pen, taking notes as he listened, recording every detail of Shang Ying's description of the surrounding situation. Afterward, Zhao Hongyu prepared the gifts and trade samples he would need for the trip to the Cook tribe. "We don't call it a tribe over there, we call it an empire. Because an empire is much larger than a tribe, I think you'll understand." Time slipped by, and about 2 hours later, Wang Shan and Shang Ying, having finished lunch, began chatting. Shang Ying considered these strangers a large tribe. Therefore, he always addressed Zhao Hongyu and the others as tribal elders. After lunch, Wang Shan solemnly explained this, attempting to shock Shang Ying, the young Indian, once again. Empire. Shang Ying's face was filled with confusion. Just as Wang Shan had said, Shang Ying truly couldn't grasp the meaning of an empire. However, according to the young man, Wang Shan, an empire was a name for a larger tribe, so this empire should have a population of at least 100,000. Wow, 100,000. Shang Ying was lost in his imagination. The Kuk tribe had a population of just over 2,000, so he couldn't imagine what a tribe with a population of 100,000 would be like. But before Eagle could finish his fantasy, Wang Shan's next words petrified him. "In the empire to the east, we have a population of 3 million, hundreds of thousands of slaves, and a vast expanse of land. We are unrivaled there, and all the tribes have joined our empire and become part of it. 3 million people, hundreds of thousands of slaves, 3 million people, hundreds of thousands of slaves." Eagle couldn't hear what Wang Shan said next. Now, all that echoed in his mind and ears was the phrase, 3 million people, hundreds of thousands of slaves. Just now, he'd imagined the other tribe had a population of 100,000, but now they were talking about 3 million people and hundreds of thousands of slaves. Holy crap, what kind of concept was that? Honestly, Eagle had no idea what it meant. He wasn't very sensitive to numbers. Plus, Indians weren't very numerate. So, 100,000 people seemed enormous to Eagle. It could even be considered an enormous sum. 3 million, my goodness, he really didn't know how to describe it. Wang Shan secretly glanced at the eagle with its large beak, chuckling inwardly but maintaining a serious expression. He pretended not to notice the eagle's dazed expression and continued, "We originally wanted to travel to a country on the other side of the ocean. The voyage was too long, so we needed a port for transit, and that's why we chose this place. We won't interfere with any of your interests, on the contrary, we can provide you with assistance." Wang Shan now lied freely without blushing. He'd learned the ropes from Zhao Hongyu. Such an excuse was only meant to deceive someone as naive as the eagle, and even Wang Shan himself felt a little unconvinced. Zhao Hongyu, who was making himself some milk tea, blushed. The eagle didn't say anything, still reeling from the shock of the 3 million. Wang Shan turned and gave Zhao Hongyu a wry smile. Zhao Hongyu drank a glass of milk tea, let out a long breath, and walked over. "Let's go now. It's getting late, and we need to reach the Cook tribe before evening." Zhao Hongyu placed a hand on Zhang Ying's shoulder, gently nudging him, finally snapping him out of his shock and stupor. What did you say?" Zhang Ying, having been brought back to his senses, hadn't heard what Zhao Hongyu had just said, so he asked with a confused and foolish expression. "Lunch has already ended, and it's already afternoon. We can set off now. We need to try to reach your tribe's camp before nightfall. After all, it's very unsafe at night." Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to repeat his words. Oh, okay, let's go now. Zhao, aware of his embarrassing reaction, stood up sheepishly, nodding in a flustered manner. From Zhao reaction, it was clear that after getting to know Zhao Hongyu and the others better, the young Indian was beginning to feel somewhat restrained. Indeed, even a fool could tell from Zhao Hongyu and the others' words that the two sides were at a different level of power. If Zhao Hongyu and the others were bears, then the Cook tribe were at best groundhogs, or even less. Furthermore, the bustling activity of the Jin people outside the tent, the tools they used, the weapons they wore, and the warships on the distant seas, all irritated the eagle. Add to that Wang Shan's claim of a population of 3 million and hundreds of thousands of slaves, and how could the eagle not be uneasy? Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan declined to comment on the eagle's reaction. After all, maintaining a certain level of respect was only natural. Outside the temporary command post, more than a dozen rubber-wheeled carts were parked, piled high with goods. These goods were destined for the Cook tribe. Some were gifts, some were trade samples. Primarily rice and flour, but also salt, MSG, and 13 spices. These daily necessities were the most profitable trade. After the genetic soldiers helped the eagle onto the cart, the team slowly began to set off. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan both jumped on their horses. As the future administrator of San Francisco, it was necessary for Wang Shan to go along. Behind them, 800 genetic soldiers of the Royal Guard followed with expressionless faces. Zhao Hongyu was full of confidence for this trip. Chapter 545 Everything is left to you. The Cook tribe's camp was 3 or 4 kilometers northeast of the coast, where Zhao Hongyu and his team had landed. The camp was nestled in a strategically located depression within the forest. Without a familiar guide, anyone unfamiliar with the area would have had no luck finding it amidst the dense forest and thick grass. The Cook camp was incredibly secretive. Fortunately, Zhao Hongyu and his team had Eagle to lead the way, otherwise, Zhao Hongyu had no idea if he would have been able to locate the Indian tribe in the forest. It's true that while the Indians may be somewhat primitive and backward, those who live near the forest are masters of jungle warfare. Indians from the grasslands, on the other hand, possess a broad mindset. This is no wonder. Having been exposed to this environment since childhood, their decades of training have undoubtedly made them far more formidable than modern humans. If modern humans were placed in this environment, they wouldn't be much worse off than the Indians. Upon entering the forest, Zhao Hongyu could see a variety of pheasants with colorful tails, plump and adorable rabbits, and grunting wild boars. Because Zhao Hongyu and his group were outnumbered, the ferocious beasts had already been kept at a distance, preventing them from disrupting the progress. On the branches of towering trees, small squirrels, clutching pine nuts, crouched on branches, curiously observing the humans passing below. The chirping of birds echoed through the forest. Tap, 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 that was the sound of a woodpecker's sharp beak piercing the tree trunk. Clatter, Zhao Hongyu looked over, only to see a fat, plump butt. It was a startled gazelle scurrying in panic. As they journeyed, Zhao Hongyu was filled with emotion, awestruck by the wonders of nature. It was like the feeling Zhao Hongyu had after bringing the eagle to camp on the shore, and the eagle came into contact with Zhao Hongyu's camp. Ying, on the other hand, felt that the young man beside him was being a bit overly surprised. It was just some animals in a forest. What was there to be surprised about? He was puzzled. He had been exposed to the forest since childhood, so he wasn't surprised at all, but rather a little bored. If it weren't for life, survival, and food, Ying wouldn't have lived here. Ying's thoughts were not surprising at all. It's like the experience of someone in later generations who has lived in the countryside for decades, bringing the city with him. Ying is the country boy, and Zhao Hongyu is the city dweller. Looked at the other way around, they're actually the same. Zhao Hongyu loves the natural world, its unadorned beauty. He, however, has no interest in city life. This sentiment can be seen today in the city he built in the east. Ying, on the other hand, was different. He had lived in a tribe since childhood, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would have lived in a hide shed his entire life, spending his days running and hunting in the forest. As he grew older, he married, had children, and then died. Ying didn't particularly enjoy this kind of life, but there was nothing he could do to change it. If he and Zhao Hongyu were to switch places, Ying would likely prefer city life. Frankly speaking, Zhao Hongyu and Ying were both shrewd. The forest path wasn't smooth, it was often bumpy. And amidst the half-man-high grass, you never knew what hidden dangers lay. One moment, everything seemed fine, but the next moment, a ferocious wild boar, jaguar, or other ferocious beast could scurry out. Led by Zhao Ying, Zhao Hongyu and his companions trudged cautiously through the forest. After about an hour, the path suddenly opened up, revealing a small hillock. We're almost there. Just over that hillock, our tribe's campsite is just behind us. Upon seeing the hillock, Zhao Ying's face lit up with a smile, clearly excited to be nearing home. Zhao Hongyu surveyed it. The hillock resembled a steamed bun. Its slopes were devoid of trees or half-man-high weeds, but instead, it was covered in short, lush green grass. At the same time, because this small hill is hidden in the forest, it would be extremely difficult to find if one wasn't careful or didn't know the way. The hill itself measured approximately 1 square kilometer. What lay beyond the hill was beyond Zhao Hongyu's knowledge. Don't you have guards? Led by Zhao Ying, Zhao Hongyu called out to the guards and quickened his pace. Twitching the reins, Zhao Hongyu urged his warhorse to approach Zhao Ying's carriage and asked, "Of course we do. If there weren't guards, it would be very troublesome if an enemy attacked us. Behind this hill is a small basin, the center of the hill. Our camp is right there, so if anyone could find it, they could easily surround us." Zhao Ying gestured toward the hill and said to Zhao Hongyu. After hearing Zhao Ying's words, Zhao Hongyu stared at the hill ahead, wondering, if what Zhao Ying said was true, then why did they station their tribe here? They understood that an enemy attack would put the tribe in a serious position, yet they still camped here. It was truly baffling. Confused, Zhao Hongyu questioned him. Zhao Ying paused, then replied, "Our ancestors found this campsite, and we return here every spring, summer, and autumn, so we won't change anything. Besides, there are guards nearby. Even if an enemy were to find this place and attack us, the valley behind the hill would be well prepared." Zhao Ying couldn't explain much. Finally, a mention of ancestors in the car offered an explanation. Haha, ancestors. After hearing Zhao Ying's words, Zhao Hongyu decided not to discuss the matter further. Indians have a deep respect for their ancestors. If they continued the conversation, who knew if a single word would offend Zhao Ying, or even the entire Cook tribe? That would be disastrous. He had already been well aware of these matters from his time dealing with the Mohicans on the East Coast. Furthermore, Emma and her father-in-law had reminded him of this. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu gave up the idea of discussing the matter further. Wang Shan followed Zhao Hongyu, quietly listening to his conversation with Zhao Ying while constantly surveying the surrounding terrain, even mentally memorizing the path they had taken. Cuckoo! Suddenly, a pheasant called out from the brush to one side. "Stop!" Zhao Ying quickly turned and gestured to Zhao Hongyu to halt the group. "What's going on?" Zhao Hongyu asked, puzzled, raising his hand to halt the group's advance. "I need to tell the guards, otherwise there'll be misunderstandings," Zhao Ying explained. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Zhao Ying then stood up and, standing on the truck, imitated the cuckoo sound. Oh, it turned out it wasn't pheasants, but a signal from the nearby Cook tribe guards. Seeing Zhao Ying's actions, Zhao Hongyu was completely baffled. Sure enough, after Eagle responded, an Indian, just as naked as Eagle, emerged from behind a large rock not far ahead, except for a small leather pouch covering his private parts. His forehead was smeared with some unknown substance, giving it a bright red hue. He also had a tattoo on each cheek. "These people are friends. I brought them back to see the elders. They've brought a lot of goodies to exchange with us at camp, and they've also pledged an oath to us." As they emerged and stood at the front of the path, Eagle shouted to them. Hearing Eagle's words, they quickly turned back and shouted a few times. Then, two more young-looking Indians appeared, turning back and sprinting toward the hill. The Indian in front waved at the group. "Let's keep going. Someone has already notified the tribe." Eagle sat down again and turned to Zhao Hongyu. Forward. After a brief pause, the group resumed their march. As the long procession passed the Cook Guard, the man curiously examined the cargo, the vehicles, and the uniforms of the guards. The hairstyles of West Coast Indians were distinctly different from those of the Mohicans, and significantly different from those of East Coast Indians. They didn't have those distinctive hairstyles, they simply wore their long hair draped over their shoulders. Furthermore, these people wore no clothes, not even shoes. I wonder how they could run through the forest barefoot. How could their souls handle it? Zhao Hongyu pondered. Little did he know, Their soles were already thick with calluses, and running through the forest would be no problem at all. His thoughts were pure worry. He didn't consider that these people had lived this way since childhood, so how could they not be used to it? After all, they had to adapt to the environment, not the environment adapting to them. The road ahead was much easier to navigate than in the forest, and the carriage moved smoothly. After passing 2 more hidden outposts, Zhao Hongyu and his team finally reached the foot of the hill. A winding, grassy dirt path appeared before them. Zhao Hongyu examined the hill. Well, it was only about the height of a 10-story building. Technically, it wasn't a hill. If anything, it was just a mound. However, this mound was nestled in a beautiful, secluded forest. Following the dirt path, the group wound their way up. About half an hour later, as the sun began to set, they finally reached the hilltop. Looking down from the hill, they were greeted by a sea of animal skin domes and bustling people. Zhao Hongyu even spotted many women, their lower bodies exposed only by leather curtains, their upper bodies completely bare, carrying large wooden basins as they moved through the tribe. It was already dusk, and they arrived at the camp just as the women were cooking. Zhao Hongyu also saw plumes of bluish-white smoke rising from the tentless area, caused by the women's fires. There's a market for iron pots, and there's a market for rice. Looks like we can't lose money on this deal, Wang Shan, who had remained silent the entire way, said to Zhao Hongyu after surveying the cook camp in the valley below. It's just that the cook are a little smaller. Xiangying is right. I took a quick glance and estimated only about 2,000 people. Indeed, even with a small tribe of 2,000, their purchasing power would be limited, even if they were to trade with him. Only with a larger population could they profit more. Zhao Hongyu, however, disagreed. He knew there was gold here. Hey! If they could get the cook people to cooperate and collect gold to exchange for supplies, their purchasing power would be no problem. In reality, what Zhao Hongyu and his team needed to worry about was their consumption power. Zhao Hongyu hadn't yet told Wang Shan about the cook's gold. However, now that the cook camp was in sight, it was time to tell Wang Shan about this and cheer him up. Besides, I'd be leaving here in a few days, heading east. At that point, everything here would be handed over to Wang Shan, so it would be best to tell him about the gold. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu reached into his pocket and found the gold nugget Xiangying had exchanged for a small amount of salt. He waved it before Wang Shan's eyes. There's plenty of gold near the cook tribe, so you don't have to worry about their purchasing power. Instead, you need to find a way to get them to consume as much of their supplies as possible, so that we can sell a large amount of our goods, gold. Wang Shan's eyes lit up. Yes, gold. Xiangying exchanged this nugget for less than an ounce of refined salt. Estimating the gold in Zhao Hongyu's hand, Wang Shan said, I think it's about 20 grams. We're losing money on an ounce of refined salt. Puff. Zhao Hongyu choked at Wang Shan's words. Oh my goodness. 20 grams of gold for less than an ounce of refined salt, and Wang Shan actually claimed to be losing money. Your Highness, don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy, Wang Shan said seriously, looking at Zhao Hongyu. Most of the goods we have on hand aren't very technologically advanced, but they're still far ahead of our time. Especially since many are very important, like iron weapons, salt, and grain, so selling them for more money isn't a problem. Wang Shan naturally had his business acumen. It was obvious that Wang Shan had been influenced by Zhang Tai. However, Zhao Hongyu had to admit that Wang Shan was right. In this era, people in the East and West still consumed salt grains that were highly impure and bitter. How could it possibly compare to the fine salt Zhao Hongyu was holding? And salt, as a commodity, was definitely in demand everywhere. There was no shortage of buyers. Even primitive tribes like the Indians needed salt. Besides, grain was also a vital commodity. Zhao Hongyu was the only seller in the world who had refined salt, refined sugar, and sufficient rice and vegetables. This meant Zhao Hongyu had absolutely no competition. Plus, the goods were excellent. So, why not offer a lower price? Moreover, this was the west coast of the American continent, where the Indian tribes still used wooden weapons and implements, not iron. This gave Zhao Hongyu a huge profit margin. It's foolish not to take what God has given you. I have to admit, you're right. It seems you're better suited to business than I am. We'll meet the elders at the Cook tribe soon, and then you can do the rest. I won't interrupt you, Zhao Hongyu said, winking at Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded. Leave everything to me. No problem. Their conversation was brief, A mere moment. Upon seeing the tribal camp, Zhao seemed quite excited. He kept looking back, urging Zhao Hongyu and the others to hurry. Seeing Zhao constant urging, Zhao Hongyu had to stop talking with Wang Shen and shouted, "Everyone, hurry up." Chapter 546, European War. By the time Zhao Hongyu arrived at the Kuk tribe's camp in a valley depression, war was already raging across the distant European continent. After months of preparation, the church had finally assembled an army of 100,000 men, marching majestically into French territory. France and Portugal, united in their efforts, had defeated the Spanish Empire and captured the Spanish capital, Madrid. Even the Spanish royal family had vanished, a fact tolerated by church law. To help the Spanish restore their independence and prevent the rise of Portugal and France, the church was forced to wage a war on two fronts. Fortunately, the Protestant coalition in the Netherlands was running low, and the Eastern Front had reached a truce. While minor skirmishes still occurred, they were generally not a major threat. A standoff. Historically, such standoffs would last for decades. It was precisely because of this that the Church and the Habsburg states had more energy to deal with Portugal and France. More importantly, Portugal and France's defeat of Spain was something the Church and the Habsburgs could not tolerate. Because of Portugal and France's geographical location on the European continent, if the Church and the Habsburgs didn't address it, they would be trapped in the Mediterranean, while France would break free. This was the age of exploration, and nations focused their attention on the ocean. The sea carried their dreams of national power and their ambitions for wealth. However, how could they tolerate Portugal and France controlling the Mediterranean's access? This was absolutely intolerable. Furthermore, Portugal and France were located on the western side of the European continent. With Spain gone, they would have no enemies. Given time to develop and consolidate their former Spanish territories, their rise would pose an extremely dangerous threat to the Church and the Habsburgs. Remember, the Church played a particularly disgraceful role in the Spanish annexation of Portugal. It's fair to say that the Portuguese people were hostile to Church members and even the Church itself. This was something the Church could not tolerate. Europe belonged to the Church. The Church governed the people on behalf of God, they were merely sheep. Furthermore, Portugal and France, controlling Spanish territory, controlled a vast territory, encompassing almost one-third of the European continent. If the two countries do not take action against the Church, the financial losses will be immeasurable. In many cases, the Church has relied on deceiving the people to obtain funds for its own extravagance. Now, after the Portuguese re-established their state, the Church can no longer collect funds from Portugal. Indulgences, practically no one in Portugal will buy them. Therefore, how could the Church not feel the pain? For its own benefit, the Church will certainly teach the Portuguese a lesson. As for the means, there are no effective solutions besides force, right? In France, while the Church's influence still exists, French church organizations have also begun to split from the Church. Protestant doctrine has a strong market in France. Furthermore, French pastors and priests are more open-minded and friendly than those in the Vatican, and they are not prone to using God as an excuse or arbitrarily accusing ordinary people of crimes. Most importantly, the French Church no longer wants to hand over funds to the Vatican. Its independence is very clear. For some time, Protestantism had been actively trying to win over French priests and pastors, a fact well known to church spies. This was all being slowly unfolded under the leadership of France's Queen Regent, Marie. Seeing the French likely to be won over by Protestantism, and Portugal, which had also signed an alliance with France and was also hostile to the Church, a move that would have been extremely disadvantageous militarily for the Habsburgs and the Church, was a major blow. Fortunately, France had been tepid in its attempts to win over the Protestant coalition. Otherwise, the Church and the Habsburgs would have been even more enraged. Unbeknownst to everyone, Portugal and France had no intention of joining forces with Protestantism to combat church power. They knew that while Protestantism and the Church shared different ideologies, their doctrines and beliefs were the same. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, God's forces would ultimately prevail. Moreover, the war between Protestantism and the Church was simply an internal struggle within the Church that compromised the internal interests of the Habsburgs. There was no benefit for Portugal or France to intervene in such a conflict. In the end, the victor would inevitably turn against Portugal and France. This was obvious. The Habsburg principalities, despite their current fierce fighting, were still, after all, relatives. Therefore, Mary, fully aware of this, played both sides with the Protestant faction, gaining as much preparation time as possible while vigorously suppressing any dissidents within Spain. For France, only an alliance with Portugal offered the most stable foundation. The reason was simple: with the fall of Spain, the two countries were already on the same page. After defeating France, regardless of the enemy, Portugal would undoubtedly be the next target. Therefore, Portugal could only stand alongside France to weather all the storms. Moreover, if the Spanish Empire were truly restored, life would undoubtedly be difficult for the Portuguese. Furthermore, Portugal and France shared a common bond: the Song Empire in America. It could be said that the existence of the Song Empire further solidified their alliance. For at least 10 years, their alliance would be ironclad. After all, they now shared a common enemy and the same external threats. Faced with such threats, the two countries had no choice but to draw together, jointly confronting all external dangers and enemies. More importantly, both France and Portugal were facing severe financial constraints. Food, weapons, clothing. They now needed aid from the American Song Empire. Furthermore, the Song Empire had made it clear that only through an alliance between Portugal and France would this aid flow in continuously. Otherwise, it would cease to exist. As the saying goes, one who receives from someone is obligated, one who eats from someone is obligated. Under such circumstances, how could Portugal and France not be closely linked? France was doing okay, but its finances were stretched thin. Furthermore, it owed a substantial amount of money to the Jews. Fortunately, with the support of the American Song Empire, that high-interest loan had been fully repaid. Conversely, France also owed the Song Empire a debt. While the Song Empire's loans weren't usurious, the debt France now owed was enough to keep them from starving for over a decade. Fortunately, France had revenue. As long as they tightened their belts, repayments wouldn't be a problem. If their nobles lived frugally for a decade or so, they could definitely pay off their debts. However, such an eventuality seemed unlikely. But there was always hope, wasn't it? Therefore, Portugal was in a bit of a bad situation. Portugal owed even more debt. From the formation of the army to the restoration and stabilization of the regime, the country was pervasive with traces of the Song Empire. Moreover, Portugal had been under Spanish rule for decades, and the country was already a shabby mess. After the restoration of the Republic, Portugal was truly impoverished and in need of reconstruction. Everything needed financial support to properly stand up. Furthermore, after the restoration, the Portuguese government's immediate task was to find food to feed the people. After all, the war had driven so many people from their homes, leaving many villages virtually deserted. Farmers had either fled or joined the army, leaving the land barren and uncultivated. This lack of farming was a serious problem, because without farmers, there was no food, and without food, people would starve. Any reasonable person would understand this. If people are hungry and underfed, they will inevitably resort to extreme measures. Therefore, Portugal needed a vast amount of food. And food was also in short supply on the European continent. Throughout history, even after Europeans discovered the Americas and began colonizing, the food crisis continued to weigh heavily on them. This problem was only slightly alleviated in the 19th century, and it wasn't until Chinese agricultural genius developed high-yield rice that the crisis was finally resolved. In 17th century Europe, food was scarce for everyone. Therefore, the Portuguese could only rely on food aid and financial support from the American Song Empire. Consequently, their debt continued to mount. Even so, the Portuguese had no choice but to continually sign new debt agreements and seek aid from the Zhao Song Empire. It seemed as if the Portuguese might one day become a vassal of the Song Empire. However, the Portuguese had no recourse. They simply had no money. Both Portugal and France needed the Zhao Song Empire, and they shared common enemies and dangers. Therefore, both nations knew that the other was the most reliable. Besides, none of the nations on the European continent were trustworthy. It was precisely for this reason that Mary was indifferent to the Protestant entreaties, while the Portuguese simply ignored them. Although the Protestant coalition had difficulty in winning over France and Portugal, they were also very happy. The Church and the Habsburgs, who had been suffocating them, had turned their attention to Portugal and France and had already begun military operations. This would undoubtedly reduce the number of wars in the Netherlands, as the Church's focus of war had shifted. Clearly, the Netherlands would have a chance to breathe for 3 years, a good thing, wouldn't it? The Protestants could certainly use this opportunity to recuperate, wouldn't they? To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, European War. As the saying goes, there are joys and sorrows. While the Protestant coalition breathed a sigh of relief, the Portuguese and French sides grew increasingly nervous. The 100,000-man Allied church force, divided into 3 divisions, advanced from 3 regions in eastern France. Although the French were well prepared, they were still taken by surprise. Fortunately, the French army was no pushover. After losing a small area, the situation finally stabilized. In the 3 regions of eastern France, the church's offensive momentum was blocked, and a standoff ensued. French cities connecting the North Sea and the Mediterranean were also frequently attacked by the Allied church fleets. The troubles from both sea and land left the French in a state of panic. The Portuguese, on the other hand, had a relatively easy time, having only to contend with British naval attacks. Upon learning that the church had launched its offensive, the British, previously despised by the church and the entire European continent, suddenly regained their spirits. The Portuguese presence had blocked the Mediterranean Sea route to Africa, a significant headache for the British. Now, the British planned to seize this opportunity to exploit the Portuguese-controlled waterways and open a sea route to Africa. As for the chaos in Europe, the British didn't care. They cared only about their own interests. Of course, the British used the excuse of supporting the church and attacking the Portuguese to prevent them from aiding the French. But the church, Portugal, and France, who understood the British, all despised this. Damn, if they wanted to take advantage of the chaos, they could just say they were taking advantage. But they had to come up with an excuse. Clearly, the island nation was full of liars and thieves. And there was a reason for that. Despite the Europeans' renewed contempt, the British paid no heed. They were single-mindedly engaged in frequent battles with the Portuguese at sea, their energy as if they had taken Viagra. Fortunately, the Portuguese faced less pressure than the French, and the British had recently expended considerable naval resources, so the newly restored Portuguese could handle it. In fact, while dealing with the British, the Portuguese even organized an army of 20,000 men to reinforce the French in the conflict zone between France and the Church. The Portuguese understood the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold when they are gone. Furthermore, with the persuasion of the Zhao Empire's envoys in Lisbon, Portuguese reinforcements were inevitable. A 20,000-man army was neither too many nor too few. In the east, it might not seem like much, but this was continental Europe. The French military strength in the 3 major eastern regions totaled only 70,000 men. Against the Church's 100,000-man army, they were still somewhat disadvantaged. The French army wasn't originally so small, but a third was stationed in the former Spanish territories to maintain law and order and suppress any resistance. This reduced the French army's ground forces. With the arrival of 20,000 Portuguese reinforcements, the French breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure was lessened. Furthermore, with the Zhao Empire's food, weapons, and financial assistance, as long as the French could withstand the Church's initial attacks, the subsequent situation would be much smoother. After all, the Church and the Habsburg states offered little support. After a prolonged battle with the Protestant coalition, the economies of the various nations had long been devastated, and the people were suffering. This time, they were fighting on 2 fronts, further exacerbating the economic woes. If it weren't for the stingy Church, which contributed its own private funds to the army would have been impossible to raise. Fortunately, the stingy Church had a moment of wisdom and was not so foolish. It saw the dire situation. If they continued to be so stingy, they would likely be doomed. The Church invested heavily this time, continuously purchasing large quantities of food and other supplies from Egypt and Turkey, gritting its teeth to fight the French. The French, supported by the constant flow of supplies from the Song dynasty, were able to fight effectively against the 3 powerful Church armies. Even though the war was actually taking place within French territory, and many small towns were destroyed in the war, the French did not care. Mary had come to terms with it, let the towns be destroyed, and then borrow money from the Song dynasty to rebuild them. As long as they had the money, everything would be fine. Marie's thinking was somewhat like treating the Zhao Empire as a victim. But was the Zhao Empire truly such an idiot, truly a victim? Clearly, this was utterly impossible. Louis Zhao signed numerous secret agreements during his trip to the Americas, including some concerning loans. Although these agreements were not made public at the time, they became public knowledge centuries later. The French signed numerous agreements, including concessions of numerous ports to the Zhao Empire and treaties stipulating French assistance when the Zhao Empire entered Europe. Many more of these agreements seemed illogical. For example, if the Zhao Empire attacked Egypt or Turkey in the future, the French would send troops to offset the debts. Or, after Europe stabilized, if the Zhao Empire attacked the African coast, the French would also send a fleet to provide assistance. Clearly, the French would essentially become vassal forces of the Zhao. These treaties were later criticized by extremists in the French provinces of Europe. However, the circumstances facing the French at the time forced them to sign these treaties. Besides, these treaties didn't harm France's interests, did they? They were truly generous. Therefore, with Marie's authorization, Louis Zhao, after much deliberation, concluded that they would not harm France, and signed them one by one. After borrowing so much money and supplies, it wasn't unreasonable to offer assistance in the future. It was perfectly normal. However, neither Louis Zhao nor Marie could have foreseen that France would be reduced to vassal and mercenary force by the Zhao Empire. And after losing its maritime trade rights, France's rise was out of the question. Of course, this all happened many years in the future. The war currently unfolding in Europe, under the control and manipulation of the Zhao Empire, would certainly not end so soon. Chaos in Europe would only benefit the Zhao Empire, wouldn't it? The British shared the same sentiment. However, compared to the Zhao Empire, the British at this time seemed even more like clowns. They weren't as rebellious as the Zhao Empire. Moreover, the British's plans and ideas were already in serious conflict with those of the Song Empire. Under the imperial plan, the interests in Africa were already theirs. Now, the empire lacked only population and time, so how could it possibly sit back and watch the British? It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, guided by the Lisbon Concession, a large amount of capital began to flow into Portugal, and old warships began to be built for Portugal to fight the British. Old warships were good, they only needed to hold the British back. As for defeating the British, that was unnecessary. The Song Empire also had to be on guard against Portugal, right? The worst-case scenario was the Zhao Empire, yet its actions earned the Portuguese gratitude. This, admittedly, was a profound irony. Thanks to Zhao Hongayu's earlier schemes in Europe, many more concessions had been established in coastal cities in France and Portugal. These concessions, while not only bringing huge profits to the Song Empire and exploiting the wealth of Europeans, also provided them with a wealth of delicious goods. White sugar, fine salt, abundant 13 spices, and a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits greatly enriched the European diet. Meanwhile, the vast quantities of silver and gold plundered from the Americas by Europeans over a century earlier flowed back to the American continent through the concessions, ultimately entering the pockets of the Song Empire. While the French and the Church were locked in a fierce struggle, the various concessions within the Zhao Empire also began aggressively recruiting mercenary armies to prepare for emergencies. This recruitment of mercenaries within the concessions naturally alarmed Portugal and France. However, after establishing these armies, the concessions made it clear to the Portuguese and French governments that they would be rented to them as long as they had the funds. It all comes down to money, they concluded. This attitude reassured Portugal and France somewhat. Furthermore, with a significant need for soldiers, Portugal and France immediately agreed to the concessions' mercenary plan. Furthermore, both Portugal and France were counting on aid. If this incident offended the Zhao Empire and led to cut in aid, the consequences would be disproportionate. Furthermore, while the concessions had established mercenaries, they had limited their numbers. Each concession recruited no more than 6,000 mercenaries, ostensibly to maintain public order and prevent attacks from the Church. Therefore, despite their vigilance, Portugal and France, for the sake of the mercenaries, turned a blind eye. Furthermore, these mercenaries were European, not civilians from the Song Empire on the American continent. With this in mind, Portugal and France naturally chose not to make things difficult. At least, Portugal and France didn't perceive any ill intentions from the Zhao Empire. Even if there were, they wouldn't be able to see them. 8,000 American volunteers were stationed at the border between France and the Holy Roman Empire. Their presence tied down a significant number of Holy Roman Empire troops. The Holy Roman Empire suffered heavy losses in the previous year's conflict, so they were extremely cautious when facing the American volunteers again. It was precisely because of this caution that they missed an opportunity to defeat the French. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 548, European War. Years ago, when the Church learned that the Spanish Empire was under attack from Portugal and France, with its capital, Madrid, in imminent danger, it immediately ordered the Holy Roman Empire to attack France. The Church also understood that Spain, its bulwark, could not be defeated. A Spanish defeat would be devastating for the Church. After all, the Spanish royal family remained loyal to the Church, making it a golden bulwark. Without Spain's support, would anyone still listen to the Church? This is no longer the benighted age of the Middle Ages, where the Church had the final say. After centuries of development, Europe has begun a rudimentary technological enlightenment, and people's mindsets have begun to shift. This is a matter of great concern and fear for the Church. While the Church still has some influence in Europe and can still manipulate some people, its influence is far less than it was in the Middle Ages. Precisely because of this, the Church needs a bulwark with powerful military force and unwavering loyalty. Only with such a bulwark can the Church continue to wield its power. Therefore, Spain cannot afford to lose. This was a fact the Church was well aware of. It was precisely for this reason that the Church provided funds and persuaded the Holy Roman Empire to send troops. This was simply to aid Spain, its obedient thug, while also aiding the Church itself. Furthermore, by aiding Spain, the Church benefited from it. As long as Spanish colonies remained, the Church could continue to expand its influence through them. It was thanks to the age of exploration and the rise of the Spanish that the Church's power expanded once again. While missionary work in the Americas and Africa was always fraught with problems, it ultimately allowed the Church to stand firm, didn't it? The Church believed that, with effective tactics, the indigenous people could be transformed into God's lambs, yet another target for deception. However, the Church's expansion in the East was less successful, as it was believed that Easterners believed in Buddha and the Three Pure Ones, rather than God. This was a real headache for the Church. Ever since the Portuguese discovered the East and opened up the sea routes, the Church had been plagued by this dilemma. The Church had been infiltrating the East since the beginning of the Second World War. However, with the annexation of Portugal by Spain and the arrival of the Dutch, the Church hadn't made much progress in the East for over 100 years. However, as long as the Spanish could maintain this momentum, the Church believed it could gain followers in the East and swindle vast sums of wealth from the East. Unfortunately, the Church's rescue efforts for Spain were sabotaged by the American volunteers. This ultimately led to the Spanish defeat by Portugal and France, and even the capital, Madrid, was captured. Not only that, but even the Spanish royal family disappeared, their whereabouts unknown. How could the Church possibly swallow this? They had always been its subservient Spanish vassal. Just like that, they were defeated? If the Spanish simply vanished into history, how could the Church find such obedient thugs? Therefore, Spain must be restored. Only in this way could the Church maintain its current status and influence. Don't underestimate the Church's current ties with the Habsburg princes, who are now united against the Protestant coalition. But both the Church and the Habsburgs knew they were merely exploiting each other. The Habsburgs capitalized on the Church's prestige and ability to sway the people, as well as the occasional financial support it could provide. The Church, in turn, capitalized on the armed forces of the Habsburg principalities. Each side benefited from its own needs. If the Protestant coalition was defeated, the Habsburgs and the Church would inevitably part ways. The reason was simple: the Habsburgs knew the Church's people too well to understand their true nature. They were just some idiots, perverts. These people, along with the gods they created, were an undeniable threat to the rule of secular emperors and princes. Therefore, the Habsburgs knew this, and the Church was well aware of how they viewed themselves. Now, with their little Spanish brother defeated, the Church was utterly anxious. Fortunately, they and the Habsburgs were currently in a honeymoon period, and they enjoyed a deep level of cooperation, so the Church immediately decided to utilize the Habsburg military might to restore the Spanish state. To this end, the Church provided a substantial sum of money, truly shattering its previous image as a stingy individual. Not content with this, the Church also provided the Holy Roman Empire with a large amount of supplies, helping them to reassemble a 50,000-man legion. Once this 50,000-man legion was complete, it immediately marched to the border areas where the American volunteers were stationed. The Church was confident that the Holy Roman Empire would defeat the repulsive Americans and show them that Europe was not a place they could rule. However, to the Church's surprise, the Holy Roman Empire's legions halted at the border and refused to advance. According to the opposing generals, they must be extremely cautious in dealing with the American volunteers. After all, the conflict years before had left a deep impression on the Holy Roman Empire's generals. A mere 8,000 to 9,000 men defeated a 60,000-man legion, which immediately terrified the Holy Roman Empire's generals, especially the barbarians of America. After defeating them, they refused to take prisoners. They beheaded captured Holy Roman Empire soldiers and piled their heads along the border as a warning. How could such a barbaric army not intimidate the Holy Roman Empire, accustomed to the chivalry of Europe? Normally, even if defeated, they could still survive, with a small ransom being demanded at most. But fighting the Americans was different. They had no concept of chivalry and demanded no ransom. In short, if you were defeated and captured, the only outcome was death, something no one wanted. Life was so wonderful. You could enjoy delicious food, the affections of your mistresses, and the pleasure of oppressing the people. But death, there was truly nothing left. It was precisely for this reason that the reorganized Holy Roman Empire legions refused to advance, even at the cost of their lives. They faced off against the American legions across the border in a strange standoff. Either you come, or I don't. Let's just watch from here. Most of the high-ranking generals and non-commissioned officers in the Holy Roman Empire's army had experienced the conflict years before, battling the American armies. They were all too aware of the American legion's formidable capabilities and their ever-changing and bizarre fighting styles. Not to mention the musket, the Americans developed powerful tactics that Europeans are still learning. Furthermore, the enemy also possessed a small explosive weapon, which was incredibly powerful. Indeed, in the battle years before, not only had they witnessed the slaughter and death of the musket, but they had also experienced the power of the wine bottle bomb. Over time, the Holy Roman Empire also began researching these bottle bombs, but they lacked the American control of gunpowder. Consequently, their bottle bombs often exploded, injuring or crippling their own men. Ultimately, they abandoned their development. In the conflict years before, many low-ranking soldiers were defeated and retreated. Upon their return, they spread the news of the Americans' formidable power and brutality, letting the people of the Holy Roman Empire know the formidable strength of their enemy. Among them, the most affected were the wine bottle bombs. It was the newly recruited soldiers. From the moment they entered the barracks, they were constantly indoctrinated by the veterans. The Americans were brutal and didn't take prisoners, so when you face them, you must be careful. Try not to get captured, or you're dead. They'll torture you and chop off your head, even if you beg. The Americans were powerful, their weapons were sharp. It was impossible to even reach their ranks, you'd be met with nothing but lead. And even if you did, it would be useless. The closer you got, the more powerful your weapons would be. They'd rain down bombs on you, and one explosion would wipe out a large area of your comrades, even yourself. Even those who managed to survive would be crippled. When discussing this, the veterans would often point to the handless beggars outside the barracks for the new recruits to see. See? Those men were soldiers themselves, crippled in battle with the Americans years ago. Look at their condition now, don't you? So, death isn't the worst thing to fear, what's terrible is living a life worse than death. Indeed, in those days, there were no benefits for the wounded. Those who lost their fighting ability and became disabled were kicked out of the barracks early on and left to fend for themselves. For a soldier, this was a truly horrific situation. Crippled and wounded, the state ignored them, and even offered no compensation upon leaving the army. These disabled soldiers faced immense hardship. Begging became their only means of survival. However, a large number of disabled soldiers died in agony without receiving effective treatment. Even those lucky enough to survive eventually became filthy beggars, wandering the barracks, hoping with a little luck to receive a little handout from their former comrades to stave off starvation. This was the harsh reality the new recruits witnessed and felt. They didn't want to be like this, crippled beggars. As a result, the newly formed legion, from top to bottom, lacked a will to fight. Everyone tried their best to avoid direct confrontation with the Americans, genuinely frightened by the defeat. Despite constant persuasion and threats from the accompanying priests, the legion's commander remained indifferent. Faced with this situation, the Church was helpless and could only report the matter to the Vatican and the Holy Roman Empire, allowing them to handle it. The American Legion was naturally happy to see this happen. As long as the enemy didn't attack them, they were happy to maintain a standoff. After all, they were merely volunteers, their primary mission being to ensure their garrison remained secure. Other matters were beyond their control. Precisely because of this, while the war raged in western France, the American volunteers remained unaffected. The French couldn't command them, they simply followed orders from America. And thanks to the American Legion, France's southeastern border remained surprisingly stable. Although Mary complained bitterly about this, the war didn't escalate too far, and the Holy Roman Empire was frightened. This was a good thing for the French. Unfortunately, some people didn't want to see this good thing continue. The Vatican received news that the Holy Roman Empire was in a standoff with the American Legion on France's southeastern border, without launching any offensive. At the same time, they also received secret reports of another massacre of priests and pastors in Manhattan, a city within the Song Empire on the American continent. This report was remarkably detailed, describing how the priests gradually gained influence and expanded their membership. It even touched on how the priests, in a moment of impulsiveness, incited the rebellion, leading to the imperial military's suppression and subsequent public trial and execution. The statements made by the Song Empire during the public trial, revealing some of the Church's most secretive secrets, shocked the Vatican's top brass. Honestly, Zhao and the others had been speculating wildly about some of the Church's affairs. Little did they know that these fantasies and wild speculations would prove to be a dead end. The Church's confession, seemingly intended to bring spiritual relief, was actually a means of gaining access to the secrets of the people, even the nobility, and then compiling them for personal gain. This was completely true. These matters had been exposed by the American Song Empire. How could the Vatican possibly take them lightly? Assholes. How did they know the secret? To be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian.com or subscribe to the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 549, Shouting. The Church's top brass had always known that confessions could yield secrets and intelligence. They simply hid it well, and the European public, fooled for so many years, had stopped thinking about it. Therefore, the Church could rest easy. Even if some might have felt that this was not a good thing, they dared not speak out. While the Church's influence may not be as strong as it was in the Middle Ages, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The Church was still quite powerful in the 17th century. Note, even in the 21st century, many people in Europe and America still return to church to confess to the priests. This scene can be seen in some film and television dramas. A man or woman walks into church. They head straight for a corner of the church, where a small wooden structure with 2 rooms is located. After the man or woman enters, the priest follows. They each enter a separate room. This is the confessional. Inside, the man or woman confesses their sins and the secrets they've witnessed, finding spiritual relief. The priest would offer a hypocritical "God forgive you" to smooth things over. But inwardly, he was laughing his ass off, for they had just heard some new secrets. These secrets, though seemingly crucial, could, if properly controlled, prove to be incredibly useful at a crucial moment. The Church had been using this method to gather valuable information, secrets, and intelligence, and had done so openly for centuries. Who knows which genius in the Church had devised this scheme? It's fair to say there are some perverse geniuses within the Church. But now, the true purpose behind the confession had been revealed in the distant Song Empire of America. How could this not shock the Church's leaders? They couldn't understand how those barbarians in the distant Americas could see through the Church's crude tactics. Could it be that the Church's suppression had truly robbed the lambs of Europe of their ability to reason, allowing them to continue to be deceived? Otherwise, why would the Church suffer such a significant setback upon reaching America, and have a crucial scheme discovered? Perhaps, the people of the Song Empire were truly intelligent? Regardless, the fact that the Church had suffered a crushing defeat in the Americas was undeniable. If the Church hadn't responded to such a slap in the face, it would have been a complete joke. How could the Church survive in Europe? After all, the Church had always given the European public the impression that it would never let anyone get away with anything. They only took advantage, never suffered any loss. Now that the church had suffered such a crushing setback in the Americas, and had been dealt a slap in the face, it was clear the church would be seeking revenge. Indeed, when the news reached the church's leadership, they were horrified. Some immediately clamored for a new crusade, an expedition to the Americas to annihilate those pagan barbarians who disobeyed God and make them tremble under the weapons of God's followers. Only death and blood could bring glory to God and redeem the church from this humiliation. They were God's spokespersons on earth. They represented God. The Song Empire's actions in the Americas simply disregarded God. Therefore, as the executors of God's power on earth, they had to show the church the might of the world. Of course, these people said so, but deep down, they didn't believe in it at all. God? Honestly, even they themselves didn't believe in God's existence, having lived so long and never seen a manifestation of God. Furthermore, as high-ranking officials in the church, they knew far more than the common people. Furthermore, the so-called miracles that occurred across Europe each year were often orchestrated by these higher-ranking officials, personally planning and carrying out these events. If God truly existed, wouldn't they need such credence? Furthermore, from its earliest days, the church had used God's name to plunder and oppress the righteous across Europe, committing countless atrocities. Even during the Middle Ages, it used God's guise to organize the Crusades, which lasted for over 100 years and resulted in the tragic deaths of countless people. Especially during the conquest of Jerusalem, the Crusaders, with the support and orders of their accompanying priests, massacred an entire city of innocent civilians, committing a monstrous crime. Therefore, if God truly existed, the merciful and loving God of the church would surely punish them. Yet, those criminals lived comfortably, facing no punishment at all. How could the church's leaders still not understand this? Anyone who reached the top of the church wasn't an elite, they weren't fools. Furthermore, they had access to the church's secret texts, so they knew more than anyone outside. God? It was just talk, a mere title and an excuse. It couldn't be taken seriously. This was the consensus among the church's leaders. If anyone in their position truly took God seriously, they would be a complete idiot. However, this didn't stop them from constantly harping on God, mumbling God and Lord every day. They knew deep down that their current status and power were inseparable from this nominal spiritual idol. Now, their shared interests were being violated by an empire from the distant Americas. And not only was it an infringement, but their fundamental interests were also implicated. If the church didn't act promptly, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar, potentially even shaking the church's very foundations. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry about this matter. Repent. Anyone with even a hint of common sense would understand how unreliable this was. Although those priests swore in the name of God to strictly refrain from revealing the secrets they had heard, who would believe them? Oh, right, only Europeans, brainwashed for nearly 1,000 years, believed in it. Anyway, Zhao Hongyu and the others didn't. In this world, the only secrets you can keep are those you keep to yourself. Sometimes, even sharing a secret with your wife, children, or parents isn't enough. And what's more, these promises from these charlatans, who already believe in a God that came from nowhere, are just as good. It's just that Europeans have been brainwashed for too long, losing their ability to think for themselves. Furthermore, since the age of exploration, people's attention has been focused on the ocean and gold, leaving them even less inclined to pay attention to the church. However, with the Song Empire in the Americas pointing out this blind spot of the church, if the church doesn't stop it, over time, as the people of Europe learn more and more, the church will be doomed. We need to strike back immediately. Those barbarians in the Americas are going too far, yes. Mobilize our believers and launch a crusade against the Americas. We must wipe them out of the continent. Glory to God, Amen. Upon hearing the words honor belongs to God, the leaders shouted in unison, Amen. Someone else then chimed in, we must continue to send priests and ministers to America. We absolutely cannot abandon America. Everyone knows how rich America is, and how wealthy the Song Empire is. Such a large piece of fertile ground, with abundant grazing lands. Even God would not forgive us if we abandoned it. This man's words immediately drew a wave of agreement. Yes, there are many gold and silver mines in America, and the Song Empire is also extremely wealthy, with a wealth of products. We must seize this land of riches for God. I dare say it's even richer than Arabia. Don't you all know that the American Song Empire, in addition to porcelain, also possesses a blend of 13 spices? Of course, you can buy individual spices, too. This shows they have more spices than Arabia, and shipping them back from America is much easier than from the East. For a moment, the eyes of these money-obsessed church leaders shone brightly, and they enthusiastically discussed the news of America's wealth. The atmosphere of their discussion was now even more lively than before. Carlos, the Pope, sighed as he looked at the fat-headed bishops. Are these guys all idiots, or simply pigs? Haven't they considered that the American song empire is so easily defeated? They even organized a crusade to the west. How could they possibly think of it? The Atlantic Ocean is a natural barrier. Without ocean-going warships, how could you possibly launch a western crusade? Furthermore, it's said that the American song empire's naval power is formidable, so the idea of a western crusade is simply unrealistic. Besides, even if you recruit believers, who would pay to form an army and fleet? Meanwhile, with the European continent in turmoil and chaos, you're actually thinking of opening another front, truly unrealistic. The Habsburg states would surely reject this idiotic proposal. Pope Carlos cursed the bishops inwardly as he looked at them. Originally, Carlos was not the pope at this time. However, it is unknown whether the arrival of Zhao Hongyu and his companions distorted some historical events. Therefore, Carlos, a figure who did not appear in history, unexpectedly became the pope. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 550, Worry about rumors. Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Knock, knock, knock. Carlos looked at the fat, big-eared bishops, like gossipy women at a market, chattering nonstop about how rich America was and how useful its goods were. They were slowly drifting from the original purpose of the meeting. Under these circumstances, Carlos had no choice but to speak up, because the proposal of forming a crusade is completely unrealistic. He knocked the golden scepter, the symbol of papal authority, on the ground. Hearing Carlos speak, the bishops finally quieted down. Although Carlos disliked these people, he couldn't say anything. These guys were definitely good at making money and framing people, but asking them to do anything else was a real challenge. Carlos took a deep breath and consoled himself. Only by thinking this way could he find some peace. Everyone, get ready. Let's get down to business. Carlos raised his hand and gestured left and right. Then, the bishops, who had stood up and left due to the heated discussion, returned and sat down in their chairs. Don't forget, everyone, we're here today for two main reasons. First, those barbaric song people in America have slaughtered our priests and ministers with utter cruelty. They've also publicly spread slanderous rhetoric against our church. I'd like to hear everyone's opinions on how we should fight back. Some bishops had just suggested forming a crusade, but that was a foolish idea. Carlos didn't take it seriously. What he needed now was a solution that would truly solve the problem, not some wishful thinking. We are God's representatives on earth, and those priests are shepherds, tending God's sheep. Shepherds being killed by their own sheep is absolutely unacceptable. Carlos's face was serious, his piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of the attendees. So, I need everyone to come up with a solution that can completely resolve this matter. I don't need to remind you, you should all be aware that the events unfolding in the Americas, along with the slanderous statements being made by Americans against the church, will soon reach Europe. When that happens, what do you think we should do? Yes, what Carlos said was very realistic. This was indeed something that needed to be addressed immediately. The talk of confessing and collecting secrets had hit the church right in the bud. It had to be said that this had caused the church to panic. The reason was simple, the church's leaders knew exactly what they were doing. Such statements were not lies, but ironclad facts. While they knew this in their hearts, they couldn't say or acknowledge them publicly. They had to wail and cry out, saying that the American song empire was smearing them, a monstrous rumor. In short, the church would not acknowledge this. However, the church also had to worry about the impact such statements would have on believers in Europe. After all, believers today were not as easily deceived as those in the Middle Ages. Carlos paused before continuing, besides that, we have another matter to address. On France's southeastern border, the Holy Roman Empire is facing off against the American Legion. The military chaplain has urged them repeatedly, but the commander has ignored him. It seems the Holy Roman Empire, intimidated by the Americans, doesn't want to head-on confrontation. Tell me how we can resolve this matter. Yes, generally speaking, the church now has to deal with these two issues. While they aren't numerous, they are incredibly thorny. The hanging of priests and pastors in the Americas, and the public trials that have resurfaced the rumor that worries them must be addressed and resolved. If things go wrong, these events could shake the church to its foundations. Although the church has been established for 1,000 years, a shaken situation would be instantaneous. Of course, its collapse is unlikely. After all, there are still numerous lunatics and fanatics on the European continent. However, as rumors spread, people will continue to explore and seek the truth. After all, many of the church's actions are vulnerable. If people are interested in exploring, the truth will inevitably be exposed. This is a very fatal situation. Therefore, they had to approach the case with caution. Furthermore, during the public trial, the Americans raised many questions and criticized certain historical church events. For example, the Joan of Arc case is a prime example. Although many years have passed, the church's top brass certainly knew the true story. Joan of Arc was technically a heroine, but she was betrayed by the church, with the help of some nobles. Because Joan of Arc's actions touched upon the interests of the church and the nobility at the time, both sides plotted to kill her. She was sold to the British and burned alive. The church's role behind this incident was truly despicable and shameful. The Vatican also issued orders, accusing Joan of Arc of numerous false charges and accusations. However, this incident is rarely mentioned today. Historically, the story of Joan of Arc was only revisited during the French Revolution, primarily because the revolutionaries sought to undermine the church's influence. The French Revolution was caused by the collusion between the nobility and the church to oppress the people. Therefore, to undermine the church's prestige and authority, Joan of Arc's story was repeatedly brought to light. The public finally learned the truth about Joan of Arc. However, the French Revolution was still 200 years away, and the church at that time kept the matter well hidden, leaving the people of Europe largely unaware of the underlying corruption. Although the church ultimately canonized Joan of Arc, this was also driven by its own interests. It's important to note that Joan of Arc's claim at the time was that she had received divine guidance to lead the French against the British. Under her leadership, the French indeed won several victories, a fact that is undeniable. People believe that Joan of Arc was indeed favored by God. Although the church ultimately betrayed and framed her, the public's favorable impression of her could not withstand it. The church ultimately compromised and canonized her as an example. However, the church's leaders never took Joan of Arc seriously. She had claimed to have received divine guidance. But only the Pope could receive divine guidance. If a little girl from the French countryside could receive divine favor, then where did the Pope fit in? After the church approached Joan of Arc and she made a series of requests on behalf of the women wronged at the time, her fate was sealed. Yes, this was the church's initiative. Joan of Arc, a country girl, actually tried to negotiate with the church. That's a joke. Furthermore, because it held the power to judge witches and convict people, the church was reluctant to stop this vigorous movement. Not only the church, but also men across Europe, derived a perverted pleasure and entertainment from this activity. Considering this, the church certainly wouldn't accept Joan of Arc's request. Unfortunately, Joan of Arc finally claimed that she had received divine guidance and had listened to God's words, saying that God had instructed her to tell the church to stop the massacre of women. Joan of Arc was a brilliant woman, perhaps the first to see through the true nature of the church. Therefore, she invoked the name and prestige of God to lead the French against the English, hoping to save women across Europe through her own strength. Unfortunately, Joan's power alone was too limited. Despite invoking God's name and garnering considerable prestige, she was no match for the vast and deeply entrenched power of the church. Furthermore, because Joan of Arc had led the French to several victories over the English, claiming God's name and prestige, the French soldiers held her in high esteem, almost believing her to be God's favored servant. This infuriated the French nobility, whose status and power were born of the military. The soldiers, unaware of their legitimate lords, only knew of Joan of Arc, a fact they found difficult to accept. Had Joan of Arc been allowed to continue in this fashion, wouldn't she have ultimately gained the love of the entire French population, perhaps even been chosen as queen? If this had happened, what would have happened to the nobility? Indeed, this was the situation at the time. Consequently, the nobles and the church colluded and conspired to betray Joan of Arc. However, historical records are unlikely to be detailed enough, so the truth of the matter has been buried in the depths of history, obscured from public view. However, it must be said that Joan of Arc was a brilliant and courageous woman, driven to devise a plan to save the suffering women of Europe at the time. Although ultimately unsuccessful, she is truly a hero. Of course, The church viewed Joan of Arc as someone who had violated their fundamental interests. The methods she employed were identical to theirs, using God as a pretext. This was one of the factors that ultimately led to her death. This matter was brought up by Americans, and if anyone truly investigated, the repercussions of the church's past, once exposed, would be significant. After all, Joan of Arc's influence in France remained immense, even after centuries. Therefore, the church was deeply concerned. To be continued. If you liked this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Gideon. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.